Hey, Phil.
Hey, how's it going?
Okie doke.
How you doing?
I'm doing fine.
I don't know if you'd ever want me to send you a bunch of stuff, but I don't know how I do it. I know you don't want to put your cell phone number out on this or your email, but there's a lot of things I get. I don't know, you may get them also, but it's just kind of interesting.
Send in what format?
Well, a text or obviously I wouldn't, share your number or your email, whatever.
Oh yeah, I can send that to you. Put it up here in the private chat.
Okay. And obviously, if you don't want to, I'm not going to inundate you with stuff, but obviously, if you don't want something, all you have to do is say, "Cool it, dude." Or I'll come over there and show you how to cool it. I know, you're guys, you know what I mean.
I'll put it here in the.
You doing good?
Yeah, man, I'm doing all right. Awesome. Excited about this studying Revelations today.
Yeah, me too. I've told a few people about it, so hopefully they will come in. I had my friend. We went out to eat last night early for the Shabbat, and he asked me about Lou and the one, Yahuwah being Yahusha as one, and so he was really trying to understand that, and I tried to help him. So told him he's a doctor, so he's a surgeon, so he's really busy in a small town, but I told him that he could come into a few of these meetings. It would sure help him. So with his understanding and stuff. So hopefully he'll show up one of these days.
Yeah, absolutely, man.
You bet. All right, I'll check this number. Thank you.
There you go, Phil. My email and my phone number.
Hey, Brother Mark.
Hey, Phyllis.
Hey, everybody. We actually had some people order the CD after that big announcement you made yesterday.
Oh, well, great, man. I hope everybody does.
Adam listened to it, and he really appreciated all your nice comments. He's on chapter 25 of Sabbath now.
I can't wait.
I could play a portion of one of those chapters.
Yeah, go ahead.
You want me to? Okay.
Yeah, man. Yeah, once we get started, I'm going to turn it over to you too. And let's promote it a little bit today as well, because I just feel it's a very important project.
Okay.
And you should just got it on my heart, man, that everybody needs to support this. This is something big.
To
help.
It's amazing to hear my son talk like that too. This is changing him. This work has really changed him a lot.
This is going to be a great study today, you guys. I can't wait to get into this.
Well, we listened to chapter 2. Here's chapter 2. We listened to chapter 1 last time. Here's chapter 2.
A bear sheep
of Shemoth.
Exodus. Okay, cool.
Mm-hmm. And a man of the house of Louis went and married a daughter of Louis. And the Asher conceived and bore a son. And she saw that he was a lovely child. And she hid him 3 months. And when she could hide him no longer, she took an ark of wicker for him, and coated it with tar and pitch, and put the child in it, and laid it in the reeds by the edge of the river. And his sister stood at a distance, to know what would be done to him. And the daughter of Pharaoh came down to wash herself at the river, and her young women were walking by the riverside. And when she saw the ark among the reeds, she sent her female servant to get it, and opened it, and saw the child. And see, the baby wept. So she had compassion on him, and said, "This is one of the children of the Hebrews." And his sister said to Pharaoh's daughter, "Shall I go and call a nurse for you, and the Hebrew women to nurse the child for you?" And Pharaoh's daughter said to her, "Go." And the girl went and called the child's mother. And Pharaoh's daughter said to her, "Take this child away and nurse him for me. Then I shall pay your wages." So the Asha took the child and nursed him. And the child grew, and she brought him to Pharaoh's daughter. And he became her son. And she called his name Moshe, saying, "Because I have drawn him out of the water." And in those Yomim it came to be, when Moshe was grown, that he went out to his brothers and looked at their burdens. And he saw a Mitzrite beating a Hebrew, one of his brothers. So he turned this way and that way. And when he saw no one, he smote the Mitzrite and hid him in the sand. And he went out the second Yom and saw 2 Hebrew men fighting. And he said to the one who did the wrong, "Why do you smite your neighbor?" And he said, "Who made you a head and a judge over us? Do you intend to slay me as you slew the Mitzrite?"
Mm-hmm.
And Moshe feared and said, "Truly the matter is known." And Pharaoh heard of this matter, and he sought to kill Moshe. But Moshe fled from the face of Pharaoh and dwelt in the land of Midian. And he sat down by a well. And the priest of Midian had 7 daughters. And they came and drew water, and they filled the troughs to water their father's flock. But the shepherds came and drove them away. Then Moshe stood up and came to their rescue and watered their flock. And they came to Reuel, their father. And he said, "How is it that you have come so soon today?" And they said, "A Mitzrite rescued us from the hand of the shepherds, and he also drew enough water for us and watered the flock." And he said to his daughters, "And where is he? Why did you leave the man? Call him and let him eat bread." And Moshe agreed to dwell with the man. And he gave Zipporah his daughter to Moshe. And she bore him a son, and he called his name Gershom. For he said, "I have become a sojourner in a foreign land." And it came to be, after these many Yomim, that the sovereign of Mitzrayim died, and the children of Yisrael groaned because of the slavery. And they cried out, and their cry came up to Elohim because of the slavery. And Elohim heard their groaning, and Elohim remembered his covenant with Abraham, with Yitzchak, and with Yaakov. And Elohim looked on the children of Yisrael, and Elohim knew.
That's chapter 2.
Really cool. Sounded great.
Thank you.
We'll talk about that a little bit more here in a few minutes. Let some more people come trickling in.
Adam listened to your comments, and he was very appreciative. He thanks you very much.
Well, all steam to Yahusha. We're one body. We need to start acting like we're one body. We need to start getting behind each other and praying for each other and supporting each other and encouraging each other. And not only in this great work that Adam's doing, but in life in general. It's I think we're all going to be called to duty by Yahuwah here soon. I'm trying to dig up some pictures here.
Yami made a note that it brings it alive, and that's what Lou and I have thought from the beginning when we listened to Genesis or Bereshith. That it's just like it went from being something that you just read about like in a history book to being something that you can actually imagine happening.
His pronunciation, he gives it life when he reads. It's not monotonous.
I can't wait to get the whole BYNV myself. I'd buy it right now if it was done.
Phyllis, you said you could pre-order that on Amazon or not?
Can't hear you, Phyllis.
Sorry.
Microphones.
We haven't set up Audible yet.
Oh,
It's something Lou's been trying to do, but now he's too busy because he's wrapped up in trying to get the large print. You can pre-order the large print, by the way.
Yeah, that's what I want, the large print, because I think it's cool.
That's available to pre-order right now.
Okay.
And you can get the CD or the audio download from our site of the Bereshith. That's ready.
Gotcha. What do you guys feel about ordering stuff on a Saturday? You really shouldn't, should you?
No.
That's why I'm not trying to, I just, sometimes, the other day I got a notification and I clicked on it and then I went, what did I just do that for? You know what I mean? Because it was, you know how it comes up on your phone and you say, well, it's available now. And then you just, I repented from that, but I did do it. And I was like, good grief. You know what I mean?
You know, Lou says this about that. For one thing, our site is up there, and somewhere in the world, it's not Sabbath. You know, even
True, yeah.
But the site itself is not working. But if we order something like you did by mistake or by accident, it's not something you do on a regular basis. But the transaction itself really doesn't go through until a business day.
Right. Well, yeah, you're right. Because
and you're not making anybody work because there's nobody there.
Right. Okay. Well, I tried not to do that. I don't. And I know it might be a technicality, but I feel, sometimes I think, well, gee whiz, if I should have known better. You know what I mean? So,
yeah. Well,
anyway.
Yeah, you don't want to treat the Sabbath as profane. So.
No, definitely not. So.
Nice T-shirt, Mom. Nice T-shirt.
Well, you know what's interesting is a lot of friends of mine say, well, we'll go out to eat all pay, before the Sabbath. Or if they're in town, I go, well, that's not going to work because, number one, I'm wanting to do something despite the instructions, and I'm making you work for it or whatever. So it's funny how they acknowledge my, wanting to keep the Shabbat set apart, but then they say, well, I'll take the sin upon myself. They don't say it like that, but you know what I'm saying here. So it's just, they respect it, but they say, well, I want you to still go with us. So, you know what I mean?
Oh, there's Yami without her hair covering. Hey, I get what you mean, Phil, because it's like they don't really understand.
Right.
Mom, we saw your T-shirts. Really, but I can't read the writing underneath.
It just explains. It's like the dictionary. It's from the Ebrith shop.
Oh,
it's part of the Teesprings, and it just says Yahuwah, noun, true Hebrew personal name of our Creator, defined as the Aleph and the Tau, I was, I am, I will be, in Revelations 1:8. And then on the back, it has Yahusha and explains who he is.
That's cool.
Can you see it?
Yeah, true Hebrew personal name of our Mashiach, defined as Yah, I am your deliverer, Matthew 1:21.
Put that link in the chat, will you?
Oh, for the...
Sure.
It's just Eberth Shop. If you just Google Eberth Shop.
How do you spell that? I know I'm a teacher, but I don't know.
E-B...
Yep.
E-R...
Yep.
I-T-H...
Shop.
Shop.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. And it, like I said, it's part of, it's listed as Spring or part of Teespring, which is Phil and Lou, Phyllis and Lou's.
Oh yes, so
Well,
I'm a silent partner in their endeavor. They just don't know it. No.
Well,
Teespring. Okay.
Ted, that's not our shop. It's just where Margaret is doing the same thing with Teesprings that we are. We just put our artwork there, and they make the things. We don't even once when you buy something from there from Margaret or us, it's just like free money coming in us. We don't do a thing for it. It's just they sell it, they make it, they ship it. It's great.
Oh, I thought you guys were affiliated since it was the Spring, had the Springs logo kind of. It doesn't say Teespring, it says Springs.
I know Teesprings changed their website to Springs. They just got rid of E.
Okay. Well, we purchased almost $200 worth of stuff from there, shirts and coffee mugs.
Oh no! I'm going to have to go look at some of that stuff. Margaret just did put up a post on the Eberth. What's the name of the channel, Ted? Eberth channel?
Just Eberth Shop.
Eberth Shop. I know, but she put up a video.
On Nazarene Life.
On Nazarene Life of that channel, of all the things that he has in the shop. I thought that was a very clever thing. Yeah, just go to Nazarene Life channel, and that's kind of a cool.
And of course, we just got the Bereshith audio from you and Lou. We just ordered that last night.
I saw that go through. Adam was so excited. Thank you.
Oh yes, of course.
It encourages him. See, he helped me build Shopify, the website that we're using, and so every order we get goes through him. It's just something he likes to keep in touch with.
We didn't even know it was available yet until we were watching Mark last night, and he did a pretty good promotion on it. I thought it was very well done.
Yes, it was very well done.
Well, I don't know what happened. Did you guys, everybody get kicked off, or was it just me?
It was just you.
Wow.
We
I totally throw it out. I mean, it's
we
crazy.
didn't want you to hear what we were saying about you.
Yeah, I figured so.
Yeah, our ears are kind of burning now.
Come on, you guys.
Yummy did to her hair.
What's that?
I was wondering what Yummy did to her hair that Margaret or Phyllis was talking about.
Yummy, where you at?
She said she wasn't wearing her hair covering.
They shut the cover. They shut the camera off. Oh, there she is.
We can't hear you. We can't hear you.
I just haven't cut my hair, so it's going wild.
Phyllis had to point that out, of course. So then I got a hat on, so you can't.
I used to go ahead. I don't want to go to cut my hair every month. I just got tired of it. I say I'm gonna let it just grow. Who cares, right?
You're a singer. You can do that, right?
Well, I'm wondering, where is everybody?
Mark kept them late last night.
It's 16 viewing, but we need some more people in here. You guys come on into the live stream so we can get started. Here's somebody. I'm not sure who this is. I've never seen them before. Should we give them a shot?
We'll kick them out.
This might be Kodo. Let's see.
Or Cato.
Okay, though.
Why did I say Kodo?
Sackcloth.
Okay.
Hello.
How you doing, Shaq?
The new version of Cato.
Yeah, he looks like Kodo to me.
Yeah, I see you cut your hair, Brother Cato.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Felt a lot better. I think I lost like 2 pounds just from hair.
I didn't think those braids were really a good look for you.
Yeah, there was a whole bad vibe attached to them and everything. And I might have, without knowing it, been offending people. So there's that too.
I don't know, Cato, but Phillips is commenting on everybody's hair this week, but I have a hat on, so.
It's funny.
That's because you've got some special fertilizer under that hat trying to get it to grow.
Oh, thank you. Oh, man, I stepped into that one. Mark, help me.
Well, I was going to say I didn't hear Sister Phyllis comment on Mark's hair.
Yeah.
What's wrong with mine?
Well, Tad, I was too afraid of Mark. I mean, he can knock me off. But
Mark
and your
wears
mom's
his
got you
upside
under
down.
control. Tad, your mom's got you under control, so I can't take that away from her.
Yeah.
And thank you for that, Phil. You really do have hair.
Tiago.
He's Brazilian. I've seen his channel. He's been on your Friday nights teachings also. Tiago has.
Get him on here.
Can't hear you, Mark.
I said we're kind of short some people here. I don't know where everybody's at.
Maybe Thiago wants to join us.
Thiago, you can come on if you want to. Just click on that link right there. And you come on, follow instructions into the backstage. If you want, you don't have to.
Gibson girl is also on there.
Hey, Rebecca, I ain't seen you in a while. Come on in.
Well, I could always go get on my tablet and take up one more spot and just leave Mom here by herself.
No, we ain't that hard up, man.
Where's Lou at? Where's Lou at? Hiding in the
Lou
back?
should jump on here, man. Fill up a slot.
I don't know. I think he just doesn't want to be tied up for the entire commitment of time.
Yeah.
I don't know why he won't get on. I think he doesn't like to attract so much attention.
Well, Mom and I we're going to have to leave somewhere around 12:30 today. Pretty sure we've got company coming, but we wanted to get on here anyway. And really enjoyed your show last night, Mark. Mm-hmm. I don't think we caught the very end. We didn't catch the very end, but we caught most of the important teachings that when we left, you were just showing pictures.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I missed the pictures. What was these pictures of, Tad?
Of all the stuff that's in the temple show place that they have in Jerusalem. I forget what Mark called it, but they have the menorah and, all the altar and everything is ready. He was showing all the pictures of all that.
Yeah, everything's ready to go. They're not preparing anymore. They're just waiting for permission to start building.
Yep.
They've got everything. Even the priests. It's crazy, man.
Yes. So for those people that said, "Oh, there's not going to be a third temple," well, look at the evidence.
The evidence is overwhelming.
But I thought we were the third temple.
Well, spiritually, we are. But physically, they're going to build one over there.
Yeah, they got the red heifers all ready and everything.
They got everything. There's no more
And
preparation.
the whole temple is prefabbed and ready to go, pretty much.
Yeah, they got the cornerstones, showbread table, menorah. They got it all.
Did they pick the priests?
Yeah, they've trained them and everything.
The
Is
line of
Yahushua,
fire, everything. Training them.
is Yahushua going to honor it?
Well,
According to the Muslims.
it's not being done for the theme of Yahuwah. It's being done for the steam of the anti-Mashiach. He's going to come in there and say he's Yahuwah, and they're going to worship him as Yahuwah in that temple.
Yeah, it's a total denial of his sacrifice, big time.
It's what he gets to do. You know what I'm saying? It's part of his game.
Job.
You know? He gets to go in there and pretend like he's Yahuwah. That's what he gets to do. And he's going to do it. Well, 2 more minutes and we're going to get started regardless. I think everybody's getting used to us starting late, you know. So we get up around between 11:30 and 12, they start coming in. And, so we need to start probably getting back on track. More.
Yeah.
To start.
Mom and I were running late this morning, eating breakfast, but we made sure to reserve our spot. That's why our camera and mic was off, but we were here.
I just make sure I can beat Phyllis onto the site first. That's the main thing. That's my motivation.
Aha.
So it's a race?
No, come on.
No.
I thought the only race we were running was the endurance race to the end.
Yeah, but we have micro races all over the place.
Okay, Phil, you're on.
No. Wait a minute.
Well, Mom and I have been going to the next, to the biggest city. It's about 30 miles away, Bend, or it's just a little shy of 100,000. We've been going over there to a really popular park and setting up our signs, and we don't bug people. We just let them come to the table because the signs have questions on them. And we've been getting quite a bit more response, handing out quite a bit of loose tracts and, you know, way more than we did in our little town here. So we're
Pleased.
we're pleased with that. Yeah. People asking questions. What does Nazarene mean? What, you know, so yeah. And telling them what the name is, and it's been going well. Plus we get to sit out in the park all day long.
Yeah.
Don't bother the squirrels.
Yeah, Brick sent me another letter about those eclipses. I'll read it after our study today, so you guys can hear what he had to say. It's pretty interesting. But if you guys going to leave, Ted, if you do leave, make sure you come back on and watch this later on. Yeah, I'm going to throw out a lot of good information today. You know,
Yeah, we'll definitely watch the replay.
We're not sure our company's going.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't want to miss this info. It's pretty heavy.
Different than making the Aleph.
No, I'm talking about this one here. It's about these seals we're getting. Well,
we'll be here for till about 12:30 our time. It's only 9 our time, not 9:30. We'll be here for 3 hours.
I forgot about that. I was relating you to my time.
Yeah, we still have about 3 hours, so we won't miss much, if any.
Okay, well, in that case, let's get started. Shabbat Shalom, everyone. I'll try to watch for people trickling in here. So we're in Revelation 6 today, and we'll be going through Revelation 6, 1 all the way to Revelations 8:5, and that'll complete the seals. And then we'll stop there today. before we get started, I just want to announce here and make sure everybody's aware of the Nazarene project that's that's going on right now. And I'm not speaking of Cato's Spotify channel, but Mr. Adam White's project that he has been given by Yahusha, and he is doing a great, fantastic work of audio taping the BYNV. And this is a great undertaking. It's a huge task. The body's one, and so we need to support him. All the body members need to pray and support each other, and that way he knows that we're behind him and we're supporting him. We're helping him with this project because it's a very serious and important project. It helps a lot of people and even ourselves in many, many ways by being read out loud like that, and we're able to hear it in our ears. It increases our belief. It enhances our knowledge of Yahuwah. It saturates our brain. We get vision. We can get a vision of what's being said. It can also be used as a reference to learn how to pronunciate hard words throughout the scriptures, like real long names, like in heat of towns, cities, nations, or people that we don't know how to pronounce. So we can go there and listen to him pronounce it because he does a great job of pronouncing it. And then we can learn to speak these long words and names and places and so forth and so on more accurately. It's if we don't have if we have a full schedule, we don't have a lot of time, we can always take it with us in the car if you have a CD player, and you can listen to it as you're driving to your appointments or to work or whatever you're doing and driving home during your drive time, especially if you're stuck in LA traffic during rush time. You're only sitting there for about 3 hours, right, Cato? I've been there. It's pretty bad.
Yeah, I don't even want to think about it. I don't have a car right now. Kind of enjoying it.
Okay. And so anyway, and then for, people that, let's see, let's keep our mics. Keep our mics muted, y'all.
There you go.
Unless you're talking. People that are age is a little bit older, the elderly in the body, sometimes it's hard for us to keep reading for a long period of time because our eyes start burning and getting fuzzy and stuff, and we have to put on reading glasses, and that irritates the situation. So that helps relieve that. And so we can just listen to the CD rather than have to fool around reading through reading glasses and everything like that sort. So it helps in a lot of ways, but I just want to mention it, and that this work is in progress, and we all need to help him and help support him in every way possible with prayers, with giving him what sort I'm trying to say, support him.
Does he have a website?
I'm going to let Phyllis get into that, but I'm just saying we all can. This is something that's extremely important, especially in the times we're in, the end of the latter days, and we all need to get involved here. Okay, and when I say get involved, in every way possible. And I know I'm going to, and I'd really like to see every single Nazarene out there in the world help him by buying, as he releases these CDs, purchasing them. I don't support purchasing anything on Yom Shabbat. Okay, I just don't want y'all to do that. That's one of the big no-nos for me. And not working and buying and selling is the two big ones for me. So I say no, wait until the first day of the week or any other day of the week to purchase them. But purchasing them is going to be help support him and and also help you get closer to Yahuwah by listening to these things. I listened to the one I have. It's right here. And it's, I mean, I tell you right now, just listening to this is Bereshith or Genesis. Believe it or not, just by listening to that, I heard a lot of things that I never knew. Never knew it, man. I must have just faded out or something as I was reading and just never caught it, you know. But I was catching it, almost everything on that CD as he was talking. I could concentrate more on it, and I could hear every word. So it was really amazing for me. And so, if you can, you know, help support him. And at this point, go ahead, Cato.
Well, I was going to ask if it's dramatized or not. Is there like sometimes there's like lyres or flutes or some strings playing in the back?
Not with music, no, but it is dramatized to where it. Mark, you want me to go ahead and play another chapter?
Yeah, what he does, Cato, is he does fluctuate his voice and you know, through there rather than doing a straight monotone. He does
That's good.
fluctuate, which, you know, is cool. I mean, it has its positives, okay?
Yeah.
And I think that is a great thing too. As he's
His
going
voice
through.
brings it alive.
Yeah, he does. He's kind of gets it animated, and you start getting this vision of what's being said in your mind, you know, and it seems to clear things up quite a bit, really. It's kind of an amazing effect. But I'm real excited about it. I hope you all too, and I hope you all support this very critical program that he's involved in here. It's a lot of work, a lot of effort, man. He's working hard. He needs some support, man. Just think of yourself doing it. You're all alone. You're reading through this whole scriptures of truth, pronouncing these words, trying to make it clear and clean. It's a hard work, and y'all need to recognize it and help him. Because
the hardest part is editing after he's read it.
Yeah, editing it and everything. So, you know, let's everybody get on board with this, man. This is a great work, and we can all help. It says sitting idly by. Let's help in every way possible. Okay, I'm going to turn it over to Phyllis. Go ahead and talk about it a little bit, Phyllis. And if you want to play a chapter, go ahead.
Nato, to answer your question, he does not have a website, but he has an aspiration to become an audible narrator. But and I think we're going to get this started out by using this as an audition for him to become, and Lou can request him to be a narrator for this book on Audible, and that will qualify him and makes him available. So it is a lonely work. He tells me sometimes it's really, really hard for the editing part. The reading it is great, but editing it is tedious. But and getting attention from other people really encourages him a lot. Let me play I've played 1 and 2 so far. Let me play chapter 3 of Shemoth, Exodus.
Shemoth, chapter 3. And Moshe was shepherding the flock of Yithro, his father-in-law, the priest of Midian, and he led the flock to the back of the wilderness, and came to Koreb, the mountain of Elohim. And the messenger of Yahuwah appeared to him in a flame of fire from the midst of a bush. And he looked and saw the bush burning with fire, but the bush was not consumed. And Moshe said, "Let me turn aside now and see this great sight, why the bush does not burn." And Yahuwah saw that he turned aside to see. And Elohim called to him from the midst of the bush and said, "Moshe, Moshe." And he said, "Here I am." And he said, "Do not come near here. Take your sandals off your feet, for the place on which you are standing is set apart ground." And he said, I am the Elohim of your father, the Elohim of Abraham, the Elohim of Yitzchak, and the Elohim of Yaakov. And Moshe hid his face, for he was afraid to look at Elohim. And Yahuwah said, I have indeed seen the oppression of my people who are in Mitzrayim, and have heard their cry because of their slave drivers, for I know their sorrows. And I have come down to deliver them from the hand of the Mitzrites, and to bring them up from that land to a good and spacious land, to a land flowing with milk and honey, to the place of the Canaanites, and the Kittites, and the Amorites, and the Perizzites, and the Cuis, and the Yebusi. And now, see, the cry of the children of Yisrael has come to me, and I have also seen the oppression with which the Mitzrites oppress them. And now, come, I am sending you to Pharaoh, to bring my people, the children of Yisrael, out of Mitzrayim. And Moshe said to Elohim, Who am I, that I should go to Pharaoh, and that I should bring the children of Yisrael out of Mitzrayim? And he said, Because I am with you, and this is to you the sign that I have sent you. When you have brought the people out of Mitzrayim, you are to serve Elohim on this mountain. And Moshe said to Elohim, See, when I come to the children of Yisrael and say to them, The Elohim of your fathers have sent me to you, and they say to me, What is his name? What shall I say to them? And Elohim said to Moshe, Ahaya, Asher, Ahaya. I will be who I will be. And he said, Thus you shall say to the children of Yisrael, Ahaya has sent me to you. And Elohim said further to Moshe, Thus you are to say to the children of Yisrael, Yahuwah Elohim of your fathers, the Elohim of Abraham, the Elohim of Yitzchak, and the Elohim of Yaakov, has sent me to you. This is my name forever, and this is my remembrance to all generations. Go, and you shall gather the elders of Yisrael together, and say to them, Yahuwah Elohim of your fathers, the Elohim of Abraham, of Yitzchak, and of Yaakov, appeared to me, saying, I have indeed visited you, and seen what is done to you in Mitzrayim. And I say, I am bringing you up out of the affliction of Mitzrayim, to the land of the Canaanite, and the Kittite, and the Amorite, and the Perizzite, and the Kui, and the Yebusi, to a land flowing with milk and honey. And they shall listen to your voice. And you shall come, you and the elders of Israel, to the sovereign of Mitzrayim, and you shall say to him, Yahuwah Elohim of the Hebrews has met with us. And now, please, let us go 3 yomim journey into the wilderness to slaughter to Yahuwah our Elohim. But I know that the sovereign of Mitzrayim is not going to let you go, not even by a strong hand. And I shall stretch out my hand and smite Mitzrayim with all my wonders, which I shall do in its midst. And after that he shall let you go. And I shall give this people favor in the eyes of the Mitzrites. And it shall be that when you go, you shall not go empty-handed. But every Asha shall ask from her neighbor, and from the stranger in her house, objects of silver and objects of gold and garments. And you shall put them on your sons and on your daughters, and shall plunder the Mitzrites.
Thanks for listening.
Well, we bought our copy of Bereshith last night, so is Shemoth ready, or is he still working on it?
He's got 20 chapters edited, and he's got 25 read. Like I said, the editing takes a long time, so he's got about 15 more to do after that.
Very good. Thank you.
Can you put us on a list that you just ship it out when it's ready?
I'll talk to Lou about that. That should be able to be done.
He might need soundproofing. I hear a fuzz, hiss.
You know that I think that's his computer. He's got soundproofing everywhere. There's no sound coming in, but it's actually his computer. Hear the hiss also. You have any way of helping him with that? He would love any advice.
I'll have to hear it again.
Okay.
But if I hear anything, how do I get a hold of him or
Adam?
whoever? Adam?
I'll put his email up in the chat. Okay.
I'll keep a lookout.
Okay, so let's go ahead and get started. Go ahead, Raul.
Phyllis, they're asking in the chat where they can get it. You might want to say where they can get it.
Okay. I just lost myself. Hold on. Torazone.net. TORAHZONE.net. And look to where we're keeping us audios, music and audio recordings. I forgot what this category is. Yes.
I was going to say, Phyllis, it's actually, when we looked last night, it was on the front page. As soon as you get to Torazone, it's right there.
I forgot I did that. Yeah, I put
Yep.
it up right in front. Now that's for the CD. You can also get the download if you prefer that. The CD's easier to handle, isn't it, Mark?
Yeah, the CD's great. Like I say, you can take it with you in your car or whatever, or take it to your bedroom. And just stick it in your player and listen. And it automatically goes, from chapter 1 to chapter 2 to chapter 3. It automatically rolls through it until you stop it. So, which is really cool too. So you could actually fall asleep listening to it.
But if you have a program to play MP3 in your phone, you could download it into that program, I guess. I don't know how that works.
Yeah. So either way, I like the CD myself, but I just stick it in the player on the computer and kick back. That's what I do with it. So yeah, let's keep him going, help him on this in every way possible, encourage him. Just keep him motivated and involved by supporting him and purchasing the CDs or whatever you're wanting to do. It's not a high cost, is it, Phyllis? It's pretty reasonable, right?
Is $10 plus shipping. The only difference is if you get the download, you don't have to pay shipping. So it's $10 either way. We have to pay to ship it to you.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, that'll help support him and send him words of encouragement, pray for him, and so forth and so on. And let's get this huge undertaking, this huge task done. It needs to be completed in the name of Yahushua. Okay. Anybody has any more questions about that or any other books or anything involved with the White family? You can email Sister Phyllis and get that information. Okay. All right. So keep this all in mind. Don't forget about Adam's project, though, because I believe it's huge. I really do. And I'm not getting a penny for saying that. I just telling you what I'm feeling in the Ruach. Sister Phyllis can confirm I'm not making a penny off of saying any of this. Go ahead, Ted.
But you are building up your treasure in the Shamayim.
Got that right.
Mhm.
You got that one right. Mama didn't raise no fool. Okay. Let's get started, Joe. We're on Revelations chapter 6. And this is the seals. And okay, so in Revelations here now, we're getting into the heart of it. And what we're going to be learning about are the seals, the trumpets, and the bowls. Some people call them vials. And before we get started, let me explain a little bit what we're going to be getting into here, because there's a lot of misunderstanding out there. There's a lot of false teaching going around, and people are probably more confused because of that, of the book of Revelations than any other book in scriptures. But once we are able to understand it and categorize everything, and follow it the way it was meant to be followed, a lot of that confusion goes away and it starts clearing up. Unless you want to make a hard stand on what you were taught in the past, and then if you do that, then you've closed the door to learning, and you're pretty much going to stay in your rut. Okay, so we're not going to do that. We're going to put on our exegesis mindsets here, and we're going to learn a whole lot today. Okay, so what I want to say first of all is these three segments, if you will, are the same story. There's nothing different, really. It covers the same period of time, which is the end times, the latter days. The only difference is the seals is the longer version, okay, of all the events, everything that's going to happen in the end times that leads up to the second coming of Yahusha. Okay, now there's shorter words in the seal story than in the trumpet story, but the seal story is longer because it starts at an earlier date. And that date is approximately 300 AD. Okay. And for an example, then as we get into the seals, the trumpets, the messengers with the trumpets, it begins approximately, well, not approximately, but it does begin in 1914. But it's the same story. You see that? And so then the bowls begins at a much later date. It's actually the beginning of Armageddon to the end of Armageddon. And it comes hard and fast and rapid. Okay, it's the wrath of Yahuwah. So it's the shorter story. Okay, all three of these segments end with the same conclusion. And we'll see that. And this conclusion is the day of Yahuwah. So they may all start at a different time period, but they all end at the exact same time period, which is the day of Yahuwah. This proves that it's the same story, and that it's not in chronological order. Now, as we go through these different stories, the seals and the trumpets, not so much the vials, we're going to get in. You're going to see that he gets into tangents. Okay, and so what I'm meaning by tangents is he puts more information in there, especially when you get to the trumpets. And Christianity teaches during the trumpet story, which has many more words than the seal story, but it's still the medium story. There's a lot of tangents, and he actually gets into what they call 12 signs. And so Christianity traditionally takes these 12 signs, and they tell us that the trumpet story telescopes. As a matter of fact, the seals, the trumpets, and the vials, and the 12 signs telescope, and they do not. It's just a tangent. It's just extra information that happens during the seals, the trumpets, and the vials. That's all them tangents are. Because it's the same story. That's why they overlap. Okay? So this is what we got to realize, just like when we begin Revelations, we needed to realize that he was commanded to write about what he saw, what he sees, and then what's coming. The past, present, future, right? So these segments, it's important to understand these segments. Go ahead, Phyllis.
I'm a little confused. Do you mean that the bowls or the vials, whatever, they're all happening simultaneously with the trumpet blast? Like everything's happening at once?
No, the bowls is the shortest story, and it everything, like the seal starts at 300 AD. Okay, the trumpets start at 1914. The seals, the bowls start at Armageddon. So it just dumps it all. The bowls doesn't do anything, talk anything about that. It just goes straight to Armageddon, boom, and then concludes with the day of Yahuwah, just like the other two stories did. It doesn't mess around, man. It goes there to Armageddon, and bam, 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 and then the second coming of Yahusha. It's what it's all about. It's the events, and the world events, current events, and everything through the last days that takes us down to the end of the last days and climaxes or concludes or summarizes at the day of Yahuwah, which is also the second coming of Yahusha. Same thing. And we'll see that conclusion after every story, proving it's the same story, just given to us in shorter or longer segments, timelines. Okay? And you'll be able to see that. So in other words, when the seals end and we begin the trumpets, it's the same story. He's just going to repeat it, but he's going to interject more things into it. He goes straight to World War I. Doesn't talk about the spirits that are going to be on the earth at the time of the second coming, and they all have to be here before Yahusha will return. So he doesn't bother with all that. He just goes straight to a war, World War I. And then he progresses down through it, adds a lot of stuff, goes on a lot of tangents, ends up at the same conclusion because he's telling the same story. He's just telling it in a different way. How many times can we tell the same story? Quite a few if we want to. We can leave out a lot of stuff, go to the next story and add a lot of stuff, go to the next story and just go to the heart of the matter, to the end of the book, read the last few pages, and then you don't know what happened leading there, but you know what happened at the end of the book, right? So it's kind of like that. So in other words, you take a book of history, we'll just say, and you read it from page 1 to the end. And then you take that same book, give it to somebody else, and they start in the middle of that book and read it to the end. And then you give it to somebody else, and they just read the last few pages and find out what the end of the book is. They don't even bother reading all the other stuff. Same thing. So this is what's happening here. Everybody on board with that now? Okay. So keep that in mind. That'll remove a lot of the stumbling blocks and the confusion about Revelations. And it's not in chronological order, and it does not telescope. Now, when we get to the end of Revelations, chapter 20, 21, and 22, it is in chronological order. And it's a summary of the entire book from 20, 21, and 22. And we'll see that when we get there, too. Go ahead, Tad.
Can you briefly explain what you mean by telescope?
It means it starts here with the white horse, and every event just keeps going. It's one after another as it keeps going to the end. So it's not so there would be no same story. It would just be a continuation of events as they happen leading up to the return. That's telescoping. See what I'm saying? And it does not. The main reason that they teach that and people believe that is because of trumpets. And when we get to trumpets, you're going to see the 12 signs. You're going to see a lot of tangents, a lot of added information. And so people are going to say, you're going to scratch their head and say, man, this must be telescoping, but it's not. It's just the same story. But it's from basically the middle of the book to the end, if you will. Remember what the end times are. From the point A, it begins at the first coming of Yahusha. Point B, the end times end at the second coming of Yahusha. So the revelations is from point A to point B. It's all about the revelation of Yahusha and the second coming, or the day of Yahuwah, if you will. So it's all about. But it doesn't telescope. It tells the long story, ends the book, starts the medium story, ends the book, gives you a short story, and ends the book. And a lot of people say these are all the wrath of Yahuwah through this whole thing, and it's what Yahuwah does to the end time people for revenge on them, and he puts them through all this stuff in its chronological order on how all this suffering and misery and curses and everything Yahuwah's putting on people through his wrath is going to happen to the end time people all the way to the end. And it's not in chronological order. It's nothing like that. The wrath of Yahuwah does not even happen until the end of Armageddon, or at Armageddon, I should say. The rest of that is the wrath of Ha-Shatan, the tribulation years. The wrath of Yahuwah happens at Armageddon, from the beginning of Armageddon to the end of Armageddon, and we'll see that. When we hit chapter 16, you're going to see that. Okay, so any questions up to this point? All right, from here now, one thing I want y'all to see is, I know we've all heard of the 4 horses of the apocalypse, right? We get that out of Christianity. And what most people don't quite get is that the 4 horses of the apocalypse are the first 4 seals of Revelations. The same thing. So the first 4 seals are the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, known by Christianity as that. Okay, so don't let that get confusing. And the conqueror, the war, the famine, and the death that these 4 horses of the apocalypse represents is correct. Okay, but it's not what's being told here. It's much deeper than that. Remember, he's telling us what's going to take place. Remember, go back to 4:1. After this, I looked and saw a door having been opened in the heaven, and the first voice which I heard was like a trumpet speaking with me, saying, "Come up here, and I shall show you what has to take place after this." So these are the things that have to take place before Yahusha can return. They lead up to they usher him in. They set up the stage of his second coming. Okay. All right. So with that said, who wants to read chapter 6? Go ahead, Ted. Just walk through it slow. Just go ahead and read about the first horse, the white horse, and then stop. Okay. And then we'll elaborate, talk about it.
And I saw when the Lamb opened one of the seals, and I heard one of the 4 living creatures saying, like a sound of thunder, "Come and see." And I looked and saw a white horse, and he who sat on it holding a bow, and a crown was given to him, and he went out overcoming and to overcome.
Okay, so that's the first seal. Okay, now traditionally, they teach this is the conqueror, and I don't know what percentage of Christianity teaches, but probably the vast majority believe that this is describing the second coming of Yahusha. Why? Because Scripture tells us that Yahusha is coming back on a white horse. Okay, but they're wrong. That's false teaching. First of all, this white horse is on the ground. Okay, Yahusha's coming back on a white horse in the clouds. That's one big difference. The other difference is Yahusha doesn't have a bow in his hand when he comes back. Okay, so that's not proper teaching. That's false teaching. Okay, and so remember, why would they come in right here in the beginning of Revelations, basically, with the second coming of Yahusha? We haven't heard about anything leading up to his coming at this point, so it can't be the end of the story. This is just the beginning of the story, so it can't be the return of Yahusha. So what is it? Okay, so first of all, I guess we need to really kind of understand what the white horse, the red horse, the black horse, the green horse is. And the best way to understand that is to go to Zechariah 6:5. So let's everybody look at Zechariah 6:5 real quick. So Zechariah 6:5. I'm going to back up to 1 and read. Let's look at 1, Revelation 6:1 through 8, to get a good understanding of what these horses are. I guess before I read that, most people don't get this. Maybe we should look at Zechariah 1 real fast. Go to Zechariah 1. I want y'all to see this and understand what these 4 horses of the apocalypse are, or these first 4 seals. Okay. Look at Zechariah 1:8 through 11. I looked at Leah, and I saw a man riding on a red horse, and he was standing among the myrtle trees in the shade. And behind him were horses, red, brown, and white. And I said, my master, what are these? And the messenger who was speaking to me said to me, let me show you what they are. And the man who stood among the myrtle trees answered and said, these are the ones Yahuwah has sent to go throughout the Eretz. And they answered the messenger of Yahuwah who stood among the myrtle trees and said, we have gone throughout the Eretz, and see, all the Eretz is at peace and rest. So what are these ruachs represented by horses? They're horses of war. They were sent out to make war, but the world was at peace and at rest. And if we look over there at 14 and 15, it says, and the messenger who spoke with me said to me, proclaim, saying, thus said Yahuwah Zabuath, I have been jealous for Jerusalem and for Zion with great jealousy. And I am very wroth with the nations who are at ease. For when I was a little wroth, they furthered the evil. So he's not going to let them get away with that. They were given peace, but they furthered the evil. So he activated the war horses. Okay. So back over then now to Zechariah 6:5. Okay, so we can see that these are spirits of war. All right. Zechariah 6:1 through 8. And I lifted up my eyes again and looked and saw 4 chariots coming from between 2 mountains, and the mountains were mountains of bronze. With the first chariot were red horses, and with the second chariot black horses, and with the third chariot white horses, and with the fourth chariot strong speckled horses. So I responded and said to the messenger who was speaking to me, what are these, my master? And the messenger answered and said to me, these are 4 spirits of the Shemaim coming forth from presenting themselves before the master of all the arets. So here we see now that these are spirits. Okay. Are these like Malachim? No. It's authority. It's a spirit of, whatever. Okay. It's controlling people. It's influencing them. It's some type of authority over them, causing them to act in a certain way. Okay. Y'all can think of a lot of different ways when the spirit of whatever. Okay. It's not an actual being, but it's the control mechanism that's causing these people to act accordingly. Okay. And the one with the black horse is going out to the land of the north. And capitalism is in the northern hemisphere. And the white ones have gone out after the capitalist or the black horse. Okay. So the capitalism is in the northern part, and Christianity, including Catholicism and all of that Christian religion, is chasing after the black horse. And the speckled ones have gone out to the land of the south. This is an unclean ruach, such as a frog. Okay. And the strong ones, the red and the other horse, is eager to go and to walk to and fro in the arets. And he said, go walk to and fro in the arets. So they walk to and fro in the arets. And so what are they doing? Causing war, because these are war horses, war spirits who's sent out. Okay. So the thing I want you to see here is when we get back over here now to Revelation 6, that these four horsemen, these four horses of the apocalypse, are spirits of war. Okay. And as Christianity teaches that the white horse is the conqueror, the red horse is war, the black horse is famine, and the green horse is death. But I want to propose to you that each horse, every single horse represents conquest, war, famine, and death. Every single one of them. And not only that, the entire book of Revelations and most of the scriptures is all about war. Famine, death. Okay, so it's not just here in this particular chapter that we find this stuff. It's everywhere. Conquest, war, famine, and death, man. It's everywhere. All the way through here. It's not isolated to these four horsemen. You see that? So you can't just throw that on one horse and say that's what that represents. If the white horse represented the return of Yahusha, and it said that because he's conquering evil and all this stuff, it makes no sense if you read through the rest of the horses. It makes zero sense then. You see that? It wouldn't have a rhyme or reason to it. It would just be chaotic, and it is for them because they're not understanding what's being said here. All right, so let's get a look at the white horse. And I saw when the Lamb opened one of the seals, I heard one of the four living creatures saying, like a sound of thunder, come and see. And I looked and I saw a white horse. So what's the white horse represent? The white horse is Catholicism. It's Christianity. The color of white is a color that is widely known. In Catholicism, you have the Pope, who has the Pope mobile is white. His jet is white. And let me show you. I'll share some pictures with you on this so you can see what I'm talking about. You'll see there's no doubt that this is speaking of Catholicism. Now, keep in mind the beginning here. Oh, wait a minute. I got to bring this up first, I guess. Let me see if that worked out. No. Oh, wait a minute. Hang on a minute. No, I think I did something wrong here. It's okay. I'll do it again. Here it is. Okay. So here we go. This is the Pope airplane. You see it's all white, and he's dressed in all white. He's right up here in this bulletproof place. Here's the his helicopter. See, he's dressed in all white. He's got helicopters white. Yeah, let me see now. Here he's got the Pope Mobile, they call this. It's all white. And he's still dressed there in white. So the white horse then represents Catholicism, Christianity together. Once we combine these two powerful religions into one, speaking of Catholicism and Protestant, we have the largest religion on the planet, in the world, and they control 1/3. One third of the human race falls into this category. So it's a huge power, spiritual power that dominates over 1/3 of mankind. So the white horse being Catholicism, then, and he who sat on it holding a bow. So what's the bow? Anybody got any idea what that bow is? Notice there's no arrows with the bow. It's just the bow. Some people teach that this is mocking the throne of Yahuwah. Everybody know that the Pope is declared to be Yahuwah? Says he is Yahuwah in flesh. Does everybody know that? So it's kind of a mocking the bow around the throne. Remember the emerald bow we were talking about last week? So it's mocking that bow and symbolizing that the rider continues. It's a symbol that the rider holding this bow continues in the false teaching of Nimrod. That's what this is telling us. He continues with false teaching, and he's got all these people hypnotized. Okay, and they're all following his lead. So the bow is false teachings, the false teachings of Nimrod, to be more exact. And the crown was given to him, and he went out overcoming and to overcome. So basically, he's doing that by his influence over the people, right? Everybody's seeing that. And here Lou puts up here, Nimrod, the mighty hunter. And remember, he took the bow and he shot the arrow trying to shoot Yahuwah in his heart. Remember that? And so this is, like I said, representation of the writer continues on with the false teaching of Nimrod.
And he was also the first human to be deified.
If you would.
So are we seeing the connection between the white horse and Christianity, which includes Catholicism? You see that? So what does this mean? Well, this means that this spirit, okay, has to be present and working on the earth at the return of Yahusha, because this is what's leading up to his return. So it has to be here, and it is. It's not going anywhere. It has to be here until Yahusha comes back. Everybody see that? Okay. So this bow is quite interesting, really. I mean, it's a symbol of false teaching. When it says here that, and he went out overcoming and to overcome, what do you think that means? Go ahead, Tad.
I think it means to overcome the people's minds and to overcome the truth.
Yes, exactly. So in other words, it means that he went out deceiving and to deceive. And through his deceptions, his lies, and his false teachings, he's conquering a huge amount of people and leading them straight to the lake of fire. Elijah MCC 321 here. Where'd you go? Yeah, here it is. Brings up a good point. The White Snake Hall, the Vatican Hall. Remember, I showed you the snake head and the throne of Satan that's sitting between the fangs. Those scales are white. Of the snake head, the scales are white. That's a very good point. Associates the Catholicism with the white horse. Okay. So going out, he went out to deceiving and to deceive. So the white horse is imitating Yahusha at his second coming. And like I said, we all know that the Pope claims to be the mediator, Yahusha, and he even took it a step farther and now says that he's Yahuwah in the flesh. He is the Father in flesh. That's why they call him the Father and bow down and kiss his ring. Some people kiss his toes. Okay. All right. So these four prevailing ruachs or spirits in the world in the last days must be here when Yahusha comes back, and they have to be conquering, warring, famine, and death. It has to follow along with them. Every single one of them. Okay. All right. Any questions on the white horse? Okay, Tad, let's read to the second seal.
And when he opened the second seal, I heard the second living creature saying, "Come and see." And another horse, fiery red, went out. And it was given to the one who sat on it to take peace from the Eretz, and that they should slay one another. And a great sword was given to him.
Okay. So now the first one was a religious. Let me show you a picture here real quick. Pictures say 1,000 words, right? So, let me see here now. Uh-oh. I might have did this wrong again. Let me look. Oh, maybe I did.
That's it. You're fired.
I feel like I'm fired. I don't know why I have so much problems with doing this, but it's kind of tricky. Oh, yeah, here it is. I don't want to let this get away. So here's that inside of the Vatican Hall. Here's the eyes of the snake. Here's the white skin scales of the snake. That's what that brother was talking about there. And here's the fangs, and in between the fangs is the throne of Satan, that real creepy throne that we looked at. So you see all the white inside the Vatican. So that's what he was talking about, which is a real good point. But let's talk a little more about this red horse now. Let me see if I can find something. So there we go. Yeah, we can talk about this. Now, like I said, the white horse was about a religious spirit holding power over the earth. And now this red horse represents communism. Okay. Almost every communist country in the world flies the red flag of communism. Everybody knows that red is the color of communism. It's not a big secret. The world knows that. Just like the world knows that white represents Christianity and Catholicism, which is the same thing. And so we have the red flags of communism representing communism here. Here's Russia, the communism. They use the red flag as well. So a lot of red involved here. So the color of communism is red. It's not a big secret, folks. Probably everybody on here knows that already. At least I think you do. Yeah. So you can see that red represents communism. Go ahead, Phyllis.
But communism doesn't seem to be starting the wars these days. It's they're non-communistic countries are at war now.
Yeah, but we're going to get to them. Remember, they all represent conquest, war, famine, and death. All of them do. Okay. The communism's Russia, they're at war with Ukraine right now, and they did start that war. But we look back into the history of communism, and they're brutal. Okay. Stalin slaughtered a lot of his own people when they brought communism in there. And Mao Zedong, same thing. He slaughtered millions of people, Chinese people, when they went into communism. So they force it. It's forced on people. Okay. So it says here that Cato, do you have a question or something?
Just a comment. Concentration camps still exist in North Korea, thanks to communism.
Yeah. So communism representing a pretty good chunk of the earth. A lot of people under the control of communism, under the influence of the red spirit. Okay, the red horse. So he's fiery red, and went and out, and it was given to the one who sat on it to take peace from the Eretz, which communism does, and that they should slay one another, and they did. Stalin slayed his people. The people were against the people. Same in China. The people fought against the people. That's why the ones that were fighting for freedom got pushed over into Taiwan. And that's where they stopped the war. And so everybody else was for communism. So they fought against each other like a civil war. Communism does that, causes that. And a great sword was given to him. And so communism is war mongrel type government. Okay. Any questions on the red horse? It's a government spirit. It's not a religious spirit. So communism then has to be here on the Eretz and working, functional, when Yahushua returns. Because these are the things that lead up to his second coming. So it's not going anywhere. It's going to be here till the end. Okay? And communism was born during the end times. Okay, anybody got any questions on the red horse? Go ahead, Cato.
Sorry, I'm chewing. I had a friend who offered a school of thought, which goes, the way that we're reading, Yahushua's way, is in line with communism or socialism. How communal living has a lot to do with kingdom preparation and stuff like that. I couldn't touch it, but I think I'm going to be able to get back to that argument now as we go. That's all I got.
Yeah, and so we all know that what Yahushua's government is, right? It's emperor. What do they call it? Emperalism. When the country's ruled by a king, what's that called?
Imperialism.
Yeah, imperialism. So there you go. That's his form of government, because he's going to be the king ruling over everybody. All right. Best to be ruled over by Yahushua than demons and men, right? What's going on now? A lot of people say, well, Yahushua's government's going to be communism. No, it's not. Not at all. All right. Anybody got any questions or any further comments on the red horse? This prevailing spirit of communism that has so many people under control. Go ahead, Raul.
Communism is not only that they kill people, they're immoral. They break down the morality of the human being. They become very immoral.
Yes, they do. It's all about control, isn't it? Okay. Anything else on the red horse? Okay, Ted, let's do the black. Let's do the third seal.
And when he opened the third seal, I heard the third living creature say, "Come and see." And I looked and saw a black horse, and he who sat on it, holding a pair of scales in his hand. And I heard a voice in the midst of the four living creatures saying, "A quart of wheat for a day's wage, and 3 quarts of barley for a day's wage, and do not harm the oil and the wine."
Okay. All right. So here we go back to the white horse. This story began around 300 AD or 300 CE, whatever you want to say. This is the start of this. It's in the end times, isn't it? Almost 4th century, end of the 3rd century type start. And then now it came down into the red horse, which is communism. And we can say somewhere around 1848 on that one. 1848. Now into the black horse, it's right around the 1900 era, where capitalism was defined in the United States. Okay. So now we're around 1900. So see, we do have a timeline for the second coming of Yahushua. Okay. Through these events, 300 AD, 1848, now 1900 as we move through here. It puts it all on the timeline for us, right? And when these spirits, these prevailing spirits come on the scene. So the black horse following the red horse here is also a government. And so what the black horse represents is capitalism. Everybody knows that capitalism is the color. I mean, a black is the color for capitalism. If you don't know that, with just a little bit of research, you can find that out. But I'll go ahead and share some stuff with you here. Hang on a minute. I always forget to do that. That's the problem. Let me start over. All right. Share screening. And let me find that. Nah, it must be this one. It is. There it is. And here it is. Okay. So capitalism is black, the color black. Excuse me. I love the smell of capitalism in the morning. Okay, so what do y'all think that's referring to? War. Capitalism is really the foundation of capitalism is war. I'm sorry to say. It's also highly associated with famine. The hard workers, the overachievers, the ones that become wealthy, build up their empires, do very well in capitalism, but the poor do not. The poor depends on those who are the overachievers to trickle down stuff to them and help take care of them. Because you're on your own in capitalism, right? It's up to you. You can make or break yourself. Okay. And so capitalism represents conquest, war, famine, and death as well. There's a great movement now within our country to get rid of capitalism and go to socialism, but that's not going to happen, people. Capitalism will, communism will eventually take over at the end in the tribulation years with the red beast, signifying that the beast, the government of the anti-Mashiach, will be communism. But capitalism isn't going anywhere. It has to be here when Yahushua returns. So it's here, it's working, it's powerful, it's not going anywhere. It may be weakened in the tribulation years, but it ain't going anywhere. You can almost bank on that. There's the capitalism. Like I say, it's based on war. Black is definitely the color of capitalism. Now, this is such a powerful little verse here, passage in scriptures, okay? Because it gives us almost a perfect description of capitalism. Listen to it again. And he who sat on it holding a pair of scales in his hand. And I heard a voice in the midst of the four living creatures saying, 1/4 of wheat for a yom's wage, and 3/4 of barley for a yom's wage, and do not harm the oil and the wine. This is like a perfect description of the Chicago Board of Trade. This is what they do. They sell futures on the Chicago Board of Trade. We can also say it's a fairly decent description in the New York Stock Exchange as well. But this sounds like a perfect description of the futures market to me. And so this should leave no doubt in anyone's mind that the black horse represents capitalism. It's a government. It's not a religion. And it's going to be here at the time of Yahushua's return. Anybody have any questions on that? Is anybody unfamiliar with the Chicago Board of Trade or New York Stock Exchange? Everybody is familiar with it. Do you agree? It's a perfect description of it. I mean, I don't know how you could get a better description than that, especially when it never existed back in this day. He had to see it. Yehochanan had to see it in order to write that. Such a powerful revelation here. So now we're up to 1900. So far we have a religious prevailing ruach. We have a two governmental prevailing ruachs controlling the earth. Go ahead, Ted.
I was just wondering if there might be a spiritual implications to, and do not harm the oil and the wine, or if that's all literal.
Yeah, I think it's literal. I think he's trying to describe what he's seen in this vision. All right. Remember, we determined he was now it was no longer in the day of Yahuwah, but he was being shown visions through the door, which was Yahusha was giving him visions of what's coming, the events that are coming forth before his second coming, leading up to his second coming. So I think this is what his vision was, and not ever having a vocabulary even to describe the Chicago Board of Trade or North Stock Exchange. He just said what he heard, what he saw was going on. And I think he did a fantastic job of describing something he never knew what it was. It must have been mind-blowing for him to say that. I think it's a hint of how overwhelmed he was at this vision. Notice how he elaborates, and then he says that at the end. And do not harm the oil and the wine. It's like his mind was blown. Go ahead, Cato.
All right. So do not harm the oil and wine. What I might be seeing, I might be stretching it, but as far as I'm understanding, 4 usually represents a angelic or like a messenger number. Symbolizes protection, symbolizes being surrounded, seats, corners of the earth, number of horses. So they might be just protecting those who are obedient and keeping feasts, is what I'm thinking oil and wine might be.
Go ahead, Ted.
I just got a picture after you explained that you thought it was literal there, Mark. I just got a picture of, they went in, I don't remember how long ago it was, but they went into Kuwait and lit all the oil, and it was black. It was the air was so black. They were harming the oil. I can't necessarily bring up something, for the wine part, but, definitely that oil. I mean, with how important it was to have all the automobiles and airplanes and everything running. So, yeah.
Yeah. And this is, I think, more about the futures market. Okay. He does describe what you're mentioning, but into the trumpets. When we get to the trumpets, you're going to see his vision of that. But I think this right here is strictly because, see, the futures market, it's commodities market, man. Okay, the pork, the beans, the corn, all this commodity stuff, man. So the oil, which would probably be virgin olive oil, I would imagine, and the wine is grapes. And so he's in that commodities markets, if people don't pay for it, if they win it and they don't pay for it, they're going to come in with trucks and dump it on your front door, man. You're going to have tons of this commodity in your front yard, right? And it's going to go bad. You know what I mean? So maybe he saw something like that. I just can't. I don't really know, but I'm hearing what y'all are saying. But the thing I really want us to grasp here is seeing that the black horse represents capitalism. Go ahead, Phil.
Well, he of course, is just representation, controls the oil. Oil runs the whole world. So even though they say peak oil and all this, it's all foolishness. We're not going to run out of oil. So they're just trying to use that as a control factor. That oil is the linchpin of all crop growth, everything, all wine, everything. It's all about energy. So, that's definitely the impression I've gotten. I've contemplated on a bit of scripture a long time, and I figure if the oil was all shut off, everything would grind to a halt. So for things to continue, he's not going to allow the oil to be harmed to the point of us not to be able to use it. Then it'd just be over, because none of this can be produced without petroleum. So anyway.
Anybody else?
I think Phil's bird agrees with him.
What's that? What'd you say?
I said, I think Phil's bird agrees with him.
Wow. Yeah, I just gave her some water and she's, yeah. Yep.
I think that bird's got the ruach, man. It seems to go off when he hears things, Okay. Anybody else got any comments on the black horse? Are we all in agreement this is capitalism here? All right, let's move on to the last seal. The fourth seal, not the last, but the last horseman.
And when he opened the fourth seal, I heard the voice of the fourth living creature saying, "Come and see." And I looked and saw a green horse, and he who sat on it had the name Death, and the grave followed with him. And authority was given to them over a fourth of the Eretz, to kill with sword and with hunger and with death and by the beasts of the Eretz.
Okay, so here's the green horse. This green horse is a lot of translations has it written as a pale horse or a yellow horse, but it's definitely a green horse. Chloros is green. The translator should have written it as they read it, but they overthought it, and they said, well, there ain't no such thing as a green horse. Maybe I should write pale or yellow, yellowish green or something on there. So they decided to use pale, and like I said, some translations use yellow. Okay, but it's green. Okay, and so what is this representing here? Is Islam, the Islamic religion, okay, which started roughly 610. So you say, well, if that isn't that out of order? And no, not really, because although it was birthed around the year 610, Islam didn't raise its head and come to power until much later, such as 1999. Some put it in 1980-ish years, but really it really came into power, rose its head in 1999. So we find this is the second religion prevailing spirit in the world at the time of Yahushua's return. It's here. It's not going to go away. It may be weakened, and it may be almost eliminated, but it's not going to disappear because it has to be here at the time of Yahushua's return. Okay, so you notice that it says that, and he who sat on it had the name Death, and the grave followed with it. So their main thing, Islam, is killing, man. I mean, they're into killing, period. Go ahead, Ted.
Yeah, I would just briefly say that Islam was a military organization with the covering of religion. Their cover is that, but they're really a military institution.
Yeah. Go ahead, Phyllis.
In verse 8, and he sat on it and gave, okay, and the grave followed him, and authority was given to them. Who is the them in this sentence?
And authority was given to them over a fourth of the Eretz. And so this would be those under the influence of the green horse, which is the Islamic people, the religion. Okay. And authority was given to them over a fourth of the Eretz. Believe it or not, you look it up yourself. Islam controls 1/4 of the world. 1/4 of the people on the planet are Islamic. Exactly.
And growing.
So here they're controlling 1/4 of the Eretz. Islam, the people of Islam, that religion has 1/4 of the people on the Eretz following them to kill with a sword and with hunger and death. Look at that. So this is showing you that this horse, every horse, represents conquest, war, famine, and death. That's pretty good proof of it right there. You see what I'm saying? And this is the spirits that are the prevailing spirits that are going to be in the world in the last days, and even in the end of the last days, at the coming of Yahusha, they'll be here and working. So Islam here, this green horse, this fourth seal, the fourth horse, is Islam. Islam is the fourth seal or the fourth horse. So that's been released on the world. So it's here. So all four horses of the apocalypse is present with us right now, which means we're getting very close to the second coming of Yahusha. Okay, so let me just share a few more pictures with you here. I forgot to put these up here on the black horse, but this is obviously the stock exchange here. And you can see all these people in here going crazy, trying to buy commodities. And let me see. Hang on a second. Where's that? Okay, I got to go this way. Here they are at the New York Stock Exchange going nuts, buying, selling companies, stocks and companies. And, here's their little graphs. Some of you probably are familiar with this price fluctuation of people buying and selling stocks and commodities. Both have these type of history charts that people use to buy and sell, make money, and lose money if they don't watch what they're doing. You can see where the market can climb and then drop dramatically, climb and drop dramatically. If you sell, try to sell up here, but your order doesn't get filled, and you don't sell till down here, you just lost a bunch of money. So you can see the play in this capitalist market, if you will. And then let me see now. Here it is. It's not going to let me do that. Well, wait a minute. I'll have to go out and back in. Hang on a minute. I got to go out and back in on this. It's not going to let me jump. What the heck happened? You guys hearing me? Are you hearing me? Okay, hang on a minute. Oh, okay. I got to get out of there. All right. All right, back to the green horse. Oops. Now I'm really messing up. Hang on a minute. Okay. There it is. Here it comes. Bam. All right. So see, here's Islam's green. Their color is green. Everybody knows it's green. If you watch them on TV, you'll see them with green bandanas, green flags dropping all over them. Their color is absolutely green. And so here you go. Their flag even has a sword on it. Okay. And so they would love nothing better to chop off somebody's head. It seems to be what they like to do with a sword. Okay, so their flags represent death by beheading. And so this is why we can now understand where it says, and he who sat on its name was death, and the grave followed with him. And then it says, and the authority was given to them over 1/4 of the Eretz to kill with a sword. To kill with a sword. They even have the sword on their flag. You see it? So this is pretty good evidence then, wouldn't you say, that the green horse is Islam? Okay, now I want to take y'all to a little short video here on Islam. Go ahead, Tad.
I was just going to mention, kind of like you mentioned with the communist countries, almost every one of them has red, somewhere. The Islam countries, pretty much the same thing with the green. If you look at the Saudi flag, the Iranian flag, Lebanese, they all have green on it. I'm starting to get garbled like near myself.
Am I gargled? Okay. I'll be right back.
What a killer teaching already. Blew my mind.
Yeah, fortunately, there were some of us that got to go through. He did this a while back, this Revelations, and so we kind of got the understanding of the horses then. But it's a good reminder.
Awesome.
Can y'all hear me now? Okay, I missed everything you said, Ted. Sorry about that.
I just said that I just wanted to mention that most of the Islamic countries, just like the communist countries, have the red. Most of the Islamic countries have the green. Saudi Arabia, their flag is green. You look at Libya, Iran, Iraq, they all have green on them.
Oh, yeah. The color of Islam's green, no doubt about it. The world recognizes that. The world knows what these colors represent. This ain't something that we're stretching. It's widely known that black is the accepted color of capitalism. Red's the accepted color of communism. Green's the accepted color of Islam. It's white's the accepted color of Catholicism. It's well known. We don't have to stretch our mind to come up with that. Go ahead, Cato.
Well, I just thought, what's the most valuable thing you could have as a capitalist is your black card.
There you go, man. There you go. Okay, let me see if I can do another screen share here. Some of you may be familiar with this. I don't know. I'm sure some of the elderly on here, like myself, remembers this. Some of you may as well. But this was a real thing here. And it happened, I think, if I ain't mistaken, it happened 2012, but I'm not sure. So what was happening was Egypt was in an uproar. They were these people wanted to, go capitalism, right? And they were trying to get freedom. And so they had this remember the big rally and the uprising, everything in Egypt. I think it was 2012, if I'm not mistaken. And I remember sitting there in one evening as this was going on in Egypt at the time, and saw this on the news. And it's been thrown around the internet now for a long time. But I want you to take a look at this thing. You notice right here is a green spirit. You see it sit right here? Everybody seeing that? Okay, well, let's watch this short clip. It's only about a minute long. Okay. Look at that. Watch this come out of the fire. Okay, so some of you may remember that during this Egyptian uprising. This was totally mind-blowing. There's been many people look at this. Nobody's been able to prove it fake. Back then, they weren't doing as much of that kind of stuff either back then, But this is just totally mind-boggling. You see the green horse come through the crowd. You see that green ruach, that prevailing ruach, come up out of the flames and rise up. I mean, crazy stuff. But and on the other side of the coin, totally mind blowing and revealing what's going on here. So this is the green horse, which controls 1/4 of the population of the earth. Is the 1/4 of the people under the influence of the green horse. They kill. They're savages. They're worse than animals, especially when you talk about these groups like Hamas and Hezbollah. They're very brute. They're brutes. Have no respect for life, and all they want to do is kill. So it pretty much really describes them, this religion, as the green horse almost perfectly, in my opinion. Anybody get any comments or questions on this? Green horse. So now, like I said, 1999 to present day, the green horse is raising its head, right? It's even happening right now as we speak. Okay. So there it is. These are the 4 prevailing spirits in the world, which will have to be present at the return of Yahusha, leading up to his return. And we can see the progress of it, these ruachs coming into power and control over the masses. 300, 1848, 1900, 1999, up to present. We can even say 2023 now because of the rise of Hamas here in Israel at the present current time. So it continues, right? So the green horse went through the Gulf Wars, into Afghanistan, all through all that. And even now it's still rising its ugly head in our current time. So the green horse is really doing some really huge things right now. But if you look at it, they all are. They're all in full power and control. Right? White horse got control over 1/3 of mankind. The black horse, I don't know how much of the world's capitalism, but it's a good percentage. The red horse, I'm not sure how much the world is communism, but it's a pretty fair portion. And then the green horse, which we know is exactly 1/4 in control of 1/4 of the earth. This amazing stuff here. Go ahead, Ted.
And this fits in exactly with where is it in Corinthians that says we do not fight against flesh and blood, but against the authorities and the darkness of the rulers of this age. So these spirits, basically.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, so really cool. We see with 4 horses of the apocalypse here now, and we should be able to identify these controlling spirits on the earth right now that will remain until the second coming of Yahushua, and he gets rid of all of them. He will destroy them. So before we go into the 5th seal, then, is there any questions up to this point? Okay, so now I want to give you an overall view of what we just read and how it applies to our lives, okay? And some of you have seen this before, but this is what's happening. Let me see here now. I don't know let me see what I can do here with this. There, can y'all see this? Can you see it? Okay.
Yes.
All right. So here we go. This is a little deal that I made up after I read about the different stages, if you will, or levels of control in fossilized customs. I made this little chart up a few years back. But what I want you to see here is this is the beast. And we're all being influenced by the beast system, which is the author of the beast is Hashatan. All right. And so the clergy, the number 1 tier, okay, is the clergy, which is religions. Okay. So the white horse and the green horse fall in the 1st tier. They're very powerful spirits. In the world today, we have approximately 4,300 religions. This religion controls 1/4 of mankind. This one controls 1/3 of mankind. So if you put these together, 1/3 and 1/4, what do you got? How much is that? Wouldn't that be approximately 3/4 of all humanity is controlled by the white horse and the green horse? Would you say it's a very powerful prevailing spirit? I would. Okay, so the 2nd tier is the nobility. The black horse and the red horse fall on this tier. I'm not sure the portion or the percentage that these 2 governments control, but they control quite a bit, and they have heavy influence over the entire world. This is talking the United States, Britain, and the red horse is China and Russia, North Korea, and this type of deal, okay? And the red horse, the white horse, followed after, this is backwards, the white horse followed after in the north with the black horse. Remember that? The green horse is following after the red horse. Islam, Iran specifically, is in cahoots with Russia and Red China and North Korea right now. You see how all that's fitting? And then over here, we have 16 governments within this tier. And they're all under the influence of the black horse and the red horse, capitalism or communism. Isn't that amazing? And so the 3rd tier now down here, this is what's happening, folks, right now. This is what's going on. We have the laity or the commoners, which is just the common people, the masses, okay? They're being controlled by the 2nd tier and the 1st tier, all right? The laity or the commoners are always struggling and combative, and they're always trying to outdo each other, basically, for power and positions and possessions. So they're trying to move up in these different positions and gain power, and they want to do that in order to get possessions. And so the confusion here, this tier here especially, stays in total chaos and confusion. There's 6,800 languages in the world, and most people are struggling because they can't understand what each other is saying, so they turn against each other. Okay. So that's the tier of control. That's where these two top tiers, these controllers want to control the masses, the laity, with their influence, their spiritual influence of religion and government. Okay, and then nowadays we add a fourth tier to this, which is the mainstream media. They ensure with their fake news, propaganda, and things like that, that this laity, this third tier, remains in chaos and confusion. And nowadays there's 6 giant media outlets that control the news: north, east, west, and south. News is all 4 winds. North, east, west, and south spells news. It's the 4 winds. Not of
No way.
Yeah, not of Yahuwah, but of the devil. It's how he controls. This is the beast. This is the controlling mechanism of the beast. This is how he controls the people. This is how he leads the world astray. This is what's happening. This is what we just studied. Y'all hold it real still. If anybody wants a snapshot of this, there it is. I'll try to keep it, my fingers off of it, best I can.
Wow, wow, wow.
Okay. That's what's happening. This is what we've learned through the force, the unsealing of the 4 seals by Yahusha. Anybody have any questions about the first 4 seals of chapter 6, Revelation? Any questions? Any comments? Anybody at all? Okay. All right, Tad. Let's move slowly into the 5th seal.
And when he opened the 5th seal, I saw under the altar the beings of those having been slain for the word of Yahuwah and for the witness which they held. And they cried with a loud voice, saying, How long, Master, Kodesh and true, until you judge and avenge our blood on those who dwell on the Eretz? And there was given to each one a white robe, and they were told that they should rest a little while longer until both their fellow servants and their brothers, who would be killed as they were, was completed.
Okay, that's the 5th seal. All right. So what's happening here, somebody? Okay, do we all recognize that the first 4 seals have been opened? So what does that mean? What's that mean? Since they've been opened, what's that telling us? Somebody.
You're on mic.
The present time, it's already happened.
Right. We cannot be in any of them first 4 seals. They've already happened. They've been opened already. So we're beyond that. And since that 4th seal, 1999, up to now, 2023, then we're beyond that. So we must be in a different seal. It has to be at least in the 5th seal. We have to be beyond that 4th seal. Could we be in the 4th seal and haven't got into that one? Yeah, it's possible. But when you read the 5th seal very closely, we see that people have died because of these prevailing spirits. Many people have died. Okay. And so what does the fifth seal say? I saw on the altar beings having been slain. See that? So I believe then that puts us in the fifth seal. Go ahead, Tad.
Not only just slain, but slain for the word of Yahuwah and for the witness of Yahushua HaMashiach. So that reminds me of like the Spanish Inquisition and all the Crusades, and
Right. It could be all that. And was the green horse around back during the Crusades? Yeah, better believe it. And so having been slain for the word of Yahuwah, and they cried with a loud voice, saying, how long, Master Kadesh and true, until you judge and avenge our blood on those who dwell on the Eretz? And there was given to each one a white robe, which is immortality. They're going to be immortal. And they were told that they should rest a little while longer. What does that mean? Rest a little while longer. Go ahead, Raul.
That they be sleeping until the judgment time comes.
So they haven't been resurrected yet. They're still sleeping.
Exactly.
All right. That's what this is saying. So this is metaphoric then. Okay. Although he obviously was shown the first resurrection, and he's speaking metaphorically, trying to express that this resurrection has not happened yet. These people that have been slain by these four prevailing ruachs are still sleeping in the fifth seal. You see that? They've been slain and they're still sleeping. No resurrection has happened yet. Okay. And so then, how long till you would revenge our blood on those who dwell? Basically, when's the end of the age? When's this all coming to an end? When is your second coming, right? And there was given to each a white robe, and they were told they should rest for a little while longer until both their fellow servants and their brothers who would be killed as they were was completed. Okay, so that hasn't happened yet, right? So we can rest assured here. Now we'll find out more where we're at right now in the timeline, creation timeline, when we hit the sixth seal. But just by reading what we've read so far, we should be able to conclude that we're in somewhere within the fifth seal. And there's a big war coming for sure. Go ahead, Tad.
I just saw that that the killing of the people for the word of Yahuwah is still going on, but it hasn't come to an end yet, is what I'm seeing.
Right. And so I think that's saying here, and their brothers, both their fellow servants and brothers who would be killed as they were, was completed. And that has not been completed, right? Because am I right? This is what you're saying, right? So the fifth seal has not ended yet, as far as we can tell. And
yeah, because they're still being killed, and they're continuing to be killed. That hasn't been completed. You're correct.
All right. So it began, but it has not ended. So we must be somewhere in that fifth seal. Go ahead, Phyllis.
This might not be important, but I was just wondering, it says they were given white robes. And I was thinking that's probably just symbolic of being cleansed, because maybe some of these passed away before of Yahusha's sacrifice, and they were given their white robes because they were washed in his blood spiritually.
I mean, I can't go against that, you may be right. But in my understanding here, and this is just my opinion, that I think we're beyond that, because we've went from 300 to 1848 to 1900 to 1999 up to 2023, and now the fifth seal got opened. See, so he's telling us a story, and he begins at 300 AD, and the story is now taking us down to present day. But yet all the seals are not, the story's not over yet. It has not been concluded. So I think we're right in our time period in the fifth seal. Okay, and I think everything pertains to that. But I can't prove what you're saying wrong. This is my common sense understanding. I have a lot of common sense, so I tend to lean that way. Go ahead, Tad.
I can't go against what Sister Phyllis said either. I just see the white robe as representing those that will be his bride. Not necessarily given immortality yet, but they will. It's kind of like the promise here. Here's my, promise to you. Yeah,
I think that they're sleeping in Yahusha. They have the seat of the Ruach, and they're sleeping in Yahusha, man. It's almost like they're guaranteed immortality. It's just when he resurrects them, they'll be immortal. White robe always references one way or the other immortality. Raul, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, to the point that we're still in the fifth seal, is look at all the murders and stuff that is happening nowadays in Israel. So that gives you a point that we're still in it.
Mm-hmm. Everybody agree that we're past the fourth seal is open and the fifth seal has been open? Everybody agree to that? Does anybody think that we're not in the fifth seal yet? The fifth seal has not been open. Does anybody think that? I guess we're all in agreement then the fifth seal has been opened, right? Okay, and we're all pretty much in agreement that the fifth seal has not ended yet, right? We have not moved into the sixth seal. Okay, so the proof of that is obviously reading the sixth seal. Let's go ahead and read the sixth seal, Ted.
Okay. And I looked when he opened the sixth seal, and saw a great earthquake came to be. And the sun became black as sackcloth of hair, and the moon became as blood. And the stars of the heaven fell to the arets, as a fig tree drops its unripe figs, being shaken by a strong wind. And heaven departed like a scroll being rolled up, and every mountain and island was moved out of its place. And the sovereigns of the arets, and the great ones, and the rich ones, and the commanders, and the mighty, and every slave, and every free one, hid themselves in the caves and in the rocks of the mountains, and said to the mountains and rocks, Fall on us, and hide us from the face of him sitting on the throne, and from the wrath of the Lamb, because the great yom of his wrath has come, and who is able to stand?
Okay, stop. Okay, yeah, we're not quite done with that sixth seal yet. The seventh seal doesn't get open until chapter 8, verse 1. Okay, but I'm going to stop here in the middle of this sixth seal because I want us all to see right here and right now that the sixth seal has not been opened, right? Everybody in agreement to that? Okay, what's the sixth seal? Somebody. What's the sixth seal all about? How do we know it hasn't been opened? Go, Ted.
I think it's all about the great and final, Yahuwah's day, the second coming of Yahusha right there, because that's what's going to happen right before he comes.
Right. So this is all about, the sixth seal is all about ushering in the day of Yahuwah, right? Lights out, total darkness, the great sign of his return, like lightning, right? Ain't none of that happened yet. The sun ain't went out, So we know we're not in the sixth seal, man. We have to back up then and say we're definitely in the fifth seal, because the sixth seal is the day of Yahuwah, man. So how close are we to his second coming with this knowledge? We're close. We're close. All of the prevailing spirits are now enforced and working on this arrest. People are dying. We're getting led up to the tribulation years, the wrath of Shaitan and Armageddon, the wrath of Yahuwah. And we're getting so close to opening up the sixth seal. After all that happens, the sixth seal gets open. It's the second coming of Yahushua. It's all leading up to his second coming, all these events. See it? And we're getting it in chronological order. And what I mean about that is the story is not the seals, trumpets, and bowls. They're not. They're the same story. But the story is beginning when? When did he begin this longest story? In the year 300 AD. Go ahead, Cato.
Kind of lost what I was going to ask. If I remember it, I'll come back. Sorry.
Yeah, that's why I like to stop talking and get to you really quick, but I got off on them tangent, kind of a habit of mine. Sorry about that. If you remember, just come back in. All right, you guys. Everybody on board with me here on that we're somewhere in the fifth seal. And the sixth seal has definitely not been opened yet. Because that's the second coming of Yahushua. Go ahead.
It's a small one, but isn't that when every knee's bowing? When everyone's cowering and running? And it's kind of everyone's believing at that point because they're all saying they don't want his wrath. Whether they believe him or not, your knee's bowing. But it's just an observation.
As we study through Revelation, we're going to get to that when that happens. And believe it or not, through all this tribulation, they don't repent. Mankind doesn't repent, man. So the bowing of the knee, I think, this is just me. We'll probably hit it. We can study a little bit more about it when we get there, but I think it's the white throne judgment. Or even maybe immediately after the white throne judgment, but I think it's going to be at the white throne. That's just my personal thoughts.
So it's one by one every knee will bow.
I think we're all hitting the ground at the same time.
Yeah.
Personally.
Thank you, Mark.
But while we're walking on this dust, we're all responsible for our own deliverance and our own relationship with you, getting our life right and getting in a good relationship with you. And we all should get down probably even beyond our knees onto our belly and our face and get into the dust and apologize to him and admit that we're wrong. We're wrong. And he's right. Go ahead, Tad.
Just to show how close we are to that sixth seal. Ever since 1948, when Israel became a country and back on the map again, and he told us to learn that parable of the fig tree, the summer is near and he is at the door. So that's how near we are.
That's how near we are. Yeah, he's standing at the door right now. We're commanded to know when he's going to be here. And so this right here is definitely in the right direction. Are we all in agreement that it's got to be getting really close to his second coming to opening up this sixth seal? We're pretty close, aren't we? Yeah, man, we are. Any questions up to this point? Or comments or anything? Okay, let's begin. Who wants to read chapter 7? Anybody? Anybody want to jump in and read chapter 7? Go ahead, Ro. Now remember, we're still in the sixth seal here now. This is still okay. So remember when I told you that once we get into this, that you were going to hit tangents and receive extra information. This is what's going to happen right now. You see what I'm talking about? Here comes a lot of extra information leading up to the return of Yahushua. And if you want to call it a tangent, That might be a good label for this. Is that he's going to get ready to go off on a tangent now, but he'll come back as he hits. When we hit chapter 8:1, he comes back into his context of his conversation. So here we go off on a tangent. Yehukanan, go ahead, Raul.
And after this, I saw 4 Malachim standing at the 4 corners of the Aret, holding the 4 winds of the Aret, that the wind should not blow on the Aret, nor on the sea, nor on any tree. And I saw another messenger coming up from the rising of the sun, holding the seal of the living Yahuwah. And he cried with a loud voice to the 4 messengers, to whom it was given to harm the Aret and the sea, saying, do not harm the Aret, nor the sea, nor the trees, until we have sealed the servants of our Yahuwah upon their foreheads.
Okay, stop. Okay, so what does this mean up here? And it says, I saw 4 Malachim standing at the 4 corners of the arets, holding the 4 winds of the arets, that the wind should not blow on the earth. What's that mean? Obviously, these are Hebrew idioms, aren't they? What's it mean? Go ahead, Ted.
Well, obviously the earth is not a square, it's round, but it means that they're basically north, south, east, and west. They're covering all of it, all the territory.
Every inch of it, huh? And that's a good point, because not even flat earthers, I think we're all familiar with their ideology, the flat earthers, even they know that the earth isn't a square. Ask one of them, they'll say, is the earth a square? Are you seeing it's a square? And they'll say no. They know it's not a square.
You could even cut an orange into 4. So
That's right. So yeah, and so that's what it is. And so what does it mean? Should not blow, the wind should not blow on the arets or on the sea nor on any tree. What's that mean?
He's not ready to hurt the Aret yet. He's not ready to burn it.
Yeah, so go ahead, Ted.
The wind, I think, his ruach shouldn't blow and do what he said he was going to do, like Raul said, destroy or harm.
Yeah. Ever since far back, even beyond Yahusha's first coming, hasn't there been wars, conquest, famine, and death? Okay. So obviously it's not talking about holding that back. It's going on right now. Death and destruction, right? So the 4 winds of the arets, that they should not blow on the arets or on the earth or on the tree, has to be pertaining to the tribulation, the wrath of Satan, man. The world is going to be very close to total annihilation, totally destroyed during these last 2 great wars, World War III and Armageddon. So I think this is saying, don't start that total destruction, okay, until the Yahuwah's people are sealed, identified. Okay, so the rising sun holding the seal of the living Yahuwah, and he cried with a loud voice to the 4 messengers to him. It was given to him to harm the arets in the sea. See what I'm saying? So there seems to be almost total annihilation of the planet, of the earth, once they're released to do harm. Don't do that yet. We have to protect Yahuwah's people. Everybody seeing that? Agreeing to that? Because you can't be talking about just conquest, war, famine, and death, because that's been happening through the entire history of the Eretz. It ain't nothing new. So if something's coming that's going to magnify that, intensify it to the level that the world has never seen. It's going to be a mess beyond our imagination at this point. Survivals, the people who survive that is going to see it. You know, we all want to see the second coming of Yahusha, but we have to understand if he grants your petition, what you're going to witness, what you're going to see, what you're going to go through, may not even be worth it. I mean, he's going to resurrect you anyway, right? So that's how bad it is. It even says the people are going to climb into the mountains and the caves and want the mountains to fall on them. It's so horrible. You know, so remember that. Okay. Are you willing to see that great of devastation with your own eyes and live through all that? To witness the second coming of Yahusha? You know, you got to think of that in your mind. Me, yes, I'm willing to do that. It's kind of like when you would say you pray or petition Yahuwah for some blessings in your life, right? And you say, please give it to me now. Give it to me now. Take the time factor out, Yahuwah, and give it to me now. Okay. Are you willing to suffer through what has to happen in order for you to get that blessing right now? And go through all that turmoil and suffering and misery just to get it now? I mean, people you love may die because of your impatience. Or are you willing to wait on Yahuwah till the timing's right and get your blessing? Get my point? You picking up what I'm laying down? Go ahead, Raul.
This reminded me of when the flood, Yahuwah had almost all the righteous die before the flood, so they wouldn't have to go through that agony of the flood.
That's a good point. Okay, y'all. What is anybody ask anything on that? Okay.
Remember.
Until we have sealed the servants of our Yahuwah upon their foreheads. Okay. What does that mean? Somebody. What does that mean? Go ahead, Ted.
Just that we have received his mark, that he knows that we are his.
Is it an invisible mark? Is it a physical mark? Is it just a metaphor? Do we have him in our thoughts and mind? We know him. I mean, what is this?
I think it's the latter that you just said, that we always have him in our thoughts, in our minds,
Our hearts.
and that we're supposed to be thinking on him, just as it says, when you rise up and when you sit down and when you know, that we're always thinking about him.
Go ahead, Phil.
Yeah, definitely it's a divine protection, because many instances with the adversary's minions, like I like to call them, we have no power over you. They've said that to me directly. We see it, but yet they won't repent. They won't repent. They work for that being 24/7. So definitely it's spiritual, but it's also a covering. So 10,000 fall that right, 1,000 that I left, you won't be touched. So, and when I said something about that vision a while ago that I had in the middle of the day, it was just like that. So anyway, yeah, definitely a divine protection. And the adversary knows and is not allowed to touch a hair on our head unless we need to be tested on something. At least I think so. So anyway.
Okay, so even if we live through the tribulation years, you're suggesting we're going to be protected by Yahuwah.
You better believe it.
So we'll be able to handle it. We're going to be able to handle it, right?
Yep.
Through his protection.
Yep. Just like Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. Same thing. And people will marvel and they will be furious. They're going to be furious. Why is this not happening to you? Well, I'll tell you. then that's an opportunity for this teaching or this representation. I read the other day the scripture, and Yahuwah said this to me: be kind, but be bold in my name, and you will do exploits upon the earth in my name. Not, I don't come in my own name, I come in his name. And he directs me where I need to go and who I need to talk to, where you need to plant the seed and where you're not supposed to throw out any seed. Continue to walk. So I don't know. It's just the impression I get. And anytime I the temporal part of my mind goes there, he says, fear not. Little boy, you're my son. I'm protecting you. So it's all that. Don't question the fact that if I tarry, if I allow you to test you with patience, like you were talking about, Mark, and that's a really good point. If you want something now, then you may have to go through some tribulation to get it, just because you're being a spoiled little brat. Not you, me. And so I just need to wait on him, wait on his time, wait on it. I just treat him like my father, like a dad. I'm his son, and I sometimes want things too soon or whatever. And my earthly father was taken from me when I was 5, and there was a reason. And maybe this was the reason that I meet all of you, because maybe with my temporal father, I wouldn't have. Who knows? And I don't question it. I'm not bitter about it. And I share the testimony of my father, my dad. I hate to say biological dad, but that everybody goes like that. So I don't need that. I don't need that father. He's all I needed was part of that situation. So it seems a little bit cold, perhaps, but the replacement obviously is Yahusha. And a lot of people will talk. I don't want to go on too long here, but a lot of people talk about how they want to please their father, their earthly father. I worked so hard because my dad wanted him to believe in me. Well, if you please Father Yahuwah, it'll surely please your father on this earth, because all the attributes of pleasing Father Yahuwah transcend anything physically you could do here, any castle you could build, any business you could build. It's all foolishness. So, and most of it's built on a house of cards anyway. So nevertheless, the riches and stuff of the earth mean nothing to me. I mean, I do like cool things. We all know this, but and he's pulling me away more and more from the physical. I just, so definitely it's the divine protection, because I laugh with him actually. And he said to me this week, you plant your seed. That's it. Do not participate in the misery of if I'm going to choose that person, whether or not to be redeemed. That's not your business. So if you make it your business and call them and harass them or whatever you want to call it, then you will participate in their misery. So let it go. Okay. That's it.
Really good points right there, Phil. Go ahead, Raul.
Could this have a connection to like the 10 days of awe, where he gives the 10 days, like don't do harm to anything for these 10 days until I close the door, and then you can go ahead and take care of business, I guess, of the ones that I haven't chosen.
Mm-hmm. I think the days of awe comes after. I think this is getting ready to lead us into World War III and Armageddon. Don't forget, when the year that he does come is going to be real, okay? And that the days of awe will be the last day that people can cry out to Yahuwah for deliverance. Be the very last thing before the door shuts. Remember, it's the very last thing before the second coming of Yahusha. So the door shuts on Yom Kippur. Go ahead, Tad. Ted, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, but Sister Phyllis had her hand up before I did.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Phyllis.
Thank you. I just wanted to add that I thought that when they didn't want to harm the seeds or the grass until we have the servants, I thought that seal was our protection, the change in the twinkling of an eye. We're going to be changed and we'll be safe.
Yeah. So is the seal our immortal bodies, or is it the indwelling of the Ruach HaKodesh? I mean, that I know that was Raul's train of thought too, wasn't it, Raul? Yeah, I knew where you was going with that.
But I was the seal. I thought, well, yes, was the Ruach Hakodesh, but I thought when they went through that was when it says, "Do not harm until we have sealed the servants." Well, the servants already have the Spirit Ruach Hakodesh, and He's going to seal us on our forehead. I just assumed that was going to be when they gave us protection, when Yahushua protected us and gave us our new bodies.
Mm-hmm.
No?
I agree with the protection part, but the immortality can't be it, because this is getting ready to go to war, and we get our immortal bodies at the first resurrection, which is the second coming of Yahushua. That's after Armageddon. See what I'm saying? So nobody's going to get immortality until the first resurrection takes place. And this war that this is leading up to here is before that. It's before his second coming. And you got to remember, we haven't finished reading this yet, you know. And so once we read through it, we'll see. Remember what this is? It's a tangent. He's off on a tangent right now. Okay, so what is it? What's the seal? Is it something written on our forehead, visible or invisible? Is it the protection of Yahushua's presence? Is it the indwelling Ruach HaKodesh? Is it our white robe, our immortal body? What is the seal? Go ahead, Ted.
The name.
I forgot to mention that I believe part of that seal and sign is the Shabbat itself. People know who we are because of that. And I'm not sure if that has much of anything to do with what we're talking about here or not, but I just thought I'd throw it out there.
So it says up here in verse 2, the messenger coming up from the rising of the sun, holding the seal of the living Yahuwah. So she got a rubber stamp in his hand, and he's going to fly around every time he sees one of Yahuwah's children. He's going to stamp him on the forehead, put his name on his forehead with the rubber seal. Or maybe he's a tattoo artist, and he goes, zzz, you go to the next one, zzz, put a tattoo on you. Go ahead, Ted.
Like I said, I honestly think it's the renewing of our minds, that we have the Torah written in our hearts and in our inward parts and in our minds. I believe that's the seal, and he knows whether it's there or not.
Our obedience, correct, Ted?
And he cried with a loud voice to the four messengers to whom it was given to harm the Eretz and the sea. Now, this is a big war coming. That's why he's wanting them to, hey, wait a minute, don't start the war until I seal Yahuwah's people. So can we receive immortality before this great war coming, whether it be World War III or Armageddon? Don't seem to apply, does it? It doesn't seem to me to apply. So let's take that immortal body off. So it's got to be the dwelling Ruach, or the present Ruach HaKodesh protecting you. And if you're sealed with the Ruach HaKodesh for the day of redemption, we think that's the indwelling spirit, and maybe that applies. But but we have to look here and see that this is talking about down here in 3. Do not harm the Eretz, nor the sea, nor the trees, until we have sealed the servants of our Yahuwah upon their foreheads. So wait a minute now. Is it the indwelling Ruach that is dwelling us? This is mentioned foreheads. Can that apply? Can the dwelling spirit of Ruach HaKodesh apply to the forehead? Go ahead, Raul.
Our mind, what we think, the way that, we keep the obedience, how we all live. It's totally different from everybody else on earth. When you really look at it, how many people stay home on Shabbat?
So could this mean those who have been identified or chosen? Could it apply to that? Wait a minute, don't do anything till I've identified the children of light. Doesn't all of creation moan for the revealing of the children of light? Have you ever read that before? All of creation moans for the revealing of the children of light. Could it be that? We're identified as the children of light. Okay, I've got everybody chosen. Everybody's identified as my children. Go have your war.
We might glow.
Yeah, maybe we'll have a glow to us. Maybe something has to happen for us to be identified. Is it our obedience that's identifying us, as Raul suggested? That we're known as Sabbath keepers? And so they're going to hunt us down and behead us like our brothers, suffer for the word of Yahuwah and for the witness which they held, be beheaded.
I would say yes.
Is there going to be a target on our backs? Are there? See that wanted poster over here? Constantine the First. We going to have a wanted poster with our faces on it? Wanted Sabbath keeper. Wanted lawbreakers or law keepers. Are we all going to have rewards on our heads? What's going on here? Okay, I think at this point we need to continue to read, see if we can find out some answers out here. Let's go ahead, continue to read, Ro.
Okay, verse 4.
Before you read, let me point something out here. Go to Revelations 9:4. Revelations 9:4. It says, "And it was said to them that they shall not harm the grass of the eretz, or any green thing, or any tree, but only those men who do not have the seal of Yahuwah upon their foreheads." Did that help us? In caption here, Lou White says it's his name and his Sabbath and the mark of Yahuwah. So he's covering all the bases, right? He's covering all the bases. Okay, so did that help us? Not really. We only know what we still, without that caption, we still only know what we knew. I don't see where it enlightened us at all. So now look at Revelations 14:1. And I looked and saw a lamb standing on Mount Zion, and with him 144,000, having his father's name written upon their foreheads. Ooh, this sounds like the seal of the bride. The father's name written on their foreheads, 144,000. We all know that's the bride. So he was standing on Mount Zion, and with him 144,000 have his father's name written upon their foreheads. What's that? That's the second coming of Yahushua. When he came down out of the clouds with the clouds and come down onto the Mount of Olives, ascends down to the Mount of Olives with his first resurrection group. 144,000 is the bride. And they have his name written on their foreheads. So does that help us at all? Kind of a little bit, but it still doesn't make sense on why all this is happening before the war. How's this happening before he allows them to unleash the great war on the land and the sea, and it's in the sea and the trees and the land is all harmed beyond inhabiting. Go ahead, Raul.
Doesn't he tell us to go into your homes and hide for a little while?
No, I don't think so. I think he tells them to flee for the Judean hills. and pray that your flight's not in the wintertime on Yom Shabbat.
He does say he says hide yourself for a little while.
Yeah. And where? Your grave? Or a house that's not here?
I think it might be during the tribulation portion.
Find that and tell me if that's the grave, or is that a mansion that isn't on the earth? Those rooms is your grave. Go ahead, Ted.
I don't know if this is out of context because I'm going to a different book, but I think this might shed some light, I hope, on having that seal, his name written upon your forehead. It's in Malachi 3. Then those who fear Yahuwah speak to one another, and Yahuwah listen and hear, and a book of remembrance be written before him of those who fear Yahuwah and those who think upon his name. I think that's what the having it in your forehead might mean.
Another idiom.
And like I said, I hope I didn't take anything out of context there by jumping to a different book.
Yeah, I mean, it's a valid point. And so here, I think I don't think we have a solid, anything solid here yet. So let's continue to read on, Ro, and see if we can come up with something more solid.
Okay, verse 4. And I heard the number of those who were sealed, 144,000, sealed out of all the tribes of the children of Israel.
Okay, hang on a minute. Okay, so that right there goes along with what we just read in Revelations 14:1. Everybody see the connection? I mean, so we're talking exactly the same thing now of what was written in Revelations 14:1. Okay, go ahead.
Of the tribe of Yehuda, 12,000 were sealed. Of the tribe of Reuben, 12,000 were sealed. Of the tribe of Gad, 12,000 were sealed. Of the tribe of Asher, 12,000 were sealed. Of the tribe of Naphtali, 12,000 were sealed. Of the tribe of Manasseh, 12,000 were sealed. Of the tribe of Shimon, 12,000 were sealed. The tribe of Levi, 12,000 were sealed. And of the tribe of Yishkar, 12,000 were sealed. Of the tribe of Zebulun, 12,000 were sealed. Of the tribe of Joseph, 12,000 were sealed. And of the tribe of Benjamin, 12,000 were sealed. After this, I looked and saw a great throng, which no one was able to count, out of all the nations and tribes and peoples and tongues, standing before the throne and before the Lamb, dressed in white robes, and palm branches in their hand, and crying out with a loud voice, saying, Deliverance belongs to our Yahuwah, who sits on the throne, and to the Lamb. And all the messengers stood around the throne, and the elders and the 4 living creatures, and fell on their faces before the throne and worshipped Yahuwah, saying, Amen. The blessing and the esteem and the wisdom and the thanksgiving and the respect and the power and the might to our Yahuwah forever and ever. Amen.
Okay, stop. Okay, so now what's going on, man? This is taking us, it revealed the bride, which we read about in Revelations 14:1, and then which obviously then has to be the first resurrection, and then it goes in 8 and says, in 9, let me see, somebody's mic's on. There you go. So then it goes into 9 and says, after this, I looked and saw a great throng. So now all of a sudden it identified the bride. Now all of a sudden it's talking about a great throng. It's a different crowd in which no one was able to count. That's a lot of people. Okay. Out of all the nations, tribes, and peoples and tongues standing before the throne, and before the Lamb dressed in white robes and palm branches in their hands and crying out with a loud voice. Oh, wait a minute now. We just went into the millennium reign. So the first resurrection happened. The bride's been identified. The children of light have been identified. Now all of a sudden we're in the millennium reign. What happened? How did we get there? And how were the bride, the 144,000, identified before the war, obviously Armageddon, began? Go ahead, Ted.
Because he knew us before the foundations of the world. That's why.
Yeah, but how were they identified before the war began? What is the seal of Yahuwah on their foreheads? What does it have to be now?
I think his name, and like Brother Lou said, the Shabbat, their obedience, identified the bride.
What sets us apart?
And then it says the mark of Yahuwah. What is that? Is there anywhere else in Scripture that tells us that people were marked by Yahuwah and were delivered or passed over, protected with a mark on their forehead? Is there anywhere in Scripture that speaks of that? Go ahead, Ro.
Could it be during Pesach when they marked the front of the door and they passed over and didn't kill any of those?
Anybody else? There's somewhere in Scriptures, Ezekiel 9, I believe. Go ahead, Cato.
You might be saying it right now, but it's when you dash your foot on a stone. One of those. Is it that verse?
No, go to Ezekiel 9, everybody. So Ezekiel 9 would be like page 545 in my book. So 9:4. Actually, probably should start at 3. Go ahead and read that, Ted. Ezekiel 9:3 on down to 4.
And the esteem of the Elohim of Yisharal went up from the cherub, where it had been, to the threshold of the house. So we're talking about Yahushua HaMashiach right now. And he called to the man, clothed with linen, who had the writer's inkhorn at his side. And Yahuwah said to him, pass on into the midst of the city, into the midst of Jerusalem, and you shall put a mark on the foreheads of the men who sigh and cry over all the abominations that are done within it.
Okay. Go ahead and continue to read on.
And to the others he said in my hearing, pass on into the city after him and smite. Do not let your eye pardon nor spare. Slay to destruction old, young men, maidens, and children and women, but do not come upon or come near. Oh, about to sneeze. Pardon me. But do not come near anyone upon whom is the mark, and begin at my set apart place.
Okay, that's good enough. Okay, so here we see a type or a foreshadow of what's happening. And so it is a physical mark. And when you look down here and you see where it said the ink, where does that say that? Who had the writer's inkhorn at his side is suggesting a tattoo of sorts. So is this the leaf in the top, the mark of Yahuwah that's going to be on your forehead, tattooed to your forehead? But when? Before the war? Remember what Revelations 14 said? Revelations 14 says, I looked and I saw a lamb standing on Mount Zion, and with him 144,000. Those are the ones who were identified, having his father's name written upon their foreheads. Okay, so, and I heard a voice out of heaven like a voice of many waters, and like the voice of loud thunder. And I heard the sound of harpers playing their harps, and they sang a renewed song before the throne, and before the four living creatures and the elders. And no one was able to sing except 144,000 were redeemed from the arrests. Okay, and so these then, this is the first resurrection, which means Yahusha has returned, because the first resurrection happens at his second coming. Okay, that's the exact same people that we're reading about now in 7. Is it not? I heard a number of those who were sealed. It was 144,000 sealed of all the tribes of the children of Israel. Okay, and it says, don't start the war until these people are sealed. So what's going on, man? Doesn't it seem to be out of order? It's saying, it says, do not harm the arets, nor the seed, nor the trees until we have sealed the servants of our Yahuwah upon their foreheads. But obviously, it doesn't. How can that be the bride? And the first resurrection hasn't taken place yet. Everybody see what I'm laying down here? How's it making sense, folks?
Well, then why don't you just tell us what it is?
So could this be that Yahuwah is identifying those who will receive his mark
You're fine.
during the first resurrection, the bride? Is that what he's doing? Is he identifying the bride without actually really putting the mark on the forehead in the flesh, but reserving them for his mark at the first resurrection? So everyone, and even through the millennium reign, the eternal reign, will know who his bride is just by the mark on their forehead, having his name on their forehead. Doesn't the bride take the name of the husband? Generally, yes. So what do y'all think about that? Anybody got any thoughts?
I think I'm confused.
Yeah. So now you see why I'm saying this is a tangent, right? He seems to be going off on some tangent here, and it doesn't. It almost appears like he's gotten it out of order, but he didn't. And so we got to understand, why did he get it? Why does it seem like he put these events out of order here in chapter 7? Go ahead, Tad.
There is a war that we're forgetting about, which is the final war after Shaitan is let loose. He gathers a great army again, but
that's not a war.
Oh, okay.
Armageddon will be the last war mankind ever fights. He will not let Hashatan kill anybody or start any other wars. He gets a hold of him before he has the ability to start a war. But he does amass an army, and that's his plan, but it fails. No more war will ever be fought by mankind after Armageddon. So it has nothing to do with that. So I saw another messenger coming up from rising of the sun, holding the seal of the living Yahuwah, and he cried out with a loud voice to the 4 messengers to whom it was given to harm the arets and the sea, saying, do not harm the arets nor the sea. Don't start the war nor trees until we have sealed the servants of our Yahuwah upon their foreheads. I heard the number of those who were sealed was 144,000, sealed out of all the tribes of the children of Israel. So then obviously it identifies them and numbers them where they're going to come from. And then it goes right down into the millennium reign of a large number of people that can't even be counted. So it sounds like he's saying they're going to receive this mark before the war, before Armageddon. But yet we all know that the first resurrection happens at the second coming of Yahuwah. So I think this is to me, they're identified. The spiritual realm knows who the children of light are. Creation moans for the revealing of the sons of light. And I think they are revealed. Does the mark appear on those who remain alive at that time? Obviously, some of them are going to be asleep. Does the mark appear on the dead, those that are sleeping in their graves, in their rooms? No. So does it appear on those who remain before the war starts? No. It's metaphoric. It's a suggestion that they've identified the spiritual realm knows who the children of light are, who his bride are before the war begins. So that tells me there must going to be some kind of rules implemented on these four prevailing ruachs, if you will, or the Malachim, the messengers, the spiritual principalities pertaining to the bride. Some kind of protection, some kind of rules put in place by Yahuwah to protect his bride during this war of Armageddon. And then after when Yahushua comes back at the resurrection, the first resurrection takes place. And then as they receive their mortal bodies, they'll have his name on their forehead at that time. The 144,000 will. That's the first resurrection. Go ahead, Cato. Anybody got thoughts on that?
I might be in the ballpark or might be way off. The 144,000, are those only dead in Mashiach?
Some will remain alive.
Okay. All right, so it's not just dead. And are they going to be chosen from people prior to Mashiach? Does that make sense? So there'll be a mixed multitude all throughout time. Will make the 144,000.
I want to say maybe on that because I don't. If you read it, the bride the 144,000 seems to only be able to come after the first coming of Mashiach, because before then we were in darkness. There was no light. The light came on the fourth day. So mankind for the first 4 days lived in total darkness with no hope of life. See what I'm saying? But when the light came on the fourth day, man was able to come into the light and now have life, and life more abundantly, which means immortality, immortal. See what I'm saying?
So when Yahushua became death, he kind of rescued everyone who died prior to him. Is that what it is? Or no one's in the gates yet, I know that, but like he's there to set them free from Sheol or something.
I don't know. In my opinion, I don't think the bride's coming from anybody except for the last day.
Yeah.
The last 1,000 years.
That makes sense.
Prior to him, man lived in darkness. Does that mean that Moses or Ezekiel or all these other people that we know are Noah, are they going to be in the rain? I absolutely will. They absolutely will be there. They may even be the elders. Okay, it's sitting at the table with him, one on his right and one on his left. Who knows? Elijah and all them. Probably they're going to be there, but will they be the bride, or will they just attend the wedding feast? I got to say, man, that the outpouring of the Ruach HaKodesh didn't come until after his death. It wasn't possible. He could overshadow, he could overwhelm them, he could hover over them, He could even indwell them, but he didn't do it permanently. They weren't his body. His body came after the death of the Mashiach. You know what I'm saying? So I think the bride, 144,000, comes in the, it's anybody within the first coming of Yahushua, point A, the second coming of Yahushua, point B, is where he's going to pick his bride.
So, okay, real quick, last point is there's Karaite Jews who only study the Tanakh, right? Which is pretty much like what Yahusha studied. That doesn't count for anything. Like that they only knew the Tanakh, and that wasn't good enough.
Are you talking about the people before Yahushua or now?
I might be talking about both, but I think I just kind of jarbled my question. You can come back to me.
It counts for immortality. Yeah, I said they're going to be there. You know, Elijah, Enoch, Moses, Aaron. Are they going to be in the reign? I'm saying they are, but not. They won't be the bride. The bride's a limited election, which comes after the death of Yahushua. Okay, and the ones that are now, like the ones that are over there now that only study El Tanakh and they don't believe in the Messiah, I just want to say theoretically, they're not going to be the bride for sure, and they may not even make it into the reign because they're denying the Son came in the flesh.
So would you say prior to his death, Israel was the flesh bride, and now we're spirit bride? Pretty much.
Yeah, pretty much.
Incredible.
Yeah, the first covenant was with the flesh. The renewed covenant's with the Ruach, because the flesh has already been tried, convicted, condemned, judged, and sentenced to death. You can't save the flesh. The first covenant couldn't save the flesh. The second covenant can't save the flesh. It can only save your Ruach. I just want to say, I have no idea who Yahuwah is going to save or not save, or who he's going to deliver and who's not going to deliver. That's none of my business. I'm just trying to be polite and answer your questions, but it's really none of my business. That's Yahuwah's business. He can have favor in whom he favors. He can deliver whoever he wants to. He can have compassion on whoever he has compassion. And I'm not going to make that mistake to judge that. That's his business. I'm just being polite. Okay. So don't hold my feet to the fire, man. Go ahead, Tad.
At this point, Mom and I are going to have to leave, so we wanted to say goodbye, and we love everybody. But I was going to say the same thing that you just said, Mark. I was going to leave you with, he favors whomever he favors and has compassion, but you got to it first. So everybody have a blessed Shabbat and enjoy your time with our Creator, the Almighty Yahuwah. And we love you, and we'll see you next week.
Okay, Tad.
And we will watch the rest of this at some time.
Thank you.
So make it good. Later, Tad. Bye, Mom.
Bye-bye.
Nice intimate gathering.
In the book Malachi that Tad or somebody was just reading, it that when their names are written down in a special book of life, that was before Yahushua's death. So the book of life was written before Yahushua. Well, I mean, it was written in eternity, but I'm saying the prophets knew about it before Yahushua.
They knew about the book of remembrance, yeah. Right. But that doesn't guarantee them to be the bride. It only guarantees them as a treasured possession, or possibly, being in the reign of Yahuwah, inheriting immortal. It guarantees immortality, but I don't think it's not necessarily stating that it guarantees you being the bride. See what I'm saying? So I get what you're saying. It's a little bit of a gray area there. I don't, I'm not real sure if the Book of Remembrance is a list of the bride. I don't know if we can say that or not. I don't think we have enough information to say that. But it's definitely his treasured possession, people that he considers his treasured possession. And I know a lot of people think that that's strictly the bride. But if you're in that reign of Yahuwah, you have immortality. You're his treasured possession. You're going to be with him. And so this is not something that I'm saying for sure. This is not engraved in concrete, okay? I'm just giving thoughts and opinions out there and backed up by what's in Scripture. So we can't say anything without knowing for sure. So the seal then, it may be that this Ruach with an inkhorn is released, and he comes around and tattoos the name of Yahuwah, or at least the Aleph and the Taw, on everybody's forehead, that is the election, the children of light. Maybe that does happen, but it doesn't sound reasonable. It doesn't sound like we can apply that to our reality. You see what I'm saying? Through all this study of Revelations, we have to be able to apply what is being said to our reality. And so it doesn't apply that a spiritual being would run around and tattoo everybody on their forehead before this great big war broke out. Now, after the Yahusha comes back and the first resurrection takes place, I could see that applying to us to our reality, because it involves Yahusha. It's so there's a spiritual element or a power that comes into play there, and it could very well be what exactly happens on your immortal bodies. You'll be marked with his name or Aleph and the Taw on your immortal body. It's a possibility, But before the war, while flesh still lives, I don't see how that fits into our reality. Am I saying it's not going to happen? No, I'm not saying that at all. It very well could be, but it would be out of our reality if that happened. It would be something weird, almost cartoonish, for it to happen in our fleshly carbon copied world. Things like that just don't happen, man, right? But when we go back to what we just read in Ezekiel 9:4, it does appear that has happened at one point in history of human history. They did have marks put on their forehead. So that tells me we can't eliminate it. It very well be exactly what happens. That could be a type of the reality that's coming. Ezekiel 9:4 be the type or the foreshadow of what's really coming that we're reading about now. And so it could really happen because it happened before. See what I'm saying? So it'd be either one. I guess leave it up to you to decide. What do you think? Go ahead, Rahul.
My question was, when they say that 12,000 are going to be of this tribe and 12,000 out of that tribe, that's not literally also, right? It doesn't mean that you had to be part of that tribe in order to be as part of the bride.
Well, you can be a part of that bride and not know it.
Okay.
I mean, that tribe and not know it. So you may have the bloodline of one of those tribes in you. So you may have the bloodline of one of them tribes in you. You don't even know it. So Yahuwah knows. So you would be part of that tribe. And also those who are engrafted into the natural olive branch, okay, will be with that tribe who, wherever you dwell after the second Exodus, if you dwell in Yehuda, you're going to be part of that tribe. Whether or not you have the lineage or the bloodline or not, doesn't matter. You've been engrafted. You're an adopted son. So that gives you the heritage. You're allowed to have the heritage, authorized to be an heir. See what I'm saying?
Thank you.
So do I think the 144,000 is a solid number of the bride? Yeah, I do, man. Go ahead, Cato.
I think I heard it from Lou. I'm not sure where, but the fact that we are keeping Torah today in this age doesn't that allude to there being some type of remnant in us, in our genealogy? I don't know. That kind of makes us part of a tribe that we don't know. And even Ashkenazi don't really know what tribe they're from. So I don't know where my point is going. So
Yeah, Ephraim wouldn't be able to identify what tribe they're from. Through DNA, they have been able to trace the line of Aaron, the line of the tribe of Levites, and stuff like that. And through last names and so forth and so on. But still, man, we don't know. Yahuwah knows. We don't. Go ahead, Phyllis.
He promised Abraham that if you could count this number of sand on or the number of stars, then you could count the number of his seed. So his seed is everywhere. Abraham's seed is everywhere. And we've got to be in one of the tribes somehow, some way.
Yeah, some way. Yeah, don't forget we're Ephraim. So we've been mixed throughout the nations, okay, and that's why Abraham's the father of nations, because his seed is mixed throughout all the nations. We don't know, but Yahuwah knows.
Even some of the Arabs through Ishmael.
Yeah, of course, and Egyptians too. It's all traced. It's all recorded in our DNA. Yahuwah can read our DNA, so he knows.
I heard this one thing. I don't know if I'm like going off subject, but the DNA that we're going to regenerate back into as something to be judged in the end is going to gather itself. Whether you're cremated or buried or long dead, drowned, you're going to be gathered from the sound of that trumpet. It's going to be at a certain vibration or frequency that just wakes the earth up. And everything that was ever anything was first dust. Metal, plastic, everything. It's all dust at first. And we all come from that. So the dust even if he burns it to ashes, we come back. And I don't know, it was from Torah to the Tribes. Really good teaching I saw the other day. But yeah, that kind of shook me when I was thinking of the trumpet awaking the dead. I have no words.
All right, y'all. Let's continue to read here now.
Okay, verse 13. And one of the elders responded, saying to me, "Who are these dressed in white robes, and where did they come from?" And I said to him, "Master, you know." And he said to me, "These are those coming out of the great distress, having washed their robes and made them white in the blood of the Lamb. Because of this, they are before the throne of Yahuwah and serve him Yom and Layla in his Mishkan. And he who sits on the throne shall spread his tent over them."
Okay, stop. Okay, so see here now, this kind of confirms what we were saying. All right, look. Who are these, Master? Who are dressed in white robes? That's immortality. And where did they come from? And Master, and he said, "These are those coming out of the great distress, having washed their robes and made them white in the blood of the Lamb." See, so they have gotten back their virgin status here. They have immortal bodies on. And where did they come from? out of the great distress. So what is the great distress? That's the tribulation years, man. So the last 3.5 years, the 6,000th year, is where all these people come from. So that's not before the first coming of Yahusha. It's everybody after the first coming of Yahusha, even all the way down to the end, the last 3.5 years. So that proves that they didn't come from an era before Yahusha. It tells us where they came from, out of the great distress, which is the tribulation years. You see where I'm coming from on that now?
The last days would be from his death. Then it starts there, doesn't it? Like,
yeah, the end times or the last days is between his first coming and his second coming. That 2,000 year period, that those 2 millenniums, is the last days. The last 3.5 years of the last days is the end of the latter days, or the tribulation years, or the wrath of Hashatan. It's only 3.5 years. Although the end of days, or the end times, whatever, has been for 2,000 years. It's almost coming to an end. See, they washed their robes and made them white in the blood of the Lamb. Okay, continue reading, Ro.
Verse 16, they shall hunger no more, neither thirst any more, neither shall the sun strike them, nor any heat, because the Lamb who is in the midst of the throne shall shepherd them and lead them to fountains of Mayim of life. And Yahuwah shall wipe away every tear from their eyes.
Okay, so now this obviously then is talking about the Festival of Booths, or Feast of Tabernacles, okay, and they're celebrating the harvest, or the first resurrection. And so you have the first resurrection group here, and now you have, we're in the millennium reign, celebrating tabernacles with Yahuwah. Who? The ones that these are coming out of the great distress, washed their robes and made them white. And so what is this? It's just the bride? It would seem to be the bride, but up here in 9 it says, and after this I looked and saw a great throng which no one was able to count, out of all the nations, tribes, and peoples and tongues, stand before the throne, before the Lamb, dressed in white robes and palm branches in their hands. That's suggesting they're celebrating tabernacles as well, and crying out with a loud voice, saying, deliverance belongs to our Yahuwah, who sits on the throne, and to the Lamb. So that's what we were just talking about. Deliverance belongs to Yahuwah, man. We don't want to sit there and try to figure out who's going to be delivered or not. You know, we don't. I'm scared to death to go there. So what's happening here? Remember what I said. He's off on a tangent, and so he seems to be talking a little wildly here and getting things out of order. So it's hard to keep up with this tangent. But you got to look really close at it. So these people all coming out of the great distress is a lot of people. Okay, so and they're dead. Does this mean they're going to rule? All these people are going to be the bride, the 144,000, and all these people. There's such a large count that no man can count them. Are they all going to be immortal in the millennium reign, ruling over the people that repopulate the restored earth?
The wedding party.
Ah, there you go. It's the wedding party. Okay, so they're coming out of the great distress. Related, most of them is probably going to be related to the bride, or at least petition. They're going to petition Yahuwah to be at the wedding feast of their wedding of the bride. Right? That's what it seems like to me, man. So we're seeing the bride, the wedding party, going off into the millennium reign together to live 1,000 years of peace under Yahusha's government. Is that what we're seeing here? It has to be. I don't see where the eternal reign's coming into play here at all. Anybody see the millennium reign? Look, they're still talking about spread his tent over them, and it's talking about palm branches. The tent over them, that's tabernacles. They're going to be celebrating tabernacles in the millennium reign. As long as flesh exists, we're going to continue celebrating the appointed times. Definitely tabernacles. Probably all his Shabbats. All right, so that's where we're at on that. And that pretty much ends his tangent attached to the sixth seal. It's nothing has telescoped here. This all happens within the sixth seal. See what I'm saying? Okay, so now all of a sudden he's going to open up the seventh seal. Okay, so that leads us up to the seventh seal. The tangent's over. Okay, and when he opened the seventh seal, there came to be silence in the heaven for about a half an hour. We all suppose that's about. Remember, the sixth seal is ended now.
Trumpet.
I mean, what was the sixth seal? What do we say that was? The day of Yahuwah, right?
And the gathering.
Okay, so yeah. So then after the day of Yahuwah, it looks like the seventh is taking us to what? The millennium reign. On his tangent. He went out, opened the sixth seal, day of Yahuwah, and he went off on the tangent and started talking about the millennium reign and the bride. You know, the identification of the bride, identifying the children of Lot, right? Into the wedding feast. And now he's done with that tangent. Now he's on seventh seal. He opens it up, and there's total silence in heaven for about a half hour. What could that possibly be? That seventh seal. And we got an idea of that?
Resurrection?
No.
White throne judgment?
No. It's a silence. The white throne judgment comes after the millennium reign. Remember, he went off on a tangent here now. It's not telescoping. It's just Yehukanan going off on a tangent. So now we're back on track, and you open up the seventh seal, and there's silence in heaven for a half hour. So this silence is mourning for the dead, those who died during the great distress, the dead who are not going to be raised back to life. Okay, they're dead. So they're going to be thrown into the lake of fire. Especially those who fought on the side of Satan and the anti-Mashiach against Yahusha. Okay, so the silence is mourning. Have you ever seen people mourn for the dead with silence, a moment of silence? That's what this is. So the seventh seal is a moment of mourning, of silence for the dead. And during this half an hour of silence or mourning, Yehukanan gets off track, and he sees something, and he comments on what he's seen during this moment of silence. Okay, so what is he seeing? And I saw 7 messengers who stand before Yahuwah, and to them were given 7 trumpets. So he's seeing something the stage being set up, okay, for the next story, for the medium story. And another messenger came in and stood at the altar holding a gold censer, and much incense was given to him that he should offer it with the prayers of all the set apart ones upon the golden altar, which was before the throne. And the smoke of the incense with the prayers of the set apart ones went up before Yahuwah from the hand of the messenger. So this kind of ends the introduction to the trumpets, if you will, or setting up this, what he saw them setting up the stage up there for the 7 trumpets story, right? And then it says, and the messenger took the censer and filled it with fire from the altar and threw it to the arets. And there were noises and thunders and lightnings and an earthquake. So what he did there now, he just ended or concluded the story of the 7 seals. That's the conclusion. He's done. So that's why the conclusion of the 7 seals is in a weird place, 8:5 here. Okay, because during that moment of silence, when the 7 seals open, he's witnessing movement. Even though there's still silence, he's seeing things happening, and he starts explaining what he's seeing during this moment of silence. And then after that stops, that introduction to that next medium length story is set up and being ready to be told. Then all of a sudden, at the moment of silence ends, and so that ends the 7 seals, and so then he gives us the conclusion. So the conclusion of the story of the 7 seals ends in 8:5. And the messenger took the censer and filled it with fire from the altar and threw it to the arets. And there were noises and thunders and lightnings and an earthquake. So when we read that, we always know that this is the conclusion of the story. So this is the conclusion of the seals, or the long story. It ends with noises, thunders, lightnings, and an earthquake. It's the end of the reign of mankind. It's the conclusion. It's over. We've went through all the steps and events and everything that leads up to the second coming of Yahushua. And he came, and it's now you're off into the millennium reign. It's over. The day of Yahuwah is done. It's concluded. All right. So that's it then for the seals. And so then we go into the 7 messengers who held 7 trumpets, prepared themselves to sound. So they prepared themselves to sound. To sound. Why? Because he's done telling the long story. He getting ready to tell you the medium story now. We'll get into that next week. Trumpets is amazing. It's an amazing story how he fills in a lot of the blanks that we didn't get in the seal story. Okay, a lot of tangents in the trumpet story. A lot of tangents. He goes off on a lot of tangents. Go ahead, Raul.
So the trumpets is kind of starting again from the beginning of the seals, explaining everything again, but in a different way, in a different story.
Yeah, and it starts at a different time slot. Okay. Now remember, the seals started when? When did the seals start?
I think it was in the year 300, I think you said, or
300, right? Catholicism, right? With
right.
The white horse. Okay, the trumpets is going to start in year 1914.
Okay.
But it's going to be the same story, just with a lot of extra events going to that same time frame, the end times. It's not chronological order at all. It's starting over, but it's beginning in 1914. It's going to take us down to the day of Yahuwah again, and that story's going to end.
So kind of World War I, starting of World War I.
World War I. The trumpets. We'll get into it next week. So even though it has a lot more words, it's still a shorter story than the seals, because the seals covers a longer timeline from 300 to the day of Yahuwah. This goes from World War I or 1914 to the day of Yahuwah. And a lot more words in the trumpets, a lot more tangents, but it's a shorter story because of the timeline involved. See that? So it's the medium story of the same exact event. The second coming of Yahushua, day of Yahuwah. Just starts over. He retells it in a different way. He starts over, retells it in a different way. That's all it's going to be. All right. It's going to be very powerful. The seals are pretty powerful itself. Anybody any questions or thoughts or comments now on the seals? If not, I'm going to stop right there then. Continue with the trumpets next week. It's actually 7 messengers who blow this, prepared to blow their 7 trumpets, given 7 trumpets, but they call it the 7 trumpets. So I'm done there. And if anybody got anything they want to say, any comments or whatnot?
I'm sorry, Cato. I was thinking about, we kept talking about these marks, and I kept thinking about the mark that Catholics receive every, what they call Ash Week.
Yeah, they put that cross of ashes
Yeah,
on the forehead.
if that's not a sign of peace, I don't know what is.
What a distortion, right? That's a distortion, man, of the truth. It really is.
It's a T for Tammuz.
That's what it really is, yeah. True. But I think they try to say it's the tall, right? Isn't that what they say that is? Or do they say it's the cross?
It's the cross.
Yeah. That cross sure seems to have a lot of power, doesn't it?
Really, it's a smudge.
Isn't it technically a star, the sun, the sign of the sun?
Yeah.
They keep trying to say the seal of David is the Remphan. Is that me? Anyway, I had a whole discussion.
Mark.
Huh?
Mark.
What?
Mark.
My gargly?
Yeah.
Your bird comes in loud and clear.
Yeah, she does. Got the perfect pitch, sure.
What's your bird's name?
Casper.
Cool. I never got to see him.
I never gave her that. She just.
Or her.
Take you over here and let you look
Let
at
her,
her.
yeah, let us see her.
Hi, Casper. Say hi to everybody. Now she's getting stage fright. Can you see her? Can you guys see her?
Yeah, it's an African gray, right?
Yep. Hey, Casper. There's a bird's eye view right there. What do you think? That's all the people talking.
Wow, beautiful creature.
Yeah, she got a red tail. I can't really. She doesn't want me. Yeah, she's got a little ruffled. She sees you. Yeah, for sure. Can you say hi? Did you say hi? Yeah, she's watching you. Yeah, I'm not sure why she sometimes gets like that, but anyway. She knows you're there. I know that for sure.
Such a cool bird.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's a cross, okay, and you see the sun burst around it here, right here. So there's the cross, the sign of the sun. You see this round circle here? That's the sun. So this is showing you that this right here is a depiction of the sun, right here on his staff, the Pope. Okay, so they know that they're worshiping that they're sun worshipers, or why would they not? Why would they have this? They know. They're not doing that out of ignorance. They know they're worshiping the sun. Right here's the proof of it. This is the sun. This whole area right in here representing the sun.
The four winds. You know what I mean? And all that.
Yeah. Yeah. They're not doing that out of ignorance. They know exactly what they're doing. They're sun worshipers, man.
Wouldn't the Pope be like the perfect Antichrist? Because they all follow him. So they would probably believe him.
He's supposed to be the false prophet. I know there's theories, ideology out there that claims him to be the anti-Mashiach, but I don't think he will be. I think he'll be his right-hand man now. I think he's the false prophet, and I think he's going to make miracles come down, fire from the sky and stuff, and then tell everybody he got the power to do that through the anti-Mashiach. The anti-Mashiach's going to be the image of a man possessed by the devil. Why? Because he likes to master. He likes to do everything that Yahuwah does. So Yahuwah came in the flesh. His exact representation, his likeness, was in the form of a man. He came in the image of a man. Okay.
So if we're that close, he's probably on Earth right now.
I'd say he is.
He's probably all cloned, groomed, and ready to go.
I don't know if he's possessed by the devil yet, but he's gonna be.
I think it'll be a giant. That's why that black throne's in the Vatican. I think it's going to be a giant. That's people are just going to be upset. They're just going to be just completely caught off guard. Wow.
Yeah, that could be. I never thought about that, but yeah, you're right. That throne's huge.
If you've ever seen people like around a big wrestler, they're just mesmerized, and those guys aren't even that big, but there's just something about it. And can you imagine some 9-10 foot person that's just beautiful? Of course, they're not going to be bad looking. This thing's going to be mesmerizing. I'm sure of it.
Andre the Giant used to sit down to give fans their autograph because they were just so struck by him. They would just not get over it. So saw a documentary. It's pretty good.
Yeah, and he wasn't a very good looking feller. So can you imagine somebody that is just mesmerizingly, beautiful, and they're
long blonde hair, blue eyes,
yeah,
muscles.
Yeah, for sure.
Beauty is a matter of opinion.
It is, but there's that universal,
Look at that guy.
Robert Redford kind of look.
Talking about good looking. Look at him.
Yeah, Andre's better looking than that.
Yeah, he's got the Pope. See the Pope's disease all over his face when he's being possessed. Look at him. He looks like that in the Exorcist, like that girl. The same face looks the same way.
Look at that. He looks like a vampire in this one.
Yeah.
Man, dude's weird looking, man.
Yeah, for sure.
Yo.
And he's doing that on purpose, though.
There you go. So I told you he was a vampire. Look at that. Look how pointy his fingers are, man.
Yep.
Wow. What that dude been doing?
Organ harvesting.
Wow. Yeah, that was one creepy pope right there.
Those pictures must be made.
No, that's him, man.
I know he looks possessed without any makeup, but those pictures are way out of.
I don't know, man. They say that's the way he looked. This one, the one with him with that cross around his neck, I actually saw that picture on TV. He did look like that. Yeah, they showed a picture of him one time on TV. He had a black eye. Did you guys, any of you see that one? Yeah, he had a black eye.
The black eye is something all through the occult, all through Hollywood. Everyone shows up with a black eye at some point for a press conference or something, like an interview. Yeah. Everyone.
They had a video the other day on that, how they show all these wealthy and powerful people, and they all have a left black eye. And one of the last ones that came up was Obama, not too long ago, after they found that guy drowning in his backyard or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a lot of them have had that black eye. That's an initiation into the serpent seed clan. So that's something to do with the serpent seed,
And even like Justin Bieber, who's claiming Christian this, Christian that, showed up with a black eye. So it's like everyone. Don't be fooled by people who say they believe in Christ or whatever.
Right. Yeah, it's absolutely a cult activity. Oh, here's one. Actually, I got one here to show you. Hang on a minute. Yeah, there's you need to read up on that black eye stuff. That's something really. It's something that's really real. It really is.
Caster said, "Yep, she heard you, Mark."
Yeah. And she knows. Okay, here we go. There he is. See, it's always the left eye too. See that black eye? That's it. He's been initiated into the serpent seed club. This child, you know what that means? A child of darkness. We're children of light. They're children of darkness. The devil's the father. What this means.
It might be a sign of great sacrifice too. Even the band TLC lost Lisa Left Eye Lopez to some tragedy, but it seemed like foul play. I don't know, it's the 90s. But the left eye, it's kind of funny that it's always left.
There's a picture of that day. Look, he even looks creepy in this one. You got that fish hat on. The white horse, people. Looking at the white horse. There's that throne. Crazy, isn't it?
That snake's on the other side, right? That snake viewpoint.
Well, this is between the fangs. See, this is not a good picture of it here, but you can see that half of the head is human, the other half's a snake, a serpent, half and half. These are lost souls here. They say it's the resurrection. They call this the resurrection, man. We ain't got nothing to do with the resurrection. Crazy stuff, isn't it?
Well, you know, Hashatan wants one too, so that's his depiction of it.
They're talking about Hashatan. There he is. See the 2-finger signal? They all do that. See the serpent, the snake on his belly? Got children depicted with him. This is a real statue, man. This gets passed around all over the United States. It's disgusting. There's that throne again.
Was that the medical pole I saw in Baphomet's stomach?
Yeah.
It looked like, yeah, 2 serpents surrounding a pole.
Yeah, did y'all see this ever? This was when they elected that Pope. Lightning struck the Vatican. As soon as that Pope got elected, man, and that white smoke started coming out, wham, lightning strike right on the Vatican, man. Right on that cross. Right on the top of there. Lightning struck it. That's happened more than once, actually. I've actually seen that happen live on TV. The devil's not at war with the Catholic Church because he is running it. How true is that? Look at all that scarlet and purple and white.
That's the synagogue right there.
Yeah, man. Terrifying. Look at that. Crazy stuff, man. Okay. Anybody interested in hearing Brick Paris's new letter about the solar eclipses? All right. Let me get it over here. Says, okay. I just sent this to people that I often correspond with, but thought I would send it to a few of you also. I have already mentioned this to many of you, but it doesn't hurt to remind everyone again. And I have attached the chart showing the paths of the 3 eclipses. We just witnessed the Ring of Fire eclipse yesterday, and it was awesome. As we were in the path of totality, so many people came from all over the country to this area to film and view the eclipse. I may have already told you this, but I think these total solar eclipses that have crossed our nation, one in 2017 and one yet to come in 2024, are prophetic signs from Yahuwah. I think he even signed his name on them, which you can see from the paths of the 3 eclipses in 7 years from the depiction I am attaching. You will see a large A, or Aleph for Elohim, as in the ancient pictographical Aleph Bet, where the Aleph stood for the Mighty One. Here is my reasoning. I made a presentation in September 2017 during Sukkot in which I presented the Revelations 12 sign and also the blood moons on Passovers leading up to the first total solar eclipse to cross our nation in 99 years. The first one took place on 8/21/2017 and touched the Oregon coast at the same moment that the Jewish month of Elul began in Jerusalem. Elul is thought to signify repentance. Are we given 7 years to repent? The eclipse that took place yesterday was a ring of fire eclipse, where the moon doesn't completely cover the sun, and the fiery ring is seen around it. Was this the final warning? Notice that this eclipse took place 1 week from the last great day of Sukkot, which also began the Israeli-Hamas war. In 6 months, the final total solar eclipse of the 3 will take place on April 8th, 2024. Do you realize what April 8th, 2024 is? It is the beginning of the Hebrew New Year, 2024. The eclipse and the conjunction between the New Year happened simultaneously. To my way of thinking, and I am not a prophet, this could signal the beginning of the 3.5-year tribulation. I think I also told you that I worked out the date of the crucifixion to be on April 28th, 28 AD. Add 2,000 years to that, and you get 2028, for the beginning of the millennium. Also, the fig tree prophecy is believed by many to refer to the rebirth of the nation of Israel in 1948. That generation that saw the fig tree bloom would not pass away until all had been fulfilled. Take a generation of 80 years and add it to 1948, and you get 2028. I'm not setting dates, but am observing how these dates seem to fit prophecy. Like I said, I am no prophet and hope I am wrong, but seeing the current depraved condition of our nation, I have to believe we are in the end of the end times. How can Yahuwah continue to let this country stand when we have become so depraved and wicked? Sodom and Gomorrah were not as wicked as we have become. They did not have the technology for men to become women and women to become men. They were just sodomites, whereas over here, we have invented more variations of that with the LGBTIQXYZ identities. I've heard it said that if Yahuwah doesn't judge the USA, he would owe an apology to Sodom and Gomorrah. So I see our time as being very short. It is only a matter of time before the shoe falls. We have so many terrorists in this country right now that have come across our southern border that terrorism is almost a certainty. We have many Chinese men of military age in this country right now, too. So I think that we are doomed as a nation because there has been no repentance as a nation. People rejoiced at the eclipses and viewed them with amusement, without any thought that they might be harbingers of a prophecy and doom. Notice too that the 2017 and the 2024 eclipses put a bullseye right over the new Madrid fault where the Ohio and Mississippi rivers merge. The greatest earthquake in the recorded history of this country took place in the 1830s on this exact fault. It was so powerful it caused the Mississippi River to flow backwards for several hours and rang church bells as far away as Boston. If it had happened in modern times, it would have destroyed cities like Louisville and Memphis. Could the X over this fault mean it is going to happen again soon? If so, it could be devastating. I couldn't help but notice also that there's an X right over me in Texas, where the 2023 and 2024 eclipses cross. That's the way I see things. I don't believe in coincidences, and I am trying to warn people to repent while they still can, even if I am wrong. Again, I repeat, I am no prophet, and all of the above is only conjecture on my part. But it is enough for me to want to clean up my own act to the best of my ability and be prepared just in case. I believe Yahuwah established this country to be a beacon of light to the nations of the world, but sadly, that light has now gone out. Yahuwah's blessings and Hava and Yahusha Brick. There you go. We showed you the thing last week. I can show it to you again here. I think I have it here somewhere.
I might have missed it, so please.
Okay. I'll look for it here. Somebody else want to talk or something? Oh, here it is. I found it. Okay. So here we go again. And here it is. So here it is. This was the 2017, I believe. Let me look at it. Now, this one was. So this one here is the 2017 eclipse. Went right across there, caught on top of Phyllis and Lou's house. And then this one here is the one that just happened. Goes right across Texas over top of Brick's house. Okay, so then it made this V shape back, upside down V.
Over Tad's house.
And yeah, it's right over top of Tad and Mom's house. Conjunctures here. So then it comes 2024 in April. It comes down here and crosses here, makes a cross right there over top of Phyllis's house. And then it comes down here and makes a X marks the spot over top of Brick's house. And then it goes on down into Mexico. And what is this then? It's an alif. It's like for some reason, Yahuwah had signed over top of our nation, put his signature there. It forms the alif.
It looks like anarchy, but it's the beginning.
Yeah, if you put a circle on it, it can be anarchy as well. I hope that doesn't mean that there's going to be anarchy in the country. It's going to just go nuts, but it could mean that. Absolutely could. But this is the belief.
You mean it hasn't already?
Not quite yet, but it's getting there. So this is interesting that it's right over top of Tad's house, right over top of Phyllis's house, right over top of Brick's house. And believe it or not, it passes over top of my house. So I'm right about. So this would be Phyllis's house, Brick's house, right here at the X marks the spot. and right up here, Tad's house, over top of his house. And then as it comes down here and enters into this northeast corner of Texas, it comes right over my house. So right, boom, right about there. And then it continues on and goes over top of Brick's house. So we're like on a straight line, man, over my house and then right over Brick's house. And look at this, a straight line from Phyllis's house, my house. Let me see. Let me do it over here where y'all can see what I'm doing. Okay, it comes down here, goes over top of Phyllis's house, my house, and then Brick's house. We're on a straight line, man. Look at that. Straight line.
And I'm up in Iowa, and I'm in the clear.
Hey, isn't that Round Rock somewhere over there too? My sister's over there.
Yeah, I don't know. Let's see. I'm trying to find Idaho. Is it right up above Oklahoma or above that? Right here. It goes through Idaho. You ain't out of the clear, man. Yeah, it does. Passes right through Idaho.
Oh, I said Iowa. Des Moines, Iowa. Not Idaho.
Oh, Iowa. Iowa. I'm gonna start calling Iowa Yahweh.
This is amazing, though. Wow,
what is that paintbrush thing on the Canadian border there?
Thing up here?
Yeah.
Annular solar eclipse.
Oh, annual.
Of 2024 June 10th. So it must gonna be another one in June 24 up here in Canada.
That might be the TAW.
Yeah, maybe. That could be. But this one here definitely is coming this spring in April. The next one it's gonna cross. You go this way over everybody's house. Crazy, man.
Who were you reading just now earlier before this map, Mark?
Brick's letter.
Brick? Okay.
You know Brick Parish? Brother Brick. He wrote that 2 houses of Israel.
Oh, that's the one I need to you told me yeah, that's the one I need. Okay, study of the 2. That's the one I needed. Okay.
2 houses, restoration of Israel. It's a good book, man. Everybody should read that. It really is a great book. You can get that from Phyllis on Phyllis's website, horizon.net.
I wanted to do a Grandma Sunshine spot to get the word out for your channel, Phyllis. If that's okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Y'all still have that on Amazon, Phyllis? Or is that just
What?
on your site? Brick's book.
That book, I think that's just on our site. I would have to ask Lou.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's on. It might be. I know it's on Kindle. That's why I'm confused.
There you go.
If it's on Kindle, it might be able to be the book bought there.
Amazon. Yeah. Yeah, get that, man. That's a good book, man. It's real short too. It's a short read, but it's got a lot in it. It really helped me at the point I read that. I needed to read that book because it really clarified a lot of things real quick.
It's a very good read.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's on tourzone.net?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Waiting for that sun to go down.
I want to apologize to everybody that we put our books on Amazon, but our reasoning for doing that is we figured Amazon will still be here after we're dead and gone, and we wanted the books to be available for the future generations.
Phyllis, they might not need those books by then.
Yeah, might be just a few more years and we'll all be out of here.
You know, Mark, I am I am of a divided mind myself about whether I want to be here. You know, everybody wants to live until Yahushua comes, but you made me think twice about that. Maybe I don't want to be here when Yahushua comes back, or because that means I would have to live through the tribulation. If we're not going to get changed before the tribulation, then that's a little scary.
Mhm.
I always thought we were going to be changed first.
We might not have a choice.
Well, yeah, it might not be your choice. So who is going to use you? But like everybody was saying, you don't have to fear it because you're going to be protected. Who is going to protect you, and so you'll have His protection in His mind, thought of mind, and so you'll keep your joy and your peace even through all that because you have the Ruach HaKodesh in you. And it's His choice anyways, not ours. So He may be wanting to use you to bring thousands of people into the reign during all that tribulation.
The world's going to need sunshine.
This is where we just need to be. That's just where we need to be patient, and wait on Yahuwah and not try to make up our own minds on, on what we should do or not. But that thought's there. And it's really interesting because the people that doesn't have the Ruach HaKodesh, and they're going to be fainting and dying of heart attacks and everything else, especially when the sun goes out. A lot of them are going to fall dead from fright, but we won't. We'll have to be protected by you. We'll understand what's going on, and all we're going to be doing is looking up because our redemption draws near at that point.
That's what happened in the perceived book of Jasher when the sun took a day off.
Yeah.
Stood still.
We need to be salt in the wound of the beast. We are salt in the wound of the beast.
Here's
I'm going to stay that salty right to the very end as long as He wants me to.
You're so peculiar.
I tell everybody I want to be salt in the wound of the beast everywhere. Yep.
I had a talk with someone about immersion and how no one in the book immersed in seawater. It was always in something that wasn't salty, because the sea is what holds all the death, the dirt, the dung, the devastation just eventually falls back into the sea. Castles made of sand. So yeah, if you immersed at the beach or something, it's probably a good idea to go find a river, lake, mikvah.
Do you think that there are people who actually worship and think Satan is a good guy? I mean, is that real, or is it just because they want to look cool?
Sympathy.
For fame and money.
Yes.
And a lot of them think that the J-Man and Satan are brothers, and Satan got the raw deal from the Father, and so it's flipped around. When actuality, it is flipped around again.
They'll flip everything around.
Black is white and white is black. That's their motto. Even the CIA uses that motto.
Oh, speaking of black, did you see the Los Luna Stone? Did anyone see that recently? Someone painted it black, motor oil or something. It's covered. Adam from Parable of the Vineyard went to go see it. I guess it happened right before he got there, so he's got this video where he's just by the rock talking about it, and it's just covered black. It's no longer the thing you see on Lou's backdrop or whatnot. It's very sad.
Can it be washed off?
I'm willing to go out there with equipment in the hot sun and do it, but it's going to take a team or something.
It's been what?
You need to find out what they did first to see if it can be done.
Yeah, so Adam is a first-hand witness of it, so it's probably a good thing to ask him what he saw.
He saw it?
He was he was going to visit it. It happened, I think, as he was headed there, and then when he showed up, it was covered black. You can still kind of make out letters, but you can't see most of the commandments on there. Like, it's just so dark and black. And I have a picture of it. I don't know if I could share the screen.
I just wish I knew the reasoning. Was it to, I mean, because somebody thinking they were doing a good thing, on, poured some anointing oil on it, and it obliterated the name of Yahuwah or something. But it was just a little spot, and they were trying to do something good. So these people weren't trying to do something good.
No, they probably went in the dark of the night, just poured whatever junk they had.
A group of Native Americans that were trying to restore it. Lou shared the video on this group of people that were trying to restore the rock.
I'd sent Mark a picture of the rock through text. I don't know if you could pull it up for the group, but yeah, it's really heartbreaking.
Yeah, I'll try.
They've been hiding the name forever, you know, so why not hide the commandments too? It's got his name on it. Or actually, Yahuwah's been hiding the name.
You know what's really weird, man, is that big Christian group just visited there not too long ago, and then that happened. You know how they say the Torah has been abolished and we don't have to obey the 10 Commandments anymore. I hate to blame anybody, but I just wonder, you know.
Symbol of lawlessness.
I was thinking the same thing, Mark, of maybe who did that. The big C's. Yeah, exactly.
It was a heartbreaker for me when he sent me that picture.
You know, there was a group, like Cato mentioned, of people that I don't know if they wanted to restore it, but they also wanted to get protection for it. And they did an interview with Lou, and Lou went off talking about the name, and he, you know how Lou is, right? He doesn't hold anything back, and he talked to him for about an hour, and they said, "Oh, that entire hour of the interview was lost. We can't use any of it."
They were Christian. It was a Christian group, so
Yeah,
they didn't want that part to come out.
Exactly. That's what I mean. So it could have been that kind of group. Who knows?
Could have been that group.
It like they were trying to undercover under false pretenses.
Well, they believe in, you know, that you don't have to obey. All you have to do is believe. You know, they think that 10 Commandments is abolished. So, I mean, I hate to think they did something like that after visiting it. You know, you never know.
What is y'all's opinion about people who don't have a qualm with the name being corrected? I mean, I'm in groups right now where there's legit Nazarene, very well versed on scripture, but they're just giving a pass to people. It's Yahuwah's timing to reveal the name, but am I guarding the name by correcting it, or?
I'd say so.
Yeah. Okay.
I can't get that picture up because I think you texted to me, man. If you email it to me, I can bring it up. I can't do it on a text, though.
Mark, email it to yourself. Don't you have email on your phone?
Yeah, I have my granddaughter run down and get my phone. She comes back up here. I sent her for some water. She was standing right here. I could probably do that, text it to myself or email it to myself. Yeah, I'll do that as soon as she comes back up here. I don't know why anybody would do something like that. That really upset me, man. I couldn't believe it. I mean, it was bad enough when somebody scratched out the top line, you know. Now this. But
That's a good thing we have the commandments written in our heart. So you know what I mean?
yeah, exactly. Just to destroying evidence is what they're doing.
Look how soon after that happened that this war in Israel broke out.
Yeah.
Mark August. Let's see your email here.
It is my email.
Okay.
Mark August.
Okay.
410@yahoo.com.
Weird how I didn't have it. The happiest sound in the English language is Yahoo.
It's kind of amazing that Yahoo is named Yahoo, isn't it? It used to bug me. It don't bother me anymore. It's just that everybody's saying his name and they don't even know it, Yahoo.
Cato, I'm glad you brought that up, Cato, because I've thought about that too. Yahoo! A sound people use, and it's probably from using the name of Yahuwah, like Yahuwah. Yahuwah.
Hallelujah.
Well, and yeah, it's a search engine, so think about it for a moment.
Yeah.
Searching for Yahuwah.
I love it.
That's cute.
All right, sending now. Done. Add. Should be in. All right, I just sent it, so however long that takes. So when does one begin to be able to claim the actual body of the bride? Is it when they come into the name, or when they come into Torah, or is it both? Or
Revelation 14.
oh,
And I forgot the verses. Revelation 14. This is who the saints are.
no, so it's both.
Wait a minute. Yep, you got no. It's 22. I'm sorry.
14,
It's
22. Oh yeah, blessed.
Blessed are those doing His commands, so that
Yep.
the authority shall be there to the tree of life and to enter through the gates of the city. Well, earlier it said, "He who has my name."
Yeah, it's the commandments and the name.
And the
Guard the name and the commandments.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 14:12.
14:12. I was right.
Yeah, the testimony of Yahusha and commandments. You guard both. So it's the testimony of Yahusha, meaning you got to get the name right to even testify.
There's only one name by which you must be saved.
What a week. That horse made me jump out of my chair, that pale horse in the fires. I mean, you guys probably all saw that previously, but yeah.
Oh, you mean the one Mark showed us with the
That woke me right up.
It wasn't photo-opped? I'm always looking for something to be photo-opped.
Yeah, but it looked kind of like right where the video is. It looked like it was there. It didn't look like pasted on or something.
Yeah, I know. I know. I couldn't see any weakness in it either.
Lighting is everything, and that was fire. It's not easy to do that. But it could be just the cell on top. So, wow. I mean, they'll say everything's fake nowadays. I mean, if it doesn't align with theirs, then people have cognitive dissonance about it. It's in action.
Cato, it's my son's fault that I do Grandma Sunshine.
Why is it his fault?
He pushed me, and he said, people don't have family anymore. Some people grew up without grandparents, and he pushed me, and I think also he was having children late. If he has children, he doesn't have any children yet. was afraid I was going to die before his children would be able to meet me. We neither one of us said that out loud, but he's kind of vindicated that, you know, and so he wanted me to do videos about sewing and cooking and things that grandmas do.
Yeah, I think it's great. It's a great idea, and it teaches you something in the smallest bit to the bigger bit. You know? Yeah, that's Los Lunas.
Thank you.
Oh man.
Here's the Los Lunas stone that was defaced. Most of us have seen this, but it appears, if I blow it up, it appears that you can barely make out the inscription. And I'll blow it up so you can see what I mean. See, not a lot, you know, but it seems like it's maybe it's still there somewhat. But man, what a mess.
Are you seeing this one?
Huh?
I'm asking. I wanted Lou to see this.
It's crazy. And I don't know if it's tar or paint.
Yeah, that
could be a
that
chemical.
Was done on purpose for sure.
Huh?
They painted that on there.
Hello.
It's like, or tar or something.
They see you. There you go.
What's up, Lou? Where the magic happens. Sorry about that word.
Yeah.
Honey, you're looking at the Los Lunas stone.
Oh, yeah. Is it okay?
What?
The Los Lunas stone?
That's it. That's what it looks like now.
It's black.
Yeah, it's black.
Is that paint?
Look, that's Lou's stunned. He is absolutely stunned.
It looks like oil to me.
You could jump on and be.
It looks like paint or tar to me because of this edge right here. See this edge? See that? How it's sharp right here? That edge? See that? The sharpness there? Doesn't look like oil. Oil would have ran like a tear down. These points and everything right along this line looks to me like it's paint or tar. What's that stuff that you can buy in the can now? You shake it up and then you spray it and you can seal it watertight.
CLR or no. That's
Flex something. It's called
Flex Seal. Flex Seal.
Like Flex Seal or something almost. You know, some kind of stuff like that maybe. But it really looks more like brown paint.
So then just kerosene or turpentine.
Hey, man. No, it filled in see that where the engraving was engraved? They chiseled that in there, you know, so that was fairly deep, maybe 1/8 of an inch deep, and you can see it filled in the engraving. So that tells me that it was something would have filled it in. So it had to be something a little bit thicker than oil. See what I'm saying?
CSI, New Mexico.
Yeah, that's a mess.
I feel so blessed that Lou was able to get the pictures he did. Well, of course, they're still on the internet, but and you know that one that video that Jay Nolan did where he went to before a lot of this happened.
Yeah. Brick too. Brick's been there several times. He's got pictures of it before it was defaced.
I didn't know Brick had been there. Lou probably did, but I didn't know.
Times.
I was probably 100 feet away and didn't know it. That was right there. Now I got to go clean it. Anyone want to take a road trip with paint thinner?
What would you clean it with, Cato?
I don't know. It's just a thought, I guess.
You just want to do something.
Yeah. Least I could do. Seriously, it's the least I could do. But I'd hate to be like the guy that dies of dehydration and exhaustion out in the middle of New Mexico trying to unpaint the stone.
Oh.
No. It was a hot day when I went, so.
Who'd you go with?
Serena, she does the show with me.
Oh.
Yeah. She reads news.
How's Valerie doing? Is she okay?
No idea. She doesn't talk to me anymore.
Oh.
Although I did seek peace with her, she just doesn't respond anymore. And I think she's like, she's on her walk. But I wasn't trying to divide anything, I wasn't up to anything besides trying to be presentable. It's all Yahuwah's time anyway. We go through what we go through to get some sort of meaning out of life. Raul, do you still fish? There it is.
Yes. So here it is before it was defaced. This was they've tried to deface this several times. One time they really messed it up, but they were able to clean it up somewhat, and then somebody came in and went real deep on the top line, and they couldn't do nothing with that. But this thing here, this recent thing, is just crazy. So here it is after they defaced it. It couldn't be fixed. Right here, they took the first line and they scratched that first line up right there. That black spot right there is just part of the rock. See the black on the outside of the rock there and here. But,
I think that black spot is where it wasn't chiseling, so they had to like paint it to make it show. Not paint it, but like
that's part of the rock.
Oh, is it? Okay.
See the outer edges of the rock here.
Man, how old is that stone? It's like Solomon days.
What a shame, though. That, what they've done now is just, that's like crazy.
It's as old as the earth.
Duh. His words do not pass away.
I can tell you a story about that place when I was out there. That rock, the Covenant Stone itself, is down on the ground. Okay, it's sitting on the ground. And up above it, here, I'll show you. Hang on a minute. Let me do this. Oh, grandkids left me a message. Can y'all see me? Okay, so it was.
Yep.
So there's this big, like a mountain here. we'll just say something like this. Big tree here. This is ground level. Well, that rock sits like this. Right here on the ground. Got all the writing on it, right? So this will be the ground level. Up above here, where it's flat up here, right about here, there's a big rock that looks like this. And it's high backed like that. And it looks like a chair. Okay, so this right here it's laying on its side. It's a big giant rock. I mean, I should have probably did one like this. It's pretty big. And it's this right here and this angle here on that, it's flat. So it looks like a seat, on a chair in a high back that's totally, I mean, flat, man, like a table. The seat and the back, and it's laying on top of some other rocks, and it's huge. And so after I was staring at it up there, what I realized was it looked like a throne. And so down here, what I got out of it was that this rock, the Los Lunas stone, was up on the top of that hill at one time. It was up here. Okay, and it fell down to the ground, and it landed sideways. It's not laying straight like this. It's laying cocked sideways. See what I'm saying? So like it fell. It's maybe an earthquake or something. I don't know. But the throne fell over on its side, and it's laying on a couple other stones that's up there around it. But you can see that it is flat, real nice and flat seat. And,
you got a picture?
No, that's the one thing I didn't get a picture of, man. That's why I wanted to go back to get a picture of that.
Probably still there.
What's that?
It's probably still there.
Oh, absolutely there. This thing's huge, man. It's huge. And so what I was thinking was the rocks that this is laying on was like underneath this throne. We're sitting on top of them. And this covenant stone was the footstool up here. So there was like a throne, and the covenant stone was the footstool. And if some earthquake happened or something, and that rock fell down onto the ground and cocked sideways, it's easy to see it's not attached to the side of this huge rock. It's just laying in front of it, cocked. And this huge stone, looks like a throne, fell over onto the rocks. I think it was the base underneath the throne. You don't have to use your imagination to see that it's a chair. I mean, it's perfectly carved out and smooth as glass. That seat and that high back seat in the back right here, it's as smooth as glass, man. Almost look polished.
Hey, Mark, the stone itself, how thick is it?
It's about 2 feet, maybe, thick.
The Los Lunas or the chair?
The Los Lunas. The chair's about the same, 1.5 to 2 feet thick, probably. Yeah.
Wow.
The throne's a lot bigger than the covenant stone.
So the throne probably got a lot of use.
Now I'm telling you, you don't have to use your imagination. The seat, it's real flat and smooth. The back, it's real flat and smooth. The rest of the throne, it's rock. You can see it. It's uneven and everything. It's a rock. But the inside of it, the seat and the back, it's smooth, man. It's glass. It's crazy. I was looking at that. That's a throne, And I thought, wow, man, maybe that was the footstool with the 10 Commandments on it, on top of that throne. I mean, it's amazing.
So I should know this by now, but does that stone imply that there were settlers from the Solomon era, or were there? Was that brought in its entirety, or what? Like, are there Just like natives that were Hebrew and they did that? Or?
Well, yeah. I mean, the Hebrew. What happened was back in the day. Okay, that Rio Grande River goes along the border of Texas and Mexico came up into New Mexico. All right, and we went all the way up there to Los Lunas, and so it was wide enough and deep enough that they could easily take one of their ships up that river up to the Los Lunas area. And so one of Solomon's ships, no doubt, went up that river, and they set up a little fortress there on top of Hidden Mountain. So behind this little stone, it's a big stone, but it's little in comparison to Hidden Mountain, where the Covenant Stone is. You walk up this deep valley with a bunch of rocks in it, all the way up on top of Hidden Mountain, and go around, and it's flat up there, and that's where the village is, where they settle.
Oh, you were saying, yeah.
There's an outdoor altar up there. There's pens for animal.
That's a reservation, right? Is it a reservation now?
It's not quite on the reservation.
Okay.
It's right almost at the door. So when you pulled into the dump there, where it's at, about not even a mile off that road is the sign for the Indian reservation. Maybe a mile on up that road. And so, yeah, there was Indians around there for sure. And so it looks like the Israelites that was the beginning of the incline up on the Hidden Mountain where the Covenant Stone was there. And then they walked way up that ravine with all those big giant rocks everywhere, straight up and around the back of the Hidden Mountain, and the village was up there. And you can see for miles up there.
I'm going to take a drone up there and try to get some shots.
It was probably a gate stone, wouldn't you say, Mark? Something that they were supposed to have at their gate, and then the elders were supposed to be there to write rule.
Yeah, I'd say that's exactly what it was. Yeah, that's why I wanted to go back, because I can't believe I didn't take pictures of that throne, man. It's been driving me crazy ever since.
I'll meet you at Los Lunas, Mark.
Don't tempt me, man. I'll do it. The top line was scraped by someone in 2006, and now this vandalism happens. This will draw attention to it more than ever. And then I know it's only a rock, but its inscription is older than the Babylonian captivity and older than the Dead Sea Scrolls. Yeah, this dates back to Solomon mines, and Solomon was sending out to find, to mine gold, silver, and copper, or whatever, bronze, whatever they were using back then. And so, a lot of people don't know that Israel was a seed-bearing nation. They were. Okay? They were agricultural farmers as well and shepherds, but they were huge seed-bearing nation. And so these ships would sail across the Mediterranean Sea, and they would go around the top there of Africa and shoot straight across to the Americas. And so people say, wow, that's a long way. Well, the distance between the west and east coast of the Mediterranean Sea is a longer distance than from the continent of Africa over to South America is a shorter distance than the Mediterranean Sea. And they were going back and forth across the Mediterranean Sea like crazy. So it would have been nothing for them to sail around Africa there and then shoot straight across the planet. See what I'm saying? And so this was more than likely then some type of a settlement that got left behind. Because when Solomon died, they didn't tell everybody to come back. They abandoned those people wherever they were and shut those mines up. All the mines got shut down. And so these people here in New Mexico may have been abandoned Hebrew that just stayed there and lived there out the rest of their lives, and they interacted with the Indians in that area. They had children and stuff.
Phyllis, have you been there?
No.
Mexico's hot.
You don't want to go in the middle of summer.
That's what I did.
Springtime, maybe late springtime and late fall, maybe be the best times. It was hot when we were there. That's what I'm saying. That we went in July, so it's kind of hot.
I'm gonna rewatch Adam's video to see if he can tell what's on it, because I just saw him being there, but I didn't see his video. So
yeah, you know that the guy you mentioned, Phyllis, what was his name? The black guy that went there. What was his name?
Oh,
You just mentioned him.
Nolan, Jay Nolan.
Yeah, Jay Nolan. Okay, so we went there after he did. Okay, and he was really cool because him and his family and whatnot, they put arrows. They made out of rocks. They laid little arrows on the ground pointing your way. And so really, if you go there, just watch for them arrows. A lot of them were like kicked around, or there was like bushes that grew up between the stones and pushed them, out of the way. Most of them were still intact, though, and we were able to follow his arrows, his pointers to the Lost Lunar Stone.
How did you know that was Jay?
I saw his video with Lou.
Oh.
Well, he sent to Lou. Remember when he sent it on the video? I mean, he took it with his cell phone and sent that to Lou, and Lou sent it to me.
Did he mention that? He mention that he left markers? How do you? So how?
Oh, yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. He did. Yeah, he did.
Okay.
Yeah. That's how I knew. But a lot of them are messed up, and there was big spaces between some. So we made new markers between those big spaces, and then we fixed all the ones that were messed up, and so I thought we had the path really, clarified pretty well after we left there. You shouldn't have had any problem not being able to follow the markers, unless you were on the total wrong path completely. But I'm sure they're still there.
What's funny, Mark? You know this. The way to get there, there's two paths. There's a broad entrance, and then there's a narrow entrance. And you specifically said take the narrow entrance. I just, like a smug schmuck, just strolled right in there, like yeah, there's nothing. I'll just walk through, and then it gets rougher and rougher in the broad patch. I'm like, oh, this feels wrong now, because it doesn't look like anyone's walked here for a while. Once we kept going, and yeah, there's a narrow gate, literally, to Los Lunastone, and you take the narrow flat.
That's the narrow. Walk down. The big one's a lot chained up. Can't get through there. Got to walk. Go ahead, bro.
There's someone in the chat that seems to live real close to there that says he can go by and check the stone out to make sure what's wrong with it. He just left a message. If you look at the message, I can't pronounce Elijamko.
Oh, what time did he say it?
It's next to last.
Next
right
to the
above
last.
Valerie.
Can I climb to the top of the big rock?
Can you climb to the top of the big rock? Oh, further up. Yami's screaming at me. I'm looking for it.
Give me the time period. But to answer this question, yeah. I mean, it's easy to walk. There's a little animal trail that goes up the side of that rock that the throne's sitting on. And it's easy, man. I mean, boom, you're right up there. It's not that tall. It's only like 20 feet high at the most. So you can just take that little animal trail up the side.
Does yours tell you what time?
And get up there. And as soon as you get up there, bam, right there's the throne. It's sitting right there. It's sitting on top of some other rocks. You just look at it closely and you'll see it. Look for the flat seat and the flat back, and you'll see it. It's right up above the covenant stone, right up above it on top. It's not a climb at all, really. I mean, I took maybe 10 steps and I was up there. The climb is on top of the hidden mountain. That's a climb.
It's 13 messages up from the last one, because mine doesn't give me a time.
Really?
All right.
It looks like it's faint to me. Oh, here he is. I look close enough to the Luna stone to go down and maybe try and clean it. Yeah, I'd like to, if you come on and if you do that, let us know. Take a picture if you were able to do it, or, you know, let us know what they did to it, if that's actually paint or tar or what that is. If it's tar, it can be cleaned off. If it's paint, it can be cleaned off. I don't know what it is, but I'd sure like to know. If you get there, let us know. Appreciate it. Yeah, it does kind of look thick. It says it's filling in the inscription. The inscription, at least on the picture there, it just looks like it's scratched, but it's not. It's engraved. You know, I'm going to say 1/8 of an inch deep into the rock, maybe. You can definitely get your fingernail in there and run and trace the letters with your fingernail. They're deep enough for that. But it definitely was put in there with some type of a tool, chisel, some kind of chisel or something.
They had remarkably good handwriting.
Yeah, really, it is.
He added a couple more comments for you at the bottom there.
I will plan the trip to go next Tuesday, and we'll send you pictures and photographs of what that stuff is. Okay, appreciate it, man.
Yahweh bless your undertaking, man. Appreciate it.
I was a climber by trade in my life. I was just wondering if it is possible. Yeah, it's definitely possible. It's easy.
Cliffhanger.
I used to do a lot of mountain climbing, rappelling, kayaking, things like that when I was a young man. And this is nothing. Okay, this is just a simple walk up the side of this big rock. And you're up there on top, and you can see that's where the throne is. Of course, the covenant stone lays beneath it at an angle. You can see it's laying at an angle. And but then when you head due west from there, as soon as you look due west, that's the hidden mountain. And then you'll see what I'm talking about. You see that big ravine filled with big, huge boulders and rocks. You got to walk up that ravine across all them rocks and everything, go up behind Hidden Mountain and get on top where the plateau is. And that is a climb. If you decide you want to go up there. Trying to get Heath in, letting Heath in here, but he's spinning. Yeah, let us know when you do that, man. We'd be really interested in that for sure. Hello, Heath.
I don't think Heath is with us.
Nah, he's frozen. Try to go out and come back in, Heath. You're frozen. All righty. So, yeah, what a shame, huh?
Yeah. Hope that Eliyahu, or what's his name? Elijah guy brings us some good news.
Yeah, me too. Here's a quiz for you, y'all. Give you a small quiz.
You should go with him, Cato. Oh.
Yeah.
So down, super down, super down.
What's the white horse represent?
Oh, is this a quiz?
Yeah, there's your quiz.
The papacy.
Christianity, Catholicism, all together. What's the red horse represent?
Ivan Drago.
Communism.
What is it?
Communism.
Communism. How about the black horse?
Capitalism.
BLM.
Capitalism. How about the green horse?
Islam.
Islam. All right, you guys got an A. Must have been paying attention, huh?
I've never saw it that way. It's crazy that it went like political, religious, like in the end. It's what we're dealing with. My mind's blown. Today was a crazy teaching. Hello, Heath.
Don't miss next week. It's going to be real powerful. Hey, Heath, come on back, man. What's up? You there, Heath?
Hey, I had to shut. Yeah, I had to shut off my
How
video.
you-
My internet's going crazy.
Oh, yeah. How you doing? How you been?
I've been very well. It's been really great watching you guys. Hey, I live about 7 hours away from there, and I'm going to plan a trip next Tuesday. I want to see if a few different things, if that's removable, whatever they put on there, and I certainly want to climb to the top of that large rock too and see what's on the top of it.
Oh, was that you, Heath, saying that you'll do that?
No, that was Elijah MC
Yep, that's
321. You're Elijah?
Yeah, that's me. Yes.
Oh, okay. You're
Yes, that's me.
incognito on.
That's my.
That's it.
That's my. It's my son's name.
Oh, okay. Okay, well, cool, man. Yeah. 7 hours, huh? I think we were about 15 hours away, I think. I can't remember now. We had a pretty good drive,
Because
man.
you were in
Took us-
Texas, right?
Yeah, northeast.
I'm in Littleton, Colorado.
Oh, okay. Yeah, and you could
I've
go
been
down
wanting
there.
to go see that for some time.
Yeah.
It's
You can
time.
go down there and find out exactly what's going on. It's kind of a little tricky to get in there, Heath. And so when you go down the road, okay, what you're going to be looking for when you get out of town, past all the Amazon warehouses and all that, they're just building all that's new. So when you go past all that and you get out of town there, on the left-hand side, you're going to be looking for the county dump, the city dump. And so when you see the city dump, that's where you're going to turn in there. You turn in left into the city dump.
If you type in Google Maps, Los Lunas landfill, that'll get you right there.
Los Lunas landfill. And if you hit the Indian reservation, you pass, go back about a mile. But when you turn left into the dump, you're going to see a scale house, scales on both sides of the shed. Don't go up there. Just pull in, go to your left and park on the left-hand side of the road. And when you get there, you're going to see a gate, and then you're going to see a cattle gate, a real small one that you got to weave yourself through it. The big gate where the road is locked. You can't drive back there. You have to park right there, okay?
Okay.
So then you get out and you walk through that little gate that's left of the big gate, that's on the road.
It looks like it'll rotate, but it won't rotate. You just kind of
rotate.
V.
You
Yeah,
gotta
V.
weave through it.
Yeah.
And then when you
cattle
get in there, walk through gate. So then when you get there, you're on this big road. This is like dirt, gravel type road. It's red dirt. And so once you get on that big, it's pretty wide. I mean, you can drive a semi truck down it. It's flat and wide. You'll notice it right away. So start walking down that road, and then you're going to see some hills on the right, on your right. Walk until you get to the end of those hills. The road goes way down there. But as soon as you get to the end of the first hills there, then you want to take a right and cut across the desert. You're going to get off of that main road. And then just stay to the left and stay on the desert, the flat, and just keep walking and look for arrows made out of stones on the ground. And some of them are scratched into some of the rocks when you get closer. Watch for the arrows, and they're there. And then it'll take you, keep going, and you don't cut up into them hills at all. Stay in the flat and keep walking till you hit another fence. And it's a barbed wire fence, but it's going to have a gate exactly like the one you walked through when you got there. So one of them walk through gates. And then as soon as you see that, walk through it. Keep watching for arrows. They're the whole way. As soon as you go through that second gate, take a right immediately and walk right with the barbed wire. Stay up by the fence.
I would have found it if you mentioned a second gate. Like,
Go through that second gate, take a right-hand turn, walk along the fence, the barbed wire fence. Okay, and then just keep walking and walking and walking till you come to a bunch of rocks, and you're going to see a dried-up river basin there. At least it was dry when I was there.
What do you think? Is it 2 miles? 1 mile?
About 2 miles, maybe 3.
3 miles. Okay.
Total. But once you walk along that fence, and just stay with the fence until you hit rocks. You're going to see you're going to come into an area that you're kind of surrounded by rocks. Once you get to the end there where the rocks are, take a left and walk over the creek bed. Cross that creek bed, and then you'll see a little animal path, like a real small path, about a foot wide, walking up the mountain. It'll start going up the hill. Follow that thing, get to the very top, and then when it drops down, you'll be able to see the covenant stone right there.
I'll be there.
And so,
yep.
And so to get to that covenant stone, man, go around to the side and walk up it, and you'll see that throne on top. If you get there, send me a picture of that throne.
Oh, I'm going to take a lot of pictures. Yep, I'm going to document everything about that stone. I'll look to see what it's made out of, see if I can get that stuff off the stone.
Okay. And then if you want to go up to where the village was, look due west, and you're going to see a ravine that goes up with a bunch of rocks in it. Fills it up, these rocks. And you get way to the top, so you go around the hidden mountain, and then you get up on top, and there's a plateau, and that's where the village is. It's a pretty good hike up there. Yeah. So hopefully that'll help you.
Kids could do it.
Oh, yeah, I can make it there.
Definitely give me a picture of that throne if you go, man.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to go for sure. I've been planning on going, and now this is very strange. I can't believe they put that stuff on there. It's terrible. Oh, my gosh, but it's a sign of the times.
But Lou might be right. It might bring awareness. Like, I think there should be a documentary made about it, the whole history of it, or the speculative history, whatever. It should be said and known and checked, tested.
I've researched the history of it. Yeah.
I watched that documentary. I had creepy feelings about them people.
Well, there is a documentary?
Yeah.
Okay.
Lou knows what it is.
Lou's doing a video right now.
Yeah, he did. I can't remember how I got that. He sent me that or something. I can't remember how I got that.
I'm sure he sent it.
Huh?
Cato, if I have your email address, I'll send it to you and Mark.
Okay, I appreciate it. Yes. Thank you.
I've already. Yeah, I didn't get warm and fuzzy feelings from that group. And really, when I watched that.
Yami and I didn't either.
Really?
All they kept saying was Lord and the J-Man and
that train. They were all taking turns on train and stuff.
I was YouTubing on my failed attempt at Los Lunas Stone on my way back home. I was kind of bummed, so I was just looking up Los Lunas videos. And Dr. Michael Heiser, of all people, who passed away like this year earlier, he was saying like it's from like an era where the handwriting doesn't match up. I think his research might be suspect, but he's long gone now, so we can't really like question it.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that's been trying to disprove that and say that it's just somebody that during the modern time that did that. But there was visited, I think, in the 1850s or something like that the first time, and they didn't know what it was. And then they went back and revisited it after the Dead Sea Scrolls. They were able to decipher the language and realized it was Paleo-Hebrew. So they went back to that site, to that finding, and found out that it was the Ten Commandments. But there's been people trying to prove that it's not old. It's just a hoax and was done in the 50s or something. But there's documented records that they found that back in before 1900. So that's not true at all. And you got to remember, man, Satan. He ain't digging that out. So he's going to do whatever he can to discredit that. But there's one thing I want to say, and this is really freaky, man. And I didn't know this, but New Mexico, they call it the land of enchantment. There's been more sightings and reports of spirits there than any other place in the United States. So
and aliens.
They call them ghosts, right? And stuff like that. And so, but we know what that is. Those are demons, if in fact they are seeing the things that they claim they see. And so there's more ghost towns and ghost reportings in Mexico than anywhere else. That's why they call it the land of enchantment. So what is it really? The Netzarim know better than that. So what is it really? Well, it's a portal. Between the spiritual realm and our carbon copy world, the demons come through that portal and to our earth, to our reality. That's what it really is.
Does anyone know where CERN is located?
What is it?
The Large Hadron Collider. Oh, okay.
Switzerland. That's where all the rulers of everything are at. The HWO, the WEF, the Library of Records, Kern. All that stuff is in Switzerland. Yeah. The seat of Satan is also there.
Man. Marcion's home videos.
You know what I just realized? Just dawned on me. Toria's not here.
I noticed that really early.
I did too.
That's the first time she's ever missed one of these, man, since we started doing it. I wonder what happened to Toria.
Chad, TJ, all kinds of people missing.
Yeah.
Frank.
A lot of people not here today. How about Steve? I thought for sure he'd be here. He was here last night. I'll be back.
Is that a connection issue?
A lot of the regulars weren't here today, like Frank, also, Chad.
I might have scared him away.
Mark said it was StreamYard.
Yeah, it is StreamYard. It doesn't happen on, YouTube. Steve,
blaming your mic.
I was about ready to bust up and throw it in the trash can. Yeah, Steve from last night. William's friend. I thought he'd be here today.
And William and Shelley.
Yeah, where's William and Shelley? They haven't been around since they made the big announcement.
Honeymooning.
Is that what they're doing?
You gotta get married first.
Have they been married? I mean, did they do a ceremony?
I think they were doing it by themselves on the beach.
Yeah, that's what they said.
Are they honeymooning, Raul, or just saying that?
I don't know. I just blabbered that out.
I was gonna say that's a long honeymoon, man. They've been going for a couple of weeks. Oh well, maybe they'll be here next week. See who his will is.
I know that they work a lot doing those things that he does on Nazarene Life, and I think that chapter 6 was coming up, so they're probably working on that.
Yeah, and we didn't ever know who's watching. So
Is Yami gonna sing?
Yami fell asleep.
That's something I never did before, man, was take naps. But it's just odd, man. I take them now. So once in a while, I'll take a nap, you know.
They're the best.
This seems weird to me because I never did before.
It's an age thing.
Is that what it is? I tell my wife, I said, man, I hope I don't have worms or something. Well, I'm not so tired all the time. Then maybe I got worms or something.
Iron poor blood.
There's a study that says an hour nap, is very good for you.
Really?
For your whole sleep cycle. Yeah.
Wow.
Like 30 minutes to an hour and a half is a whole sleep cycle.
We do that almost every afternoon.
Wow. Well,
that's why you look so happy.
At least I'm not alone. I'm glad to hear it. How about you, Phyllis? You take naps?
Usually during the discussion on Sabbath. I
was just being silly.
I do take naps sometimes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Lou takes the most naps of anybody. Oh,
Really?
my good. Oh, every day.
No.
Sometimes
I never took naps, so I hit my 60s, man. Then I started doing that. Kind of weird.
The body never lies.
It's never more than about an hour. An hour about the max.
Oh. If I do take a nap, it's not more than 10 or 15 minutes.
Try to get in 30 minutes. I hear that's like your body fully shutting down for the shortest amount of period and turning back on. Like a full reset.
I wish I could. Oh.
Believe it or not, one of our dogs, right after we have lunch, she'll start bothering us until we go take a nap.
My cat makes me go to sleep. Yeah.
Yeah, I used to sleep about an hour when I do take one.
My cat begs me to come to bed with him so that I can pet him until he goes to sleep. And then I can leave. And I'm
That's called a cat nap, man.
That's a real cat nap. Yes, sir.
Got to tuck them in.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Well, anybody got any praise and worshiping they want to do? While we're on here.
I want to give praise and thanks for Lou's healing. He had his cataract removed from his eye, and he can already see better out of his right eye than he can out of the left one, which was the good eye.
Oh, well, that's good.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
I'm so happy. It's so wonderful for him not to. I had to read everything for him. You know, I did. And it's so wonderful. I'll see him reading for himself, and I'm like, what are you reading? Let me see how small the print is. I just want to see what he's reading. He's doing so well.
We saw him, I think, doing a new video, and he doesn't have to grab the magnifying glass.
Oh, I didn't even notice that. You're right. He doesn't have to look at the magnifying glass.
And no glasses either.
Wow. Well, next week, not this coming week, but the following week, I get my left eye done, and then 2 weeks later, I get my right eye done. So I'll be seeing better too. So,
what's that procedure? What do they do, Phil? They put you to sleep? Are you awake when they do that? Or
Lou said he's awake, and they give you relaxants. You know, you're hooked up to an IV, and they give you relaxants and pain relievers. And but he said he never went to sleep. He just saw all these colored lights, and he was very relaxed. And he said it were, but he said it only took 15 minutes, and I'm like, are you kidding? Because you were gone for 2 hours. You must have gone to sleep at some point. But he said he didn't. So.
Phyllis, did they put a lens in also, or just?
Oh yeah. They take the cornea off. They scrape your actual lens off of the inside of it, and put an artificial lens on it, and then put your cornea back.
Yeah, and then you have perfect eyesight.
Wow.
Yeah. Well,
That's
now
amazing.
That's amazing.
it only clears up, and Medicare will only pay for getting rid of the cataracts. When and he had good vision anyway, but when I get mine done, I have to pay extra so that I get one eye, I'll be able to see close up, and the other eye I'll see at a distance, and somehow the brain just kind of blends it together. And I know people have had the same thing done. They say they don't even think about it. They just see perfect distance and up close. But it's going to cost some money, because Medicare doesn't care if you have to wear glasses. They just want to fix the cataract, you know.
That's amazing they can do that. That's crazy.
It is.
They must have you in some kind of a head stabilizer, keep your head perfectly still or something, right?
Yeah, they have to do something. I'm sure they were holding his eye.
Like Clockwork Orange.
Oh yeah.
If it's anything like when they do LASIK, they put something that it opens your eye and it holds it open. Because I had LASIK done, like, I don't know, I think like 15 years ago, and they put something here that opens your eye like that.
What was it to correct your vision?
Yeah, it was to correct my vision. I had like the weirdest thing, because you know that when they fix, they ask you, like you said, if they want to fix one eye to see up close and one eye to see far away. And I told them no, because I had used glasses since I was like 7 years old. So I told them no, just I want to not have to use glasses to see from. I was short sighted, so I don't want to. I'll use glasses to read. I told them, but I don't know what happened, that they fixed both. I mean, uh, and they didn't do one eye one way and one eye the other. They couldn't even explain what happened. But I could read perfectly up to a couple of, like a year or two ago, that it started fading again on me. But now I gotta use glasses to read.
You eat carrots.
That's weird.
Yeah, but it was perfect. I mean, I can still see from far away, probably 20/20, but I can't. I'm starting to lose my reading.
And you didn't have to go back again. I mean, someone said that certain procedures, LASIK procedures, you have to go back in 2 or 3 years and have it redone.
Maybe, but I've never gone back because I've never had a problem. Lately, Yami and I are trying to, because when you move to a new area, like if I were back home, I know where I'd have to go. But we're trying to find a doctor of ophthalmology up here to go to. But sometimes you call and they tell you, "Oh, we're not taking new patients till maybe in February." You know, so it's kind of hard to get appointments sometimes.
Ooh.
Gibson girl, we haven't seen Rebecca in a long time. Of course, we all know she moved to Tennessee, but she's on here today, and she says, "Praise report: youngest son graduated from Naval Boot Camp, which I believe is probably up by the Great Lakes, and is now in Florida. safety traveling from Minnesota to Tennessee and back again. I've missed you all. Well, we've missed you too, Rebecca. I'm glad your son graduated from boot camp and he's doing good. So
That was fast.
yeah, that flew by. Wow. Time flies. You're having fun, I guess. So really cool. So I'm assuming then you haven't totally moved to Tennessee, Rebecca? Or have you? I think as she goes from Minnesota to Tennessee, she drives right past your house, Phyllis.
I don't know where Minnesota is. I'm embarrassed.
Yeah, it's right
Is
up
it
above.
above me?
Yeah.
Oh,
I bet she comes right down through
it
Louisville.
probably comes through then. If Minnesota's above me.
I bet she does. Do you, Gibson girl? You drive through Louisville on your way to Tennessee? I bet she does, and then she probably cuts east over into the eastern Tennessee area. She ain't too far from Raul.
I think she's in a place called Greenville, Tennessee.
Yeah. Okay, really nice to hear from you, Rebecca. I wonder sometimes when you don't see people or hear from them, you wonder what happened to them, you know. And it's usually all kinds of different reasons. People come and they go. Almost everybody that, you know, when I first became a Nazarene, there was hardly anybody on the internet, you know, Lou White and maybe another handful, not too many. And I was talking to that dude up there in Canada that had cancer. You know who I'm talking about, Phyllis. I can't recall his name now. Remember he had cancer and stuff, lived up in Canada. Then there was that little dude that said he moved to Israel. He was around, and there wasn't many people. You know, it's hard to talk to anybody. And so almost everybody that I ever talked to or associated with, as far as Nazarene or whatever, I don't know where any of them people are now. I did see the Canadian guy on one of Lou's videos though about a year ago. He did resurface, and I said something to him. He goes, "I'm surprised you remembered me." I said, "Well, of course I would remember you." And I used to talk to him quite a bit.
I don't know who you're talking about. I'm sorry.
I know you know him though, because you had a conversation with him one time. You were talking to him back and forth. Matter of fact, me and you both were. We were talking to him. I think it was on. I don't know if it was on End Time Watchman's channel or where it was, but maybe it was in the Nazarene Live Church. Remember that first engine that we did? Remember the first one you did, Nazarene Search website? I think it was on.
You're not talking about Chris, are you?
No, that doesn't ring a bell.
No.
He was older though. He lived way up, I think, British Columbia, if I ain't mistaken. And he was going nuts for a while. He's going saying a bunch of mean stuff and crazy things because he was sick. I don't know if it was affecting his mind. I'm not sure. Yeah, I can't think of his name. But I know you know him.
Where's End Times Watchman? I haven't seen him for a while.
Yeah, he faded away. You know, he's been around for a while.
He was about his business too.
Somebody's putting his videos up in sequence, you know, re-airing them.
Yeah, he did mention a long time ago, a while back, that somebody had tapped into his website or something. Somehow got in there and was messing with all his videos or something. It wasn't him doing it. I don't know. I found that kind of weird.
I do too.
People come and they go.
What was the oldest archaeological find? Was it the Aaronic blessing?
Huh?
The oldest form of Hebrew found was an old, like, Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh original tetragrammaton shown on this. It looked like some stone slab where they chiseled into it original Paleo Hebrew. It's like parts of the Aaronic blessing. But I think that was the oldest that they found. Which proves Hebrew's Hebrew, yeah.
Yeah, they actually found coins with his name on it, old coins.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and kind of recently they found a rock that had a picture of the Tower of Babel on it, and it had a scripture. I mean, it had inscription on it to describe the Tower of Babel. It said it had 7 levels. It was broken half, but they found it and they put it together, and they were able to interpret the writing on it.
Do you know how many languages Babel broke off into?
No idea.
Because you got to remember the mother tongues would be Hebrew as one, and however many others that split it off.
You know,
Yeah,
Mark, I might have to read it again, but you know how you said listening to the words being spoken makes you hear things you didn't before. When I was listening along, I heard and remembered this that they were separated into languages before they built the tower. But that's real confusing to me. And Lou said that maybe it was a different period of time. Like, you know how sometimes in Genesis they'll tell you about something, and then I'm going to see if I can find it, and I'll bring it back up again.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not real sure what you're talking about there, because I thought that he confused their language because they were building it. Remember, he said, look here what the people are doing, and they're building, you know, they're one-minded. They could achieve all kinds of stuff, and then so he confounded their languages or something during that process, during the construction of the Tower of Babel. That's what I always thought. It's been a long time since I've read that or studied about it, but.
And I think that the different languages were depending on what kind of work the person was doing, so they couldn't communicate. So they couldn't communicate.
It's called the Ketef Hinnom, the Aaronic blends, Ketef Hinnom scroll, and it's this rolled up parchment. It's not parchment. It looks almost metallic, but it's the oldest Hebrew found recorded.
Cool.
Yeah. And there's Los Lunas.
There's actually one in Ohio too.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's some old ancient Hebrew in Ohio. Wow.
I've seen that one in Ohio.
Have you? What's that look like?
It has it's very tiny. Yeah, and it has it's a little box, and it has the 10 Commandments written all on all corners of it.
Oh wow.
Wow. What's it? Do you know what it's called? The relic? Do you know if it has like a name?
What it's called, but if you do a Google search on it, you can find it. Yeah, just look up the 10 Commandments found in Ohio. They claim that it's not real, of course.
Of course. Oh, it looks like a little sarcophagus. Looks like a little coffin.
Oh.
Yeah. Am I able to share a screen here?
I thought you could, but maybe you can't.
Oh, I think I can share screen. Yeah.
I'm gonna share screen.
Share screen.
I'll throw you up by yourself.
Well, hold on. Let's see. Do I have to do this through Safari or what is it? Oh,
StreamYard?
StreamYard. Okay, Studio. All right. It's telling me to do all kinds of stuff. Hold on. Could just hold this up in front of a mirror. But okay, allow. Says it can't do it. Okay.
You might not be able to do it.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. What was the name of it?
The Newark, like Newark, New Jersey, the Newark Holy Stones. And the other one is the Ketef Hinnom, which is Hebrew.
Does it have a picture of a person in it?
Yeah, it's got Aramaic on it, but
Where's it at? Oh, going around it, huh?
yeah, then there's like a book.
Like the person's holding the book. Is that it?
I think. I'm not even sure if that's the one Heath was talking about.
Is that what you're talking about, Heath?
Oh, Heath.
Sorry, my internet is going crazy. I'll look it up on Google right now and see if it's the same one. Hold on.
Okay.
Yeah, it looks kind of like it would be it. I don't recognize the print.
You see the other one that I was talking about, Mark? The Ketef Hinnom. I'll type it in the chat so you see it. Ketef.
Yeah, they're showing artifacts with ancient Hebrew written on the little stones and stuff.
In the private chat, Mark, I wrote the name if you want to look that up.
Is it in Ohio?
I don't know where this was. I think it was in like the Holy Land.
Ohio.
Yeah, 10 Commandments found in Ohio. It's a sarcophagus. And there's like a woman's effigy, kind of like chiseled woman. Is that a woman or a priest? Might be a priest.
I think it's a priest.
Okay.
Priest with the turban on his head.
Okay.
No, it looks like a woman because he got a robe on. Looks like a dress.
Garments. Oh. That's so cool, though. It's such a.
Okay, well, this one in Ohio looks to be bigger.
Hmm.
I'm looking at it all. Well, no good picture. Cut. Possibly a tomb. There's no good
That's the
picture.
one. Yeah, I thought it was like a little box, but it is more like a sarcophagus.
Yeah, it looks Aramaic, but I might be wrong. Can't really tell.
I can't even see it.
It's Aramaic, but it's like on its way in, like out of Babylon. Aramaic, like early. You could tell like they're still trying to hang on to the paleo. Wow, history. You see the other one, Mark? I thought that was cool.
I see it, yeah.
Yeah.
I can't make much of it.
Cool. But yeah, I see Yod He Wah He in that one.
I can hear you talking.
Is it your week to dance for Yahuwah, Mark? Is this the week? No. Okay.
No, I did that last time. Remember?
Sorry, I forgot.
Before we start dancing, Mark, could you look at Genesis 10, verse 31?
Genesis 10:31.
Mm-hmm. And like I said, I wouldn't have noticed this if I hadn't been listening to Adam read it.
Okay, so Genesis 10:31 says, "These were the sons of Shem, according to their clans, according to their languages, in their lands, according to their nations." Is that it?
Yep, that's it. And then in chapter 11, and all the Arets had one language and one speech. So what were the languages they were separated according to? Lou said it might be an overshadowing or an overlayering, but I think they already had separate languages. So that's what I was trying to bring up here. My point here is that when he scattered the people in the Tower of Babels, he didn't change the languages of everybody all over the Arets. He just changed the language of the people working on the tower, because there already were other languages around the world. So I don't believe that was when language was. I mean, I don't believe that we.
It says all the earth had one.
I know. I just got through saying that. I just got through reading that. I'm just confused. I'm trying to make an excuse for why it says they were in according to their languages, and then yet. So Lou was saying maybe this was an overlayering.
It might mean dialect, like according to their tongue, like the way they say Hebrew. Like there's a Germanic way of saying it, you know.
Within every language, there's several dialects.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe.
I know me and Mark don't speak the same.
I know there's some people I talk to over the phone and they're trying to speak English. They don't speak the same either, but they're precious. I figure they're more intelligent than I am because they can speak 2 languages. I can't even begin to imagine.
On my language app, I'm doing like, it says over 13 languages I'm learning. I'm like, really?
You at the time? Yeah.
No, I'm learning currently. Actively, I'm learning 5, but I also included like Hawaiian, Navajo, like a dead Latin language, you know.
But why?
Just to get a better grasp of etymology and like where words come from, because we're judged by our words, so I want to know what we're saying, just on a massive level. And my brain seems to be able to fit it, so I'm learning it.
That's amazing.
But I think it slows down when you get older, but I'm still available for it.
How long you been doing it?
Like 4 or 5 months. Like I was doing Hebrew pretty strong, and then from Hebrew I was like, well, I should learn Greek, I should learn Latin, I should learn, like, I should brush up on Korean if I'm gonna go to Korea. They have Klingon. I'm like not interested in it, but yeah. I'll tell you right now. I've got Italian, Hebrew, Latin, Korean, French, Spanish, Yiddish, Hawaiian, Navajo, Arabic, Portuguese, Greek. That's what I'm learning.
Why wouldn't you do one at a time? Why would you do a bunch at a time.
I do 2 at a time. Korean and Hebrew is my main. No matter what, I'm always doing one of those. And Spanish, I know pretty well enough to like just dive back into it. All the Latin origin languages are pretty straightforward in similarity, so I kind of count it as one. Like Spanish, French, Italian, all just kind of are a variation, kind of.
See,
And Latin,
what
also
was
Latin.
saying, these people that understand different languages, their pay grade is way above mine.
Yeah. I think the trickiest one for your brain is an Asian language. Maybe not Japanese because it's linear, but Chinese and Korean are built in syllables. So it's this sound, this sound, this sound. That's interesting.
Have you ever heard of Santos Kanachi?
Mark.
Yeah.
Mark, you got to go out and come back again.
What are you saying, Heath?
I used to watch a guy that was a linguist. His name is Santo Bonacci, and he'll tell you that when you speak, you don't know what you say.
Yes.
Well, Phyllis, I read all that. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
And I see your point. It's kind of weird, isn't it? It don't make a lot of sense. Maybe it is dialect.
Tongue. I'm thinking tongue because that's the other word for language. And tongue is just a dialect. But
Only thing that makes sense. Nothing else makes sense.
is the southern accent a tongue?
You think it's an accent?
I would say a tongue would be a language.
Yeah.
Not a dialect.
Dialect. Maybe I could look at the. I have the interlinear on me. Look at that if you want.
Well, I know like Germany has like 7 dialects. You know, the ones in the northern Germany, they can't understand the southern Germans, which I found to be really strange. That's a possibility.
Lou told me to get this, so I did.
Oh, good.
The Kohlenberger.
Yeah, the Kohlenberger.
Genesis 10:31.
Oh, and you know who else is in here? Raz.
Draz is in here.
I noticed he was in here. Yeah.
Me too. 10:31.
You know, something going on today I don't know about.
It's that retrograde, man. 10:31. Okay. It's right here. I've got these sons of Shem, clans of them, by languages of them. So it says language in the Hebrew too. And then 11 would go. Yeah, one language. So Shanaham.
So, is it the same Hebrew word in both verses?
Yeah, it's the same. So languages. Actually, no, it's different. It's a variation. Look at that. So I've got a shin, noon, and that looks like a chet and a mem. It's probably plural languages. And then I've got a shin for language. It's shin, thay, hey. Shin, thay, hey.
I'm going to go find Ruth.
Yeah.
I don't know. I still do this video. I don't want
Yeah.
It's really kind of interesting, though. Like if you think about it, say you took 100 people that all spoke the same language and lived together in a village and separated them and put them far away from each other and then come back and check on them in 100 years to see if they all still spoke the same language or not. I bet
it might be due to weather. Like I know Alaskans kind of speak like they kind of like this, but that's just kind of how the tongue is shaped.
Yeah.
What?
The cold weather, yeah.
And the French are very round, like it's a very roundy.
Genesis chapter 12. No. What? Genesis chapter 10.
10, 31.
And then compared to
here.
Genesis 11 verse 1, Cato looked up the word languages, and there are different words in each line, and that might solve the mystery I have.
Oh yeah, I got that.
Tell him what the different words are, Cato.
Sorry to interrupt. 10:31. I've got so it's languages of them. Like it says, by languages of them is Lila. I'm ignoring dots. Lila, Shin, Nun. I think that's a Het or Chet, whatever, and a Mem. I'm going to type it in the dictionary right now. But then the language in 11, is it 1? Yeah, 11:1. I got Shin, Pei, Hey.
Now, what we're comparing is in verse 31, it says that they were separated by their languages. But in verse 1, it says there was only one language on the earth. What's the difference in the two languages that he just...
Between the Egyptian and the Hebrew speak?
No, what the Hebrew word for languages in verse 31 is different than the Hebrew word.
Okay, now the sheen is from right to left, right? Sheen, hey.
Shin, Hey, yeah.
And then
Sheen,
hey. And then what's the other one again? Cato, what was the other one?
Oh, it's languages of them. I don't know if you could see it. It's right back. Kohlenberg.
He's looking it up in the Kohlenberg.
Yeah, we can check this. Let's see. Hebrew.
Hello, guys. I had a nap.
What's up? Boker Tov.
Feeling better now.
You look great.
Oh,
We're like, yeah, Lou's dissecting some Hebrew for us.
Oh, okay.
Hebrew.
In the meantime, I'm going to sing you a song.
Oh, good.
It's very short.
Language.
Oh,
Yeah.
Abba Yahuwah, I love you so. Love, peace, and joy I feel all young long.
I'll come back.
Oh, Abba Yahuwah, I love you so.
Oh yeah.
Your immense presence and light embraces me warmly and tight. Oh, Abba Yahuwah, I love you so. Mountains, lakes, rivers, waterfalls, and creeks our streets, sunset, sunrise, you are everywhere. Such an immense space. Oh, Yahuwah, I love you so. That's it.
Very nice.
Thank you.
Yeah, the difference in these two words is very. It's almost like wordplay because they're not that far apart, even though they seem to be very different. It's the inflections and derivations of subtle speech. It's not that they were speaking a different language, like they couldn't hear what they were saying, but it's more like us listening to a person from the Middle Ages speaking English, and we have to slow down and go, whoa, what was that? You know, it's like the connection between languages have been, because of the separation of people, even speaking the same language and using the same words, they have different inflections and accents, and I guess we could call it that, but that would be what it was referring to.
Well, that was kind of Cato's guess.
Yeah, that's your guess, and you guessed well. You have chosen wisely.
What was that word, Cato?
It was Shin Pei Hey for language. That's the word for language in Hebrew. But then Lou found that it's more of a derivation. Is that the right word?
Yeah, to be able to understand the way people say words in different families. It's like the family of man speaks sometimes the same words, but they're not the same sound, but they really are related. Like we say hey, but it's really sometimes F, like Yusuf.
Hey, right.
Yusuf. Yeah, and the P and the F are the same letter, but some people in other cultures pronounce it differently. You know,
Interchangeable, like the U and O kind of.
Yeah.
and like the PH in Greek, which is really
Right.
just one letter.
Yeah.
But we see it written PH, and it's really an F. It's an F. You know, it's an F sound.
An F kind of is a P and an H though, like.
Oh yeah, it is. Yeah.
Careful there. Careful. Okay.
Hey, Lou, I'll call you this week.
Well, I'm glad we cleared that up.
There's no way those two verses are that close to contradict. I mean, you got to go to the Hebrew.
Yeah, they're right next to each other. Makes a lot of sense.
So the Shemites spoke variations of a language. I guess our English-speaking minds won't let go of that's the same word, but in Hebrew it means something else.
You know, I'm sorry. It was the important thing about Lou doing this translation himself through Yahusha speaking to him is I have every confidence in Yahuwah that it is his words and that he was guided to get the best. He did make some mistakes, but we're finding those and fixing them. Little mistakes.
Can't wait for the next edition.
The large print is going to be the edition. Yeah.
Hallelujah.
I'm glad you brought that up, Phyllis, and we were able to solve that. That was a mind bender there for a minute.
I'm so thankful to Cato being there.
Yeah, Cato really was on that. I was sitting here thinking Lou made a mistake or something. Maybe we. So I was glad that got straightened out.
I got that book on Lou's advice, so.
I was like, it was a good recommendation.
It's really like kept me like I feel safer now with my research because I have a core, even though it's Aramaic with Masoretic dots, I still have something to pull from. And the parallel doesn't do it, you know?
Yeah.
I don't know why. It's not line by line, you know?
Yeah. Go ahead, Raul.
Raul's gonna go fishing.
You got something to say, Raul?
Not really. My mic was off, right?
Oh, yeah. I thought you had your hand up.
Oh no, I was just talking to Yami.
Yami, you need to record that voice of yours.
Oh, you are too sweet.
She sang when I wasn't here. You guys were lucky.
It's surprising.
I had to take the babies out for a walk.
Mark, could you email me that video with the pale horse? Or videos, whatever? Or could you tell me the title and I'll look for it right now?
Yeah, I just put in there green spirit horse Egypt, and it came up.
Gotcha.
Yami, you have the voice of an angel. I've never heard a sweeter voice in my life.
Phyllis.
No.
Thank you, Phyllis. That's too sweet.
I heard somewhere music comes from the soul, so you must have a really like unquestionable soul because it's very pure. Like I hear like a very clean from the heart song.
Yeah, well, I wrote that for Yahuwah. I felt it, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And it's that he's here everywhere you look at. You look at anywhere from any window here. You look outside and he's there. He's I know he's dwelling in us, but this is like a wow because we see him everywhere. So yeah, I felt that. And even you told me the other day, anywhere I look, I see Yahuwah, you know? When you are in a city, I guess it's kind of hard, you know, when you have a lot of buildings and traffic and noise. But here in the mountains, that is so peaceful and the scenery is so gorgeous. It's like being with him 24/7, you know?
Do you ever camp? I know you live in a cabin, so it's kind of counterproductive, but like, do you ever like camp to like maybe keep sharp on?
We got a tent last year, and because we wanted to celebrate Sukkot somewhere, and we put the tent, even though we were in a little cabin, and we said, well, let's see if we can be there, but we would use it just to read. You know, we wouldn't. It was so cold that we were not like, I'm not sure I can sleep here, but we use it just to read scriptures and stuff, you know. But we like that. We like what we've been thinking about, renting a camper and going somewhere, but we haven't done that yet.
To see if I can handle. You
know.
Because
we used to do it in the past, but you know, when you're younger, I mean, we drove from Miami all the way to Canada,
Northern Ontario.
Yeah, to Northern Ontario, and you know, we didn't even think about it, but now it's like, oh well, I don't know, would that be too long of a trip, you know?
We drove from South Florida to close to where you guys were talking about because we went to see the balloon thing in Albuquerque, and we drove all the way out there, and then I have a friend that has a kind of like a ranch in Pueblo, Colorado, and we went by I went to see Mesa Verde, which is awesome.
Mesa Verde.
So her and I have really, we've always liked road trips. So
They're the best.
yeah,
Yeah.
we love to do road trips. Even staying at VRBOs, and going from one little VRBO to another one, and
We ran into you on our last road trip, so there you go.
yeah, that was a lot. For me, really, I've always wanted to go from one end to the other end of the country, and I've never done it.
We almost did. Wait, how many more states did we have till the East Coast?
No, really, like you were in, that was over in Kentucky, so maybe one or two. That's about it. And when we drove all the way to the Silver Mountains, because Mesa Verde is right down there in the corner, so really it was Nevada and California.
Oh, cool.
Even though we have traveled California because we have flown and then traveled there.
Yeah.
I mean, you ask me where I want to go, I say Yosemite. That's my favorite place in the
I
world.
love Half Dome. All those spots.
That's like my favorite place
incredible.
in the US.
The constellations you could see in those mountains is like, wow. I gotta let my friend in. I'll be right back. Be right back.
Yeah, so you don't have to give me too much or have to persuade me too much to go on a road trip.
Yeah, Mama, I gave you that. I always wanted to try this.
I know that I've mentioned this guy to you before. The name of his channel is Truth Unedited, and he did this special on mind.
Sorry,
how they've controlled our mind ever since the TV. Since there was, he started by saying that in 1950, only 1% of the households in the U.S. had a TV. And by the beginning of the 60s, it was like 83% of the households had at least one TV. And how they've controlled our life, especially the baby boomers, because we were the first really kids to grow up with television in the house, and all through our teenage years, and he shows it to you in a way how they've controlled us and how they control how our houses were supposed to look like, how our wives are supposed to act, how total control. They've totally controlled us through
programming.
That's why it's called programming.
On a channel.
Yeah.
On a scrying mirror, which is a black mirror.
Yeah.
That.
And nowadays it's our phones.
Yep. And you have to there's one more, like there's a channel program to watch a show to tell a vision.
Yeah, exactly. Because before, like they were saying, they had radio, but radio didn't put a picture to it, so it was harder. But once you had that visual, they could steer us on which way they wanted the country to go with politics, with everything. I mean, it's incredible how they've controlled us.
Compounded on top of that, I agree with you 100%, but also gradually, very slowly, they have gradually increased our morality the same way, Ro, with the morality and the violence. We've grown to accept any kind of violence, any kind, and they're pushing the this homosexuality. They're pushing it. Everything you see.
But that's what I meant, Phyllis. It's not only they've programmed us in every which way. Now it's how teaching kids. It's incredible. Our generation, when they ask about gender and all that, it's 1% of of us, the baby boomers, that consider themselves, let's say, homosexual or sexually deviant or whatever. But yet, when you go to the younger generation, I think is called Gen X or something like that, because I don't know
Z
the. It's like 22%.
end times.
It's incredible.
Yes.
The way that they've been able to change that's what today we were talking, how the gentleman that wrote the white book, I forget the name, how he said how deviant the US has become how our morale, turning men into women, women into men, going to the schools. When I was in grammar school, there was no way that nobody would show up at a school dressed the way that even some teachers go to dress to school nowadays.
Did you ever hear about the word homosexual being a replacement word for boy toucher or boy molester?
I could see where it would be used like that.
Yeah. It was called Nabenschnatter. It's like a Germanic way of saying it, or Nebenschender. I don't know German, but I had a theory on the idea of homosexuality, gay people. It's not a real thing. It's what people tell you. So if you did something deviant, the whole world says you are so gay now, and it's okay to be gay. You were born gay. There's no gay gene though. There's no scientific gay gene proven. There's no animals that are gay. So it's really just us talking ourselves into mischief. Lust is the big issue here. Lust is where it's at.
No, definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely.
And it's homosexual acts are repentable. You can stop doing it if you want, or not if you want. Like if you set your heart aright, or who's to say what's what? But I just don't use that terminology now. Like I don't even call my gay friend gay.
Well, even when we would have conversations with it when we were younger, we would say, "Oh my gosh, that's so gay." It doesn't mean that it's gay, but now you can't use that terminology. I mean, I can't pick up a pair of dykes or ask somebody, "Do you have a pair of dykes?" It's like, whoa, can I say that? I mean, can I say that? Can I use the wench?
We missed you, Toria.
I missed you guys too. I'm going to have to do a rewatch.
It was good.
Yeah,
Mark noticed a little bit ago. Mark goes, "Oh, where's Toria?"
I was having a very good, amazing conversation.
Any particular topic?
Yahuwah. The main topic. So I do kind of have a praise report. So my sister's daughter has obviously gone astray. My sister lost her son, her husband, and her best friend, as you know. And so that means my niece has lost her dad, her brother, and her mother's best friend. Of her mother, my sister's best friends was in my niece's life almost her entire life. So she kind of went off the deep end, last 3 years. Stopped reading scriptures and such, getting into the world. She went through a divorce. Well, my sister called me and said her daughter called her. She's just turned 34. And she told her that she stopped drinking she's she didn't go into AA because she doesn't believe in their teachings, but she's seeing somebody that she can talk to, and that she started reading her scriptures again, and that she's changing her life, and she knows that these are serious times and she needs to get her act together. So praise Yah. Praise Yah.
That's great to hear. I'm sorry for the loss. I might need to cut out a little earlier than normal. I'll still keep it on, but see you guys next week. And I'll call you this week, Phyllis, if that's okay. Cool. And Yami, find a recording booth. Love you guys. Love you, Mark. Love you, Phyllis. Love you, Victoria. Love you all. Love you all in the chat.
I was excited to see you all on here, that at least I can say hi. I love you guys.
Yeah. Peace, Yah, shalom. Shabbat shalom.
Shalom.
So I missed a beautiful singing, I imagine.
I would be happy if she sings again.
Huh. Encore. Oop.
She says she'll do it for you, Gloria.
I was trying to skip through because I knew she sang, because I heard, at the end there, and I was trying to go back and find it, and I couldn't find it yet. And I'm like, well, I guess I'll have to start from the beginning.
She wants to get her water.
Victoria, you have to turn your mic on when she sings.
Oh, I will.
You make us echo.
Really?
Okay.
There.
Oh, Abba Yahuwah, I love you so. Love, peace, and joy I feel all year long. Oh, Abba Yahuwah, I love you so. Your immense presence and love embraces me warmly and tight. Oh, Abba Yahuwah, I love you so. Mountains, lakes, rivers, waterfalls, and creeks, flowers, trees, sunset, sunrise, you are everywhere. Such an immense space. Oh, Yahuwah, I love you so. Oh, Yahuwah, I thank you for choosing me and showing me the truth. I just added that.
So beautiful. You just brought tears to my eyes. Wow. How deep is that? That is so beautiful. Wow, praise Yah. Wow. You said it right, Phyllis. Voice of angels. Wow.
Hi, Doria.
Hi, Mark. So what was going on with the stone? I'm curious.
Yeah, that's down. Getting a roll back.
I don't know why I don't have it on.
You have YouTube?
No, I don't have anything on.
No.
Let me clear everything out.
Some kind of weird echo.
No, I'm by myself. Nothing's on. I'm quiet. Oops.
Okay, well, let's just turn off your mic and I'll tell you. There you go. Cato had, I guess he was on Adam's channel, you know, that vineyard, whatever it is. He was telling everybody that I guess he went there and then the Lost Lunas stone was defaced or desecrated by, well, we've kind of figured out it's being some kind of paint, it almost looks like, and they just totally ruined it. So remember Heath, he's going to go there, I think he said on the third day this week. And he's up in Colorado. He's going to drive down there and see if there's any way he can get that off of there. And he's going to fill us in on what he sees and what he was able to do.
Well, what I thought was interesting real quick is that when I saw the picture of it and I didn't know what it was yet, I was trying to figure out because you were talking about the edges and I thought, what is that face on it? It had like a demon face on it.
Really?
Yeah, I was like, wow.
I'll pull it back up. I didn't really notice that.
Are you talking about the lighter colored circle in the center?
It was above it.
Above it.
Wait a minute.
Well, I was wondering what that was myself, that lighter colored circle.
Because I thought maybe the lighter color circle was the actual flash from taking the picture. But then above it, I was like, what in the world is that evil thing? And I almost was thinking you were looking at this, the cornerstone of that cube. You know, in Mecca. You know, and that cornerstone, when you look at it, it looks like there's a demon in it. And that's what I thought you guys were looking at. You see it?
Well, there it is.
The nose.
Where at?
Okay, so you see the circle? Okay, go up. There's go up above it. There's the lip. Go up above. There's a nose. And then there's two eyes. And then the round head. Almost like a skull.
Yeah. I see what you're saying.
That's what I caught right away.
I didn't see that, Toria.
Well, yeah, obviously the glare or something off of the camera lens, you know what I mean? The circle of it. This is, eye, nose, kind of the mouth here, and then the outline of the face. I see what you're saying. I never really paid attention to it. It's kind of weird, man.
Yeah, because I saw it, and that's the first thing I noticed. I'm like, what are they looking at? And then I'm looking at the background. I'm like, that can't be the Lost Lunas stone.
Yeah.
And I thought, wow, that's weird. Are they looking at the stone from Mecca?
No. This you can see here. If it was paint, it would be like you know,
It's a thick, almost like what they put on roof.
Yeah. So
Toria, are you to your microphone
No,
close to your speaker?
nothing. I'm on my. It's just my phone.
It stopped now. No, I didn't.
Maybe it's my connection from having it plugged in. Oh, let me unplug it. Tell me if it stops. Did it stop?
I don't know.
No.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's a shame they did that. Real shame. I don't know what's wrong with people.
Well, they don't have the heart of Yahuwah, that's for sure.
Yeah.
They're wiping away all truth.
Yeah. It looks like far.
Well, the
Sorry,
Las Lunas stone, isn't that carved in?
Huh?
It's carved, right?
Yeah, it's great.
So we just get some of that paint remover that bubbles up and peel it right off.
If that's what it is.
True.
He's going down there. He's going to see what it is. He seems to think that he can fix it. So hopefully, he's not on here anymore. But hopefully, he knows about that. If that is that Atari stuff, that coating that they use on roofs or whatever, that's what it kind of looks like to me too. Because it's filling in the engraving. Where they chiseled out the letters.
Right. It's got to be something thick.
Yeah, something thick. Paint when it's done. Just painted inside.
And
It's deep. In there.
And it's not the stuff they spray in the back of trucks because it would leave a bubbly, weird look.
Nah, it's not that flex.
You don't think it's Flex Seal either?
I don't think.
Well, if it is, it would be easy to take that off.
It looks like either or that coating.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah, because we just had to put some of that up on our roof, and it dulls out like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. People think it's smoke. Motor oil is so thin that it would be running. We would see signs of it running. It's not running. You see around that edge, there's no run to that. So I don't think it'd be motor oil. Just the craziest thing. Anxious to see what Heath finds out. He goes down there on the third day. Where you been, girl? It's not like you to miss Zoom at noon. That's your first time.
I know. Well, I got into an amazing conversation about Yahuwah, and it just kept going. So,
okay.
You can't quench the ruach, right?
I can't quench the ruach.
And then I went to go on YouTube, and I thought, well, let me see. And you guys were still on. I was like, oh goodness. What? That's amazing. But I do have to tell you, so we're protesting our taxes. I'm sure you guys are, property taxes. And so this is my fourth time. This time I went before the board, and I prayed and I talked to Yahuwah, and I said, in your your will, this will be, and I asked him, with his voice and his words, and I will, for me to be quiet when need to be quiet. And I went in, and I didn't realize a board meant there was quite a few people in there. And I'd never done it before, and all these computers that are covering all their faces, and it was very uncomfortable. And I sat down, and the lady directly in front of me, which was completely against anything I had to say, but so we had just purchased our house, back in the December 29th, our house closed, and right after that we got our first tax bill, and they're tried to go up $90,000 from the year before. So they're saying we purchased our house. I know this is putting my information out there, but we purchased our house for $355 with a nice big down payment, so we wouldn't have much to pay on from our selling our last two houses. So, we put everything we had down. Anyway, so they're saying now when I turned it down, they came back at us with $364,640. And I just thought, wow, that's just horrible, And I thought, no, this is wrong. I'm going to protest again. So I did. Scary thing to do. So I went before the informal board, which was just one lady, and she said, no, this is what you paid for it, which, by the way, they're not supposed to know how much you paid for your house, but she knew exactly what I paid for. And she said, no, we offered you just under what you paid for it, so there's nothing we can do. And I thought, okay, Yahuwah, if this is your way, I'll kindly walk out and be done. So now I'm going before the board, and and the first thing I did when I walked in, and I told them, first thing I said, shalom and bercha to all of you. That means peace and blessings to you all. And they said, oh, thank you. And they sat down. And so I got to tell them what I felt about my house and, the issues we have. And I said, well, my issue is when we just bought the house, the property was $52,000. And you have now said it's worth $80,000. And I have about 30 examples here for 1 acre, and they go from $28,000, and the highest is $52,500. So I don't understand where you're getting $80,000. That's what all of these properties are going for, the same size as mine. And of course, the lady in front of me would not budge, and the panel next to me. So after I went through all of my evidence, gave them everything, after I spoke, I assumed that I was basically shut down. And so the lady next to me says, so how do you feel how much your house is worth? And I said, well, honestly, I really don't know because of the property. I believe it's worth less than what you're saying. But I said, she's obviously already made her decision. And she said, no, she's not the one that makes that ultimate decision. And I said, what? I'm confused, And she said, no. And she looked at the gentleman on the end and she said, have you come up with a figure? And he said, yes, I have. And he said, I value the house at $328,000. So they dropped it to $43,000, $43,120. So I just said, I praised Yahuwah and I thanked them for their kindness. And I about started crying because I was in so much shock that I didn't think that was a possibility. I didn't realize while I was sitting there, the panel are actually evaluating what I have said, and they are determining what my house is worth in that moment. And it just blew my mind. You go in there honestly and you go in there with prayer, and those are answered. It was so amazing. So amazing. I mean, you're not going to walk out free, but it was a complete blessing. I just had to share that. Never give up, because I almost didn't go because I thought, why go if that lady already said no, So it is worth going in and doing it yourself.
Yeah, but like you said, man, you feel like the world's against you in a situation like that, too. Mike Argley, be right back.
Phyllis, do you guys have to deal with that where you're at?
No, I just I haven't had as much experience with the tax code being off.
Well,
It always seemed to be what I think it is.
Well, you know, it's interesting because, you know, living in California so long, we lived in our house 24 years. The only time our taxes went up is when we built the shop, which wasn't a metal shop. It's a shop that's just like our house. It's stuccoed, everything, has a full bathroom, full gas, everything. And it's 1,300 square feet. Our taxes only went up $200, and I only paid $1,600 a year, you know, so I never thought of it. And I moved to Texas, and I'm just wowed by what we pay in taxes here. You know, I'm looking at $5,000 a year, and that you have to protest every year and fight for it to keep it low. You know, and we're actually in a better position than most. So yeah, your house payment might be really low, but it's your taxes.
Also, we get a senior
Yes.
discount.
Yeah, they say that once at a certain age, and if you're military also, it brings it down a lot. You're down to where they can't change it. And believe it or not, here it's the schools that decide your tax, the percentage, and so 3,000 of hours a year goes straight to the schools.
And you probably have no kids in the school.
Never have, not here. Nope. But that is one of the things I believe they remove once you're at senior age.
Florida, more or less the same way. Very high taxes. When it comes to, you know, you have low taxes on fuel, low taxes on like sales tax, but what kills Florida is the insurance because of the hurricanes and the taxes.
The insurance and the taxes on the property, and one more thing is medical here. Very high.
I think that's high everywhere.
Yeah, well, when I was in California, I only paid $15 a week out of my check. Now they want $1,000. Yeah, big difference.
A week?
Oh no, for the month. But compared to $15 a week to a month, yeah. I had to have a procedure done, and even though I have insurance, it was cost me almost $1,300. So I'm like, why do I have insurance? I could have not had insurance and just paid you that and saved money.
I think California has very high sales tax. Right?
Yeah, but compared to everything else, it's not. I think they're 7.25, aren't they? Where they're 8.
I don't know.
I think we were at 7.25 there. Oh, I know LA is 9%. They voted on that and they went for a higher tax. But I know it's higher here. It's, what is it, Mark? 8.25?
Yeah, something.
Yeah.
Good tax.
I see people with all this property. I don't know how they're going to do it. And we're only an acre. I mean, I guess that's why so many people have cattle and such, but to get the Aggie discount, but then they know what you got. My sister opted out. She's got the 15 acres. She doesn't really pay too much in taxes, believe it or not. 15 acres with a house, she only pays $1,800 a year. It's very cheap. Where she's at, past Dallas there, right outside of Dallas. She was going to Aggie her property, and she decided she didn't want them knowing what she has on her property. She said it's better just to pay it, and because then you got to show, if you're doing agriculture, you have to also sell it, So then you're going to have to show taxes of what you've made. So it just kind of puts you into another whirlwind if you don't really have a business, you know? I'm sure you do you have the horses, right?
Yeah, we
We
incorporated
incorporated
that.
that.
We're in that
We're in that
little
little
school,
school,
and that
and that
helps.
helps.
Yeah.
We're
We're
ag
ag
too.
too.
And they're okay that you have horses. I mean, it's different if you're like trying to sell cows to eat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not like you're like my sister, she's got bees and she doesn't really want them to know she's got bees because, you know, they're trying to kill bees everywhere. I mean, they're going into properties and covering them and gassing them.
It
It
works
works
down
then.
like
Up
up here.
here,
They
they
tax you,
tax you,
but
but
you have your house. You can
you
have as
can have
much
as much
land
land
as
as
you
you
want,
want,
but
but
that's why
that's
if you
why if
live
you
in
live in
small houses, you live in small houses and they got a lot of land because that's how you get taxed. But what kills us up here is the independent school district. You know, the school taxes. They want it. This school up here has an indoor football stadium that they use for practicing, and almost a lot of the schools up here have these football stadiums that are like equivalent and even better than college stadiums, and the people have to pay for that.
You know, that is the one thing I did notice when we moved to Texas is the schools. They look like colleges. They're huge. They're gorgeous. They're fully set. Wow. Like you said, they're football fields. Wow.
Yeah, they're
you do.
they're crazy,
They're crazy
about
about
the football stadiums here for the high schools, and so we have to pay for that. And so the school taxes are outrageous, and and we have to pay the school taxes independently. Then we have to pay our property tax independently. It's not together. You got to pay. We got to give the taxes to the school district, and then give the taxes, of course, to the city or county, whatever. So they get you coming and going.
Wow. Yeah. Ours are just listed on everything that it goes to. And I know the school is the highest. It was what they offered and what it was in there was exactly 3,000 for the year.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there's a whole lot of things
about what they do.
And you all have to pay it separately there? You have to go and pay it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, we don't
And we don't have
a
a mortgage,
so we have to
so we
pay
have to
it,
pay it.
Oh,
you know. So we just go in once a year and pay the school taxes, then we go once a year and pay the property tax. It's not part of our mortgage, so we don't have a mortgage. So, but it's you know, you take food off your table, that's for sure. I did the senior citizen discount. I got that, you know, and so that helped a little bit. But other than that, I think they gave me a little bit off the school taxes. I don't know if it was 2 or 3% or something. I can't remember what it was. Wasn't much. And it seems like every year taxes go up. They want to raise your taxes every year.
especially this year because of the homestead, they raised it from 40 to 100,000.
Yeah, it's just really strange how they do that here. I don't understand. It's like, man, when are they going to stop? You know, it's like there's no ceiling. There's no ceiling
here.
Do you feel like that's their way of ushering people into their little 15-minute cities, is making the taxes so high that people can't afford their houses?
Yeah, I'm not real sure what they do in the city so much, you know. We're rural here. But yeah, it could be, that could be, you know.
But then you see how much these people are paying for these little 1-bedroom apartments, or more than my house payment. Blows my mind.
Yeah, the big cities, they do. Just to live there and have access to the jobs and things, you know. That's why people pay them that kind of price. But I don't know. I heard the state was supposed to lower taxes and then put a ceiling on it, but I don't know what happened to that. It must have got thrown out or something. It didn't pass. I don't know.
And you guys have so many new peoples living there, the taxes should come down because they have a whole bunch of new families that have moved in and have new homes, and just like in Florida, but yet it keeps going up and up. And you know how you said they're not supposed to know how much you pay for a property? We just bought the lot next to us because we didn't want nobody building there and really blocking the view that we have, right? So I get a letter from the county asking me if for me to sign an.
Yep, he froze up.
Yeah, the county sent a letter that we had to sign to state that we paid what we paid for it, not making sure that I didn't give any money on the outside, or that I didn't buy it with a building on it. It was just a piece of land. You know, there's nothing on it. And they always think that you're making some type of deal outside and that you're not reporting the true value of it.
Which is silly because they should know by looking. There's no house. They know it. They just want to know what you paid for it. They want to make sure they're not missing any tax money they're missing out of it.
And up here, it's not well, not bad because I'm comparing it to Florida, because like the insurance on a house here is like $600. In Florida, any little house insurance is $4,000, $5,000.
Well, I know that the what they call flood insurance here just went up to, I think the lowest one is like $1,500 a month, and that's just flood insurance. I mean, $1,500 a year. Sorry.
And you want in Florida now, you know that they're mainly all the insurance is government because all the insurance companies have left, right? So now I still own a property down there, and even though that it's in a no flood zone, okay, it's in a no flood zone, they'll only sell me my home insurance if I buy flood insurance, even though it's not in a flood zone.
It'd be like you're in a 100-year flood zone area or 300-year flood zone area. So it'll flood once in 300 years, but so you got to pay insurance on that. So you never know when that's 300 years is going to expire. Crazy people, man.
That's like saying, okay, well, you're going to have to do 25 years of jail time because we know 10 years from now you're going to commit a crime. It's as stupid as that. I can't wait to listen to last night's and today's, Mark. I heard it was really good.
All esteem to Yahusha. I think you'll like them both. I think we had a great study today, and last night was really informative. And yeah, you should enjoy them both. Next week's going to be really good. when we hit the trumpets. Revelation's kind of a tricky study when you're doing it with people, because there's so many different opinions and interpretations of revelations out there. It ain't even funny. And hardly anyone can take revelations and dissect it and make sense out of it. It's such a blur to most people that it just blends together and they don't know what to make of it, but yet they don't seem to want to come out of their their old teachings and throw away what they've been taught in the past, because they think they get it, but what they've been taught, but they don't, but yet they defend it like they do. Revelation is probably the hardest book to study with people and get along, and be able to cooperate out of the entire scripture.
That, and I think a lot of it, there's so many people today, especially this younger generation, definitely do not know their history at all.
I don't teach these kids anything in school. I don't know why we're paying all them high taxes. They can't even write cursive, man. They don't even know how to sign their name. I mean, what's going on? It's ridiculous.
Yeah, my youngest boy is 24 now, and he was the first of my children where when he went into school that they stopped doing teaching cursive. He never learned cursive. I had to teach him.
That's crazy, man. I know. I got grandkids can't read cursive, man. And I'm like, you can't read this? And they're like, no, it's like chicken scratch to them. And I'm like, man, it looks so simple to me. I can't even believe they can't read it, But I guess if you've never been taught it, you can't read it, obviously. Kind of weird.
What are young doctors going to do? They're going to, doctors that have the worst handwriting, they're going to have to use block letters to write out stuff now.
Well, I asked my son, I'm like, well, how are you going to sign anything? He said, they told us just to pick a pattern and make a little scribble and keep doing the same thing. That's your signature. So I guess you can just put an X or whatever you want to do, and that's your signature, if that's what you choose.
Dumb
That's the
and
kind
broke.
of thing that they do back in the day when you couldn't write, you put an X.
Well, I'm guessing they don't think we need signatures and writing anymore because, they're just going to have facial recognition. They don't need your signature.
And the electronic signatures.
Because I know, I don't know if you all heard, Houston Airport, they just put in I don't even know what you call it, facial, it's a body recognition. You don't even need your ticket. You stand in front of it, to get on a plane now. I said, whoa, I won't be going through there. Nope.
Yeah, that new ID they got coming out is scary too. It's loaded with all your information just at a scan, and it's kind of scary. But here, talking about signatures, here's mine. Oh, y'all can see that. Here's my signature. Yeah, you can get Mark August out of that. I'll give you $100.
Wait, hold on. All I can see is the live, and it tells the time over it.
I don't know how people say, is that your signature? I say, yeah. Can you write it in either? No. Ay.
What's that saying? You will not own anything, but you'll be happy.
And apparently you won't be going anywhere either.
I went on an airplane, let's see, a year ago. I went to see my brother when he was sick. I told her, I called Yami, I go, Yami, it's incredible. You do everything with your phone. You don't have, there's no boarding pass, there's no anything. It's incredible. I was totally lost. And it was the airport at Atlanta, which is humongous, is one of the largest airports around.
Well, I was at Kroger's yesterday and I have a Kroger card so I could get my discount for my gas. And I didn't know how to do it. And the lady was irritated with me. So she finally just came out and showed me how to do it. I'm like, I'm sorry, I'm not tech savvy. I wouldn't have figured it out because you have to push this button and you have to scan something and then you have to take your Kroger card and scan it up in this corner, which I didn't even know was there. And then you have to answer the question, put your card in, answer the question. I'm like, I would not have been able to do that. Crazy. It's just too much.
We went to a Kroger's when we were in Tennessee, and the problem is they say that they can't hire register people, so it's only those automatic registers, and the line gets backed up because a lot of we are still baby boomers. There's the most of us around than there's anybody else, and we're not used to doing that kind of stuff. So you get stuck, and everybody gets backed up. It's incredible.
Yeah, and it's not even us because when I scan some of my stuff, it's decided I've done something wrong and you have to wait for the person to come and there's how many that are there. So by the time she gets there and then you got so many people waiting and then it does it again and then it does it again. It's crazy. I mean, we still have checkers there, thank goodness, but there's a lot of automated and then you get somebody with 2 shopping carts. Horrible. Which I do have to say I find funny is when you go through this self-checkout, do you notice there's only 3 little things to put your stuff in? So you can't go through it with a shopping cart because there's no room for your stuff and you can't take it off of there and put it in your basket because that's a no-no. It can't weigh it. So it's almost like it's getting people prepared to say, "Oh, you can only buy this much." The credit score thing makes you wonder. Oh, but it sure doesn't tell me when I left something in the bag on there, on the register. Because I've gone home and like, oh, where's my cheese? Oh my goodness, I think I left it in that back bag.
I'm a few minutes away from sundown. I'm gonna take my doggies out for a walk. I've enjoyed very much the afternoon with you guys. Great study, Mark, and we'll see everyone next week. Yahuwah willing.
Love you too.
I was hoping you the priestly blessing.
Yeah, I'm ready to leave too.
I want the priestly blessing, man.
Let me get my. I gotta memorize it.
I always do that to him. You ain't getting away yet, Raul.
I have to memorize it.
We've been on for 7 hours.
Ah. Alrighty. Yahuwah bless you and guard you. Yahuwah makes his face shine upon you and show you favor to you. Yahuwah lift up his face upon you and give you peace. Thus they shall put my name on the children of Israel, and I myself shall bless them. Baruch haba b'shem Yahuwah.
Baruch haba b'shem
Love you guys.
Love you guys.
Yeah.
You got it. Thank you, Mark.
Thank y'all.
Shalom. Thank you.
Shalom.